Section 00 of Montcalm and Wolfe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. Note to the listener. The source of these recordings is from Project Gutenberg. The text is unchanged, but footnotes and references have been removed for ease of recording and audiobook listening. They can be accessed at Project Gutenberg. Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. Preface and Author's Introduction. Preface. The names on the title page stand as representative of the two nations whose final contest for the control of North America is the subject of the book. A very large amount of unpublished material has been used in its preparation, consisting for the most part of documents copied from the archives and libraries of France and England, especially from the Archives de la Marine et des Colonies, Archives de la Guerre, and the Archives Nationales at Paris, and the Public Records Office and the British Museum at London. The papers copied for the present work in France alone exceed 6,000 folio pages of manuscript, additional and supplementary to the Paris documents procured for the State of New York under the agency of Mr. Broadhead. The copies made in England form 10 volumes, besides many English documents consulted in the original manuscript. Great numbers of autograph letters, diaries, and other writings of persons engaged in the war have also been examined on this side of the Atlantic. I owe to the kindness of the present Marquis de Montcalm the permission to copy all the letters written by his ancestor, General Montcalm, when in America, to members of his family in France. General Montcalm, from his first arrival in Canada to a few days before his death, also carried on an active correspondence with one of his chief officers, Bourlamaque, with whom he was on terms of intimacy. These autograph letters are now preserved in a private collection. I have examined them and obtained copies of the whole. They form an interesting complement to the official correspondence of the writer, and throw the most curious sidelights on the persons and events of the time. Besides manuscripts, the printed matter in the form of books, pamphlets, contemporary newspapers, and other publications relating to the American part of the 7 Years' War is varied and abundant, and I believe I may safely say that nothing in it of much consequence has escaped me. The liberality of some of the older states of the Union, especially New York and Pennsylvania, in printing the voluminous records of their colonial history has saved me a deal of tedious labor. The whole of this published and unpublished mass of evidence has been read and collated with extreme care, and more than common pains have been taken to secure accuracy of statement. The study of books and papers, however, could not alone answer the purpose. The plan of the work was formed in early youth, and though various causes have long delayed its execution, it has always been kept in view. Meanwhile, I have visited and examined every spot where events of any importance in connection with the contest took place, and I have observed with attention such scenes and persons as might help to illustrate those I meant to describe. In short, the subject has been studied as much from life and in the open air as from the library table. These 2 volumes are a departure from the chronological sequence. The period between 1700 and 1748 has been passed over for a time. When this gap is filled, the series of France and England in North America will form a continuous history of the French occupation of the continent. Boston, September 16th, 1884. Author's Introduction. It is the nature of events to obscure the great events that came before them. The 7 Years' War in Europe is seen but dimly through revolutionary convulsions and Napoleonic tempests, and the same contest in America is half lost to sight behind the storm cloud of the War of Independence. Few at this day see the momentous issues involved in it, or the greatness of the danger that it averted. The strife that armed all the civilized world began here. Such was the complication of political interest, says Voltaire, that a cannon shot fired in America could give the signal to set Europe in a blaze. Not quite. It was not a cannon shot, but a volley from the hunting pieces of a few backwoodsmen, commanded by a Virginia youth, George Washington. To us of this day, the results of the American part of the war seems a foregone conclusion. It was far from being so, and very far from being so regarded by our forefathers. The numerical superiority of the British colonies was offset by organic weaknesses fatal to vigorous and united action. Nor at the outset did they or the mother country aim at conquering Canada, but only at pushing back her boundaries. Canada, using the name in its restricted sense, was a position of great strength, and even when her dependencies were overcome, she could hold her own against forces far superior. Armies could reach her only by three routes: the lower St. Lawrence on the east, the upper St. Lawrence on the west, and Lake Champlain on the south. The first access was guarded by a fortress almost impregnable by nature, and the second by a long chain of dangerous rapids, while the third offered a series of points easy to defend. During this same war, Frederick of Prussia held his ground triumphantly against greater odds, though his kingdom was open on all sides to attack. It was the fatuity of Louis XV and his Pompadour that made the conquest of Canada possible. Had they not broken the traditionary policy of France, allied themselves to Austria, her ancient enemy, and plunged needlessly into the European war, the whole force of the kingdom would have been turned from the first to the humbling of England and the defense of the French colonies. The French soldiers left dead on inglorious continental battlefields could have saved Canada, and perhaps made good her claim to the vast territories of the West. But there were other contingencies. The possession of Canada was a question of diplomacy as well as of war. If England conquered her, she might restore her, as she had lately restored Cape Breton. She had an interest in keeping France alive on the American continent. More than one clear eye saw, at the middle of the last century, that the subjection of Canada would lead to a revolt of the British colonies. So long as an active and enterprising enemy threatened their borders, they could not break with the mother country, because they needed her help. And if the arms of France had prospered in the other hemisphere, if she had gained in Europe or Asia territories with which to buy back what she had lost in America, then in all likelihood Canada would have passed again into her hands. The most momentous and far-reaching question ever brought to issue on this continent was, shall France remain here, or shall she not? If by diplomacy or war she had preserved but the half or less than half of her American possessions, then a barrier would have been set to the spread of the English-speaking races. There would have been no Revolutionary War, and for a long time at least, no independence. It was not a question of scanty populations strung along the banks of the St. Lawrence. It was, or under a government of any worth it would have been, a question of the armies and generals of France. America owes much to the imbecility of Louis XV and the ambitious vanity and personal dislikes of his mistress. The 7 Years' War made England what she is. It crippled the commerce of her rival, ruined France in 2 continents, and blighted her as a colonial power. It gave England the control of the seas and the mastery of North America and India, made her the first of commercial nations, and prepared that vast colonial system that has planted New Englands in every quarter of the globe. And while it made England what she is, it supplied to the United States the indispensable conditions of their greatness, if not their national existence. Before entering on the story of the great contest, we will look at the parties to it on both sides of the Atlantic. End of section 00. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington.
Section 1 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 1, 1745 to 1755, The Combatants. The latter half of the reign of George II was one of the most prosaic periods in English history. The civil wars and the Restoration had had their enthusiasms, religion and liberty on one side, and loyalty on the other. But the old fires declined when William III came to the throne, and died to ashes under the House of Hanover. Loyalty lost half its inspiration when it lost the tenet of the divine right of kings, and nobody could now hold that tenet with any consistency except the defeated and despairing Jacobites. Nor had anybody as yet proclaimed the rival dogma of the divine right of the people. The reigning monarch held his crown neither of God nor of the nation, but of a parliament controlled by a ruling class. The Whig aristocracy had done a priceless service to English liberty. It was full of political capacity and by no means void of patriotism. But it was only a part of the national life, nor was it at present moved by political emotions in any high sense. It had done its great work when it expelled the Stuarts and placed William of Orange on the throne. Its ascendancy was now complete. The Stuarts had received their death blow at Culloden, and nothing was left to the dominant party but to dispute on subordinate questions and contend for office among themselves. The Tory squires sulked in their country houses, hunted foxes, and grumbled against the reigning dynasty, yet hardly wished to see the nation convulsed by a counter-revolution and another return of the Stuarts. If politics had run to commonplace, so had morals, and so too had religion. Despondent writers of the day even complained that British courage had died out. There was little sign to the common eye that under a dull and languid surface, forces were at work preparing a new life, material, moral, and intellectual. As yet, Whitefield and Wesley had not wakened the drowsy conscience of the nation, nor the voice of William Pitt roused it like a trumpet peal. It was the unwashed and unsavoury England of Hogarth, Fielding, Smollett, and Sterne, of Tom Jones, Squire Western, Lady Bellaston, and Parson Adams, of the Rake's Progress and Marriage à la Mode, of the lords and ladies who yet live in the undying gossip of Horace Walpole, be-powdered, be-patched, and be-rouged, flirting at masked balls, playing cards till daylight, retailing scandal and exchanging double meanings. Beau Nash reigned king over the gaming tables of Bath. The ostrich plumes of great ladies mingled with the peacock feathers of courtesans in the rotunda at Ranelagh Gardens, and young lords in velvet suits and embroidered ruffles played away their patrimony at White's Chocolate House or Arthur's Club. Vice was bolder than today, and manners more courtly, perhaps, but far more coarse. The humbler clergy were thought, sometimes with reason, to be no fit company for gentlemen, and country parsons drank their ale in the squire's kitchen. The passenger wagon spent the better part of a fortnight in creeping from London to York. Travellers carried pistols against footpads and mounted highwaymen. Dick Turpin and Jack Sheppard were popular heroes. Tyburn counted its victims by scores, and as yet no Howard had appeared to reform the inhuman abominations of the prisoners. The middle class, though fast rising in importance, was feebly and imperfectly represented in Parliament. The boroughs were controlled by the nobility and gentry, or by corporations open to influence or bribery. Parliamentary corruption had been reduced to a system, and offices, sinecures, pensions, and gifts of money were freely used to keep ministers in power. The great offices of state were held by men sometimes of high ability, but of whom not a few divided their lives among politics, cards, wine, horse racing, and women, till time and the gout sent them to the waters of Bath. The dull, pompous, and irascible old king had two ruling passions, money and his continental dominions of Hanover. His elder son, the Prince of Wales, was a centre of opposition to him. His younger son, the Duke of Cumberland, a character far more pronounced and vigorous, had won the day at Culloden and lost it at Fontenoy, but whether victor or vanquished had shown the same vehement bull-headed courage, of late a little subdued by fast-growing corpulency. The Duke of Newcastle, the head of the government, had gained power and kept it by his rank and connections. His wealth, his county influence, his control of boroughs, and the extraordinary assiduity and devotion with which he practised the arts of corruption. Henry Fox, grasping, unscrupulous, with powerful talents, a warm friend after his fashion, and a most indulgent father. Carteret, with his strong, versatile intellect and jovial intrepidity. The two Townsends, Mansfield, Halifax, and Chesterfield, were conspicuous figures in the politics of the time. One man towered above them all. Pitt had many enemies and many critics. They called him ambitious, audacious, arrogant, theatrical, pompous, domineering. But what he has left for posterity is a loftiness of soul, undaunted courage, fiery and passionate eloquence, proud incorruptibility, domestic virtues rare in his day, unbounded faith in the cause for which he stood, and abilities which, without wealth or strong connections, were destined to place him on the height of power. The middle class, as yet almost voiceless, looked to him as its champion, but he was not the champion of a class. His patriotism was as comprehensive as it was haughty and unbending. He lived for England, loved her with intense devotion, knew her, believed in her, and made her greatness his own. Or rather, he was himself England incarnate. The nation was not then in fighting equipment. After the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, the army within the three kingdoms had been reduced to about 18,000 men. Added to these were the garrisons of Minorca and Gibraltar, and 6 or 7 independent companies in the American colonies. Of sailors, less than 17,000 were left in the Royal Navy. Such was the condition of England on the eve of one of the most formidable wars in which she was ever engaged. Her rival across the Channel was drifting slowly and unconsciously towards the cataclysm of the Revolution. Yet the old monarchy, full of the germs of decay, was still imposing and formidable. The House of Bourbon held the 3 thrones of France, Spain, and Naples, and their threatened union in a family compact was the terror of European diplomacy. At home, France was the foremost of the continental nations, and she boasted herself second only to Spain as a colonial power. She disputed with England the mastery of India, owned the islands of Bourbon and Mauritius, held important possessions in the West Indies, and claimed all North America except Mexico and a strip of seacoast. Her navy was powerful, her army numerous and well appointed, but she lacked the great commanders of the last reign. Soubise, Maillebois, Contades, Broglie, and Clermont were but weak successors of Condé, Turenne, Vendôme, and Villars. Marshal Richelieu was supreme in the arts of gallantry, and more famous for conquests of love than of war. The best generals of Louis XV were foreigners. Lowendahl sprang from the royal house of Denmark, and Saxe, the best of all, was one of the 354 bastards of Augustus the Strong, Elector of Saxony and King of Poland. He was now, 1750, dying at Chambord, his iron constitution ruined by debaucheries. The triumph of the Bourbon monarchy was complete. The government had become one great machine of centralized administration, with a king for its head, though a king who neither could nor would direct it. All strife was over between the crown and the nobles. Feudalism was robbed of its vitality, and left to the mere image of its former self, with nothing alive but its abuses, its caste privileges, its exactions, its pride and vanity, its power to vex and oppress. In England, the nobility were a living part of the nation, and if they had privileges, they paid for them by constant service to the state. In France, they had no political life and were separated from the people by sharp lines of demarcation. From warrior chiefs, they had changed to courtiers. Those of them who could afford it, and many who could not, left their estates to the mercy of stewards, and gathered at Versailles to revolve about the throne as glittering satellites, paid in pomp, empty distinctions, or rich sinecures for the power they had lost. They ruined their vassals to support the extravagance by which they ruined themselves. Such as stayed at home were objects of pity and scorn. "Out of your Majesty's presence," said one of them, "we are not only wretched, but ridiculous." Versailles was like a vast and gorgeous theatre, where all were actors and spectators at once, and all played their parts to perfection. Here swarmed by thousands this silken nobility, whose ancestors rode cased in iron. Pageant followed pageant. A picture of the time preserves for us an evening in the great hall of the chateau, where the king, with piles of louis d'or before him, sits at a large oval green table, throwing the dice among princes and princesses, dukes and duchesses, ambassadors, marshals of France, and a vast throng of courtiers, like an animated bed of tulips. For men and women alike wear bright and varied colours. Above are the frescoes of Lebrun. Around are walls of sculptured and inlaid marbles, with mirrors that reflect the restless splendours of the scene and the blaze of chandeliers, sparkling with crystal pendants. Pomp, magnificence, profusion were a business and a duty at the court. Versailles was a gulf into which the labour of France poured its earnings, and it was never full. Here the graces and charms were a political power. Women had prodigious influence, and the two sexes were never more alike. Men not only dressed in colours, but they wore patches and carried muffs. The robust quality of the old nobility still lingered among the exiles of the provinces, while at court they had melted into refinements tainted with corruption. Yet if the butterflies of Versailles had lost virility, they had not lost courage. They fought as gaily as they danced. In the halls which they haunted of yore, turned now into a historical picture gallery, one sees them still, on the canvas of L'Enfant, Le Péon, or Vernet, facing death with careless gallantry, in their small, three-cornered hats, powdered perukes, embroidered coats, and lace ruffles. Their valets served them with ices in the trenches, under the cannon of besieged towns. A troupe of actors formed part of the army train of Marshal Saxe. At night there was a comedy, a ballet, or a ball, and in the morning a battle. Saxe, however, himself a sturdy German, while he recognized their fighting value and knew well how to make the best of it, sometimes complained that they were volatile, excitable, and difficult to manage. The weight of the court, with its pomps, luxuries, and wars, bore on the classes least able to support it. The poorest were taxed most, the richest not at all. The nobles in the main were free from imposts. The clergy, who had vast possessions, were wholly free, though they consented to make voluntary gifts to the crown, and when, in a time of emergency, the minister Machault required them, in common with all others hitherto exempt, to contribute 1/20 of their revenues to the charges of government, they passionately refused, declaring that they would obey God rather than the king. The cultivators of the soil were ground to the earth by a threefold extortion: the seigneurial dues, the tithes of the church, and the multiplied exactions of the crown, enforced with merciless rigor by the farmers of the revenue, who enriched themselves by wringing the peasant on the one hand and cheating the king on the other. A few great cities shone with all that is most brilliant in society, intellect, and concentrated wealth, while the country that paid the costs lay in ignorance and penury, crushed and despairing. Of the inhabitants of towns, too, the demands of the tax-gatherer were extreme. But here the immense vitality of the French people bore up the burden. While agriculture languished and intolerable oppression turned peasants into beggars or desperadoes, while the clergy were sapped by corruption and the nobles enervated by luxury and ruined by extravagance, the middle class was growing in thrift and strength. Arts and commerce prospered, and the seaports were alive with foreign trade. Wealth tended from all sides towards the centre. The king did not love his capital, but he and his favourites amused themselves with adorning it. Some of the chief embellishments that make Paris what it is today, the Place de la Concorde, the Champs-Élysées, and many of the palaces of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, date from this reign. One of the vicious conditions of the time was the separation in sympathies and interests of the four great classes of the nation: clergy, nobles, burghers, and peasants, and each of these again divided itself into incoherent fragments. France was an aggregate of disjointed parts, held together by a meshwork of arbitrary power, itself touched with decay. A disastrous blow was struck at the national welfare, when the government of Louis XV revived the odious persecution of the Huguenots. The attempt to scour heresy out of France cost her the most industrious and virtuous part of her population, and robbed her of those most fit to resist the mocking scepticism and turbid passions that burst out like a deluge with the Revolution. Her manifold ills were summed up in the king. Since the Valois, she had had no monarch so worthless. He did not want understanding, still less the graces of person. In his youth the people called him the well-beloved, but by the middle of the century they so detested him that he dared not pass through Paris, lest the mob should execrate him. He had not the vigour of the true tyrant, but his languor, his hatred of all effort, his profound selfishness, his listless disregard of public duty, and his effeminate libertinism, mixed with superstitious devotion, made him no less a national curse. Louis XIII was equally unfit to govern, but he gave the reins to the great cardinal. Louis XV abandoned them to a frivolous mistress, content that she should rule on condition of amusing him. It was a hard task, yet Madame de Pompadour accomplished it by methods infamous to him and to her. She gained and long kept the power that she coveted, filled the Bastille with her enemies, made and unmade ministers, appointed and removed generals. Great questions of policy were at the mercy of her caprices. Through her frivolous vanity, her personal likes and dislikes, all the great departments of government, army, navy, war, foreign affairs, justice, finance, changed from hand to hand incessantly, and this at a time of crisis when the kingdom needed the steadiest and surest guidance. Few of the officers of state, except perhaps d'Argenson, could venture to disregard her. She turned out Ory, the Comptroller General, put her favourite Machault into his place, and then made him Keeper of the Seals, and at last Minister of Marine. The Marquis de Poitou, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Comte de Saint-Florentin, charged with the affairs of the clergy, took their cue from her. The king stinted her in nothing. First and last, she is reckoned to have cost him 36 million francs, answering now to more than as many dollars. End of section 1. Section 2 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2. The prestige of the monarchy was declining with the ideas that had given it life and strength. A growing disrespect for king, ministry, and clergy was beginning to prepare the catastrophe that was still some 40 years in the future. While the valleys and low places of the kingdom were dark with misery and squalor, its heights were bright with a gay society, elegant, fastidious, witty, craving the pleasures of the mind as well as of the senses, criticizing everything, analyzing everything, believing nothing. Voltaire was in the midst of it, hating with all his vehement soul the abuses that swarmed about him, and assailing them with the inexhaustible shafts of his restless and piercing intellect. Montesquieu was showing to a despot-ridden age the principles of political freedom. Diderot and D'Alembert were beginning their revolutionary encyclopedia. Rousseau was sounding the first notes of his mad eloquence, the wild revolt of a passionate and diseased genius against a world of falsities and wrongs. The salons of Paris, cloyed with other pleasures, alive to all that was racy and new, welcomed the pungent doctrines, and played with them as children play with fire, thinking no danger. As time went on, even embraced them in a genuine spirit of hope and goodwill for humanity. The revolution began at the top, in the world of fashion, birth, and intellect, and propagated itself downwards. We walked on a carpet of flowers, Count Ségur afterwards said, unconscious that it covered an abyss, till the gulf yawned at last and swallowed them. Eastward, beyond the Rhine, lay the heterogeneous patchwork of the Holy Roman or Germanic Empire. The sacred bonds that throughout the Middle Ages had held together its innumerable fragments had lost their strength. The empire decayed as a whole, but not so the parts that composed it. In the south, the House of Austria reigned over a formidable assemblage of states, and in the north, the House of Brandenburg, promoted to royalty half a century before, had raised Prussia into an importance far beyond her extent and population. In her dissevered rags of territory lay the destinies of Germany. It was the late king, that honest, thrifty, dogged, headstrong despot, Frederick William, who had made his kingdom what it was, trained it to the perfection of drill, and left it to his son, Frederick II, the best engine of war in Europe. Frederick himself had passed between the upper and nether millstones of paternal discipline. Never did prince undergo such an apprenticeship. His father set him to the work of an overseer or steward, flung plates at his head in the family circle, thrashed him with his rattan in public, bullied him for submitting to such treatment, and imprisoned him for trying to run away from it. He came at last out of purgatory, and Europe felt him to her farthest bounds. This bookish, philosophizing, verse-making cynic and profligate was soon to approve himself the first warrior of his time, and one of the first of all time. Another power had lately risen on the European world. Peter the Great, half hero, half savage, had roused the inert barbarism of Russia into a titanic life. His daughter Elizabeth had succeeded to his throne, heiress of his sensuality, if not of his talents. Over all the continent the aspect of the times was the same. Power had everywhere left the plains and the lower slopes, and gathered at the summits. Popular life was at a stand. No great idea stirred the nations to their depths. The religious convulsions of the 16th and 17th centuries were over, and the earthquake of the French Revolution had not begun. At the middle of the 18th century, the history of Europe turned on the balance of power, the observance of treaties, inheritance and succession, rivalries of sovereign houses struggling to win power or keep it, encroach on neighbours or prevent neighbours from encroaching, bargains, intrigue, force, diplomacy, and the musket, in the interest not of peoples but of rulers. Princes, great and small, brooded over some real or fancied wrong, nursed some dubious claim born of a marriage a will or an ancient covenant fished out of the abyss of time, and watched their moment to make it good. The general opportunity came when in 1740 the Emperor Charles VI died and bequeathed his personal dominions of the House of Austria to his daughter, Maria Theresa. The chief powers of Europe had been pledged in advance to sustain the will, and pending the event, the veteran Prince Eugene had said that 200,000 soldiers would be worth all their guarantees together. The 200,000 were not there, and not a sovereign kept his word. They flocked to share the spoil and parcel out the motley heritage of the young queen. Frederick of Prussia led the way, invaded her province of Silesia, seized it, and kept it. The Elector of Bavaria and the King of Spain claimed their share, and the Elector of Saxony and the King of Sardinia prepared to follow the example. France took part with Bavaria, and intrigued to set the imperial crown on the head of the Elector, thinking to ruin her old enemy, the House of Austria, and rule Germany through an emperor too weak to dispense with her support. England, jealous of her designs, trembling for the balance of power, and anxious for the Hanoverian possessions of her king, threw herself into the strife on the side of Austria. It was now that in the Diet at Presburg, the beautiful and distressed queen, her infant in her arms, made her memorable appeal to the wild chivalry of her Hungarian nobles, and clashing their swords, they shouted with one voice, "Let us die for our king, Maria Theresa. Moria amor pro rege nostro Maria." One of the most dramatic scenes in history. Not quite true, perhaps, but near the truth. Then came that confusion worst confounded, called the War of the Austrian Succession, with its Mollwitz, its Dettingen, its Fontenoy, and its Scotch episode of Culloden. The Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle closed the strife in 1748. Europe had time to breathe, but the germs of discord remained alive. The American combatants. The French claimed all America, from the Alleghanies to the Rocky Mountains, and from Mexico and Florida to the North Pole, except only the ill-defined possessions of the English on the borders of Hudson Bay, and to these vast regions, with adjacent islands, they gave the general name of New France. They controlled the highways of the continent, for they held its two great rivers. First, they had seized the St. Lawrence, and then planted themselves at the mouth of the Mississippi. Canada at the north and Louisiana at the south were the keys of a boundless interior, rich with incalculable possibilities. The English colonies, ranged along the Atlantic coast, had no royal road to the great inland, and were in a manner shut between the mountains and the sea. At the middle of the century they numbered in all, from Georgia to Maine, about 1,160,000 white inhabitants. By the census of 1754, Canada had but 55,000. Add those of Louisiana and Acadia, and the whole white population under the French flag might be something more than 80,000. Here is an enormous disparity, and hence it has been argued that the success of the English colonies and the failure of the French was not due to difference of religious and political systems, but simply to numerical preponderance. But this preponderance itself grew out of a difference of systems. We have said before, and it cannot be said too often, that in making Canada a citadel of the state religion, a holy of holies of exclusive Roman Catholic orthodoxy, the clerical monitors of the crown robbed their country of a transatlantic empire. New France could not grow with a priest on guard at the gate to let in none but such as pleased him. One of the ablest of Canadian governors, La Galissonière, seeing the feebleness of the colony compared with the vastness of its claims, advised the king to send 10,000 peasants to occupy the valley of the Ohio and hold back the British swarm that was just then pushing its advance guard over the Alleghenies. It needed no effort of the king to people his waste domain, not with 10,000 peasants, but with 20 times 10,000 Frenchmen of every station, the most industrious, most instructed, most disciplined by adversity, and capable of self-rule that the country could boast. While La Galissonière was asking for colonists, the agents of the crown, set on by priestly fanaticism or designing selfishness masked with fanaticism, were pouring volleys of musketry into Huguenot congregations, imprisoning for life those innocent of all but their faith, the men in the galleys, the women in the pestiferous dungeons of Aigues-Mortes, hanging their ministers, kidnapping their children, and reviving, in short, the dragonnades. Now, as in the past century, many of the victims escaped to the British colonies and became a part of them. The Huguenots would have hailed as a boon the permission to emigrate under the fleur-de-lis and build up a Protestant France in the valleys of the West. It would have been a bane of absolutism, but a natural glory would have set bounds to English colonization and changed the face of the continent. The opportunity was spurned. The dominant church clung to its policy of rule and ruin. France built its best colony on a principle of exclusion and failed. England reversed the system and succeeded. I have shown elsewhere the aspects of Canada where a rigid scion of the old European tree was set to grow in the wilderness. The military governor holding his miniature court on the rock of Quebec, the feudal proprietors whose domains lined the shores of the St. Lawrence, the peasant, the roving bushranger, the half-tamed savage with crucifix and scalping knife, priests, friars, nuns, and soldiers, mingled to form a society the most picturesque on the continent. What distinguished it from the France that produced it was a total absence of revolt against the laws of its being, an absolute conservatism, an unquestioning acceptance of church and king. The Canadian, ignorant of everything but what the priest saw fit to teach him, had never heard of Voltaire, and if he had known him, would have thought him a devil. He had, it is true, a spirit of insubordination born of the freedom of the forest, but if his instincts rebelled, his mind and soul were passively submissive. The unchecked control of a hierarchy robbed him of the independence of intellect and character, without which, under the conditions of modern life, a people must resign itself to a position of inferiority. Yet Canada had a vigour of her own. It was not in spiritual deference only that she differed from the country of her birth. Whatever she had caught of its corruptions, she had caught nothing of its effeminacy. The mass of her people lived in a rude poverty, not abject like the peasant of old France, nor ground down by the tax-gatherer, while those of the higher ranks, all more or less engaged in pursuits of war or adventure, and inured to rough journeyings and forest exposures, were rugged as their climate. Even the French regular troops sent out to defend the colony caught its hardy spirit, and set an example of stubborn fighting which their comrades at home did not always emulate. Canada lay ensconced behind rocks and forests. All along her southern boundaries, between her and her English foes, lay a broad tract of wilderness, shaggy with primeval woods. Innumerable streams gurgled beneath their shadows. Innumerable lakes gleamed in the fiery sunsets. Innumerable mountains bared their rocky foreheads to the wind. These wastes were ranged by her savage allies, Micmacs, Etechemins, Abenakis, Caughnawagas, and no enemy could steal upon her unawares. Through the midst of them stretched Lake Champlain, pointing straight to the heart of the British settlement, a watery thoroughfare of mutual attack, and the only approach by which, without a long detour by wilderness or sea, a hostile army could come within striking distance of the colony. The French advanced post of Fort Frederick, called Crown Point by the English, barred the narrows of the lake, which thence spread northward to the portals of Canada, guarded by Fort St. Jean. Southwestward, some 1,400 miles as a bird flies, and twice as far by the practical routes of travel, was Louisiana, the second of the two heads of New France, while between lay the realms of solitude where the Mississippi rolled its sullen tide, and the Ohio wound its belt of silver through the verdant woodlands. To whom belonged this world of prairies and forests? France claimed it by right of discovery and occupation. It was her explorers who, after De Soto, first set foot on it. The question of right, it is true, mattered little. For right or wrong, neither claimant would yield her pretensions so long as she had strength to uphold them. Yet one point is worth a moment's notice. The French had established an excellent system in the distribution of their American lands. Whoever received a grant from the Crown was required to improve it, and this within reasonable time. If he did not, the land ceased to be his, and was given to another more able or industrious. An international extension of her own principle would have destroyed the pretensions of France to all the countries of the West. She had called them hers for 3/4 of a century, and they were still a howling waste, yielding nothing to civilization but beaver skins, with here and there a fort, trading post or mission, and 3 or 4 puny hamlets by the Mississippi and the Detroit. We have seen how she might have made for herself an indisputable title, and peopled the solitudes with a host to maintain it. She would not. Others were at hand who would and could, and the late claimant, disinherited and forlorn, would soon be left to count the cost of her bigotry. The 13 British colonies were alike, insomuch as they all had representative governments and a basis of English law. But the differences among them were great. Some were purely English, others were made up of various races, though the Anglo-Saxon was always predominant. Some had one prevailing religious creed, others had many creeds. Some had charters, and some had not. In most cases the governor was appointed by the Crown. In Pennsylvania and Maryland he was appointed by a feudal proprietor, and in Connecticut and Rhode Island he was chosen by the people. The differences of disposition and character were still greater than those of form. End of section 2. Section 3 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 3. The 4 northern colonies, known collectively as New England, were an exception to the general rule of diversity. The smallest, Rhode Island, had features all its own, but the rest was substantially one in nature and origin. The principal among them, Massachusetts, may serve as the type of all. It was a mosaic of little village republics, firmly cemented together and formed into a single body politic through representatives sent to the General Court at Boston. Its government, originally theocratic, now tended to democracy, ballasted as yet by strong traditions of respect for established worth and ability, as well as by the influence of certain families prominent in affairs for generations. Yet there were no distinct class lines, and popular power, like popular education, was widely diffused. Practically, Massachusetts was almost independent of the mother country. Its people were purely English, of sound yeoman stock, with an abundant leaven drawn from the best of the Puritan gentry, but their original character had been somewhat modified by changed conditions of life. A harsh and exacting creed, with its stiff formalism and its prohibition of wholesome recreation, excess in the pursuit of gain, the only resource left to energies robbed of their natural play, the struggle for existence on a hard and barren soil, and the isolation of a narrow village life, joined to produce in the meaner sort qualities which were unpleasant and sometimes repulsive. Puritanism was not an unmixed blessing. Its view of nature was dark, and its attitude towards it one of repression. It strove to crush out not only what is evil, but much that is innocent and salutary. Human nature so treated will take its revenge, and for every vice that it loses, find another instead. Nevertheless, while New England Puritanism bore its peculiar crop of faults, it produced also many good and sound fruits. An uncommon vigor, joined to the hardy virtues of a masculine race, marked the New England type. The sinews, it is true, were hardened at the expense of blood and flesh, and this literally as well as figuratively, but the staple of character was a sturdy conscientiousness, an undespairing courage, patriotism, public spirit, sagacity, and a strong, good sense. A great change, both for better and for worse, has since come over it, due largely to reaction against the unnatural rigours of the past. That mixture, which is now too common, of cool emotions with excitable brains, was then rarely seen. The New England colonies abounded in high example of public and private virtue, though not always under the most prepossessing forms. They were conspicuous, moreover, for intellectual activity, and were by no means without intellectual eminence. Massachusetts had produced at least 2 men whose fame had crossed the sea. Edwards, who, out of the grim theology of Calvin, mounted to sublime heights of mystical speculation, and Franklin, famous already by his discoveries in electricity. On the other hand, there were few genuine New Englanders who, however personally modest, could divest themselves of the notion that they belonged to a people in an especial manner the object of divine approval, and this self-righteousness, along with certain other traits, failed to commend the Puritan colonies to the favor of their fellows. Then, as now, New England was best known to her neighbors by her worst side. In one point, however, she found general applause. She was regarded as the most military among the British colonies. This reputation was well founded, and is easily explained. More than all the rest, she lay open to attack. The long waving line of the New England border, with its lonely hamlets and scattered farms, extended from the Kennebec to beyond the Connecticut, and was everywhere vulnerable to the guns and tomahawks of the neighboring French and their savage allies. The colonies towards the south had thus far been safe from danger. New York alone was within striking distance of the Canadian war parties. That province then consisted of a line of settlements up the Hudson and the Mohawk, and was little exposed to attack except at its northern end, which was guarded by the fortified town of Albany, with its outlying posts, and by the friendly and warlike Mohawks, whose castles were close at hand. Thus New England had borne the heaviest brunt of the preceding wars, not only by the forest, but also by the sea. For the French of Acadia and Cape Breton confronted her coast, and she was often at blows with them. Fighting had been a necessity with her, and she had met the emergency after a method extremely defective, but the best that circumstances would permit. Having no trained officers and no disciplined soldiers, and being too poor to maintain either, she borrowed her warriors from the workshop and the plough, and officered them with lawyers, merchants, mechanics, or farmers. To compare them with good regular troops would be folly, but they did, on the whole, better than could have been expected, and in the last war achieved the brilliant success of the capture of Louisbourg. This exploit, due partly to native hardihood and partly to good luck, greatly enhanced the military repute of New England, or rather was one of the chief sources of it. The great colony of Virginia stood in strong contrast to New England. In both the population was English, but the one was Puritan with Roundhead traditions, and the other, so far as concerned its governing class, Anglican with Cavalier traditions. In the one, every man, woman, and child could read and write. In the other, Sir William Berkeley once thanked God that there were no free schools, and no prospect of any for a century. The hope had found fruition. The lower classes of Virginia were as untaught as the warmest friend of popular ignorance could wish. New England had a native literature more than respectable under the circumstances, while Virginia had none. Numerous industries, while Virginia was all agriculture, with but a single crop. A homogeneous society and a democratic spirit, while her rival was an aristocracy. Virginian society was distinctively stratified. On the lowest level were the Negro slaves, nearly as numerous as all the rest together. Next, the indented servants and the poor whites, of low origin, good-humoured, but boisterous, and sometimes vicious. Next, the small and despised class of tradesmen and mechanics. Next, the farmers and lesser planters, who were mainly of good English stock, and who merged insensibly into the ruling class of the great landowners. It was these last who represented the colony and made the laws. They may be described as English country squires, transplanted to a warm climate and turned slave masters. They sustained their position by entails, and constantly undermined it by the reckless profusion which ruined them at last. Many of them were well born, with an immense pride of descent, increased by the habit of domination, indolent and energetic by turns, rich in natural gifts, and often poor in book learning, though some, in the lack of good teaching at home, had been bred in the English universities. High-spirited, generous to a fault, keeping open house in their capacious mansions, among vast tobacco fields and toiling negroes, and living in a rude pomp where the fashions of St. James were somewhat oddly grafted onto the roughness of the plantation. What they wanted in schooling was supplied by an education which books alone would have been impotent to give. The education which came with the possession and exercise of political power, and the sense of a position to maintain, joined to a bold spirit of independence and a patriotic attachment to the old dominion. They were few in number. They raced, gambled, drank, and swore. They did everything that in Puritan eyes was reprehensible, and in the day of need they gave the United Colonies a body of statesmen and orators which had no equal on the continent. A vigorous aristocracy favours the growth of personal eminence, even in those who are not of it, but only near it. The essential antagonism of Virginia and New England was afterwards to become, and to remain for a century, an element of the first influence in American history. Each might have learned much from the other, but neither did so till, at last, the strife of their contending principles shook the continent. Pennsylvania differed widely from both. She was a conglomerate of creeds and races, English, Irish, Germans, Dutch, and Swedes, Quakers, Lutherans, Presbyterians, Romanists, Moravians, and a variety of nondescript sects. The Quakers prevailed in the eastern districts, quiet, industrious, virtuous, and serenely obstinate. The Germans were strongest towards the centre of the colony, and were chiefly peasants, successful farmers, but dull, ignorant, and superstitious. Towards the west were the Irish, of whom some were Celts, always quarrelling with their German neighbours who detested them, but the greater part were Protestants of Scotch descent, from Ulster, a vigorous border population. Virginia and New England had each a strong, distinctive character. Pennsylvania, with her heterogeneous population, had none but that which she owed to the sober, neutral tints of Quaker existence. A more thriving colony there was not on the continent. Life, if monotonous, was smooth and contented. Trade and the arts grew. Philadelphia, next to Boston, was the largest town in British America, and was, moreover, the intellectual centre of the middle and southern colonies. Unfortunately for her credit in the approaching war, the Quaker influence made Pennsylvania non-combatant. Politically, too, she was an anomaly, for though utterly unfeudal in disposition and character, she was under feudal superiors in the persons of the representatives of William Penn, the original grantee. New York had not as yet reached the relative prominence which her geographical position and inherent strength afterwards gave her. The English, joined to the Dutch, the original settlers, were the dominant population, but a half-score of other languages were spoken in the province, the chief among them being that of the Huguenot French in the southern parts, and that of the Germans on the Mohawk. In religion, the province was divided between the Anglican Church with government support and popular dislike, and numerous dissenting sects, chiefly Lutherans, Independents, Presbyterians, and members of the Dutch Reformed Church. The little city of New York, like its great successor, was the most cosmopolitan place on the continent, and probably the gayest. It had, in abundance, balls, concerts, theatricals, and evening clubs, with plentiful dances and other amusements for the poorer classes. Thither in the winter months came the great hereditary proprietors on the Hudson, for the old Dutch feudality still held its own, and the manors of Van Rensselaer, Cortlandt, and Livingston, with their seigneurial privileges and the great estates and numerous tenantry of the Schuylers and other leading families, formed the basis of an aristocracy, some of whose members had done good service to the province, and were destined to do more. Pennsylvania was feudal in form, and not in spirit; Virginia in spirit, and not in form; New England in neither, and New York largely in both. This social crystallization had, it is true, many opponents. In politics, as in religion, there were sharp antagonisms and frequent quarrels. They centered in the city, for in the well-stocked dwellings of the Dutch farmers along the Hudson there reigned a tranquil and prosperous routine, and the Dutch border town of Albany had not its like in America for unruffled conservatism and quaint picturesqueness. Of the other colonies, the briefest mention will suffice. New Jersey, with its wholesome population of farmers, tobacco-growing Maryland, which, but for its proprietary government and numerous Roman Catholics, might pass for another Virginia, inferior in growth and less decisive in features. Delaware, a modest appendage of Pennsylvania, wild and rude North Carolina, and farther on South Carolina and Georgia, too remote from the seat of war to take a noteworthy part in it. The attitude of these various colonies towards each other is hardly conceivable to an American of the present time. They had no political tie except a common allegiance to the British Crown. Communication between them was difficult and slow, by rough roads traced often through primeval forests. Between some of them there was less of sympathy than of jealousy kindled by conflicting interests or perpetual disputes concerning boundaries. The patriotism of the colonist was bounded by the lines of his government, except in the compact and kindred colonies of New England, which were socially united though politically distinct. The country of the New Yorker was New York, and the country of the Virginian was Virginia. The New England colonies had once confederated, but kindred as they were, they had long ago dropped apart. William Penn proposed a plan of colonial union wholly fruitless. James II tried to unite all the northern colonies under one government, but the attempt came to naught. Each stood aloof, jealously independent. At rare intervals, under the pressure of an emergency, some of them would try to act in concert, and except in New England the results had been most discouraging. Nor was it this segregation only that unfitted them for war. They were all subject to popular legislatures, through whom alone money and men could be raised, and these elective bodies were sometimes factious and selfish, and not always either far-sighted or reasonable. Moreover, they were in a state of ceaseless friction with their governors, who represented the king, or what was worse, the feudal proprietary. These disputes, though varying in intensity, were found everywhere except in the two small colonies which chose their own governors, and they were premonitions of the movement towards independence which ended in the War of Revolution. The occasion of difference mattered little. Active or latent, the quarrel was always present. In New York it turned on a question of the governor's salary. In Pennsylvania, on the taxation of the proprietary estates. In Virginia, on a fee exacted for the issue of land patents. It was sure to arise whenever some public crisis gave the representative of the people an opportunity of extorting concessions from the representative of the Crown, or gave the representative of the Crown an opportunity to gain a point for prerogative. That is to say, the time when action was most needed was the time chosen for obstructing it. In Canada, there was no popular legislature to embarrass the central power. The people, like an army, obeyed the word of command, a military advantage beyond all price. Divided in government, divided in origin, feelings, and principles, jealous of each other, jealous of the Crown, the people at war with the executive, and by the fermentation of internal politics, blinded by an outward danger that seemed remote and vague, such were the conditions under which the British colonies drifted into a war that was to decide the fate of the continent. The war was the strife of a united and concentred few against a divided and discordant many. It was the strife, too, of the past against the future, of the old against the new, of moral and intellectual torpor against moral and intellectual life, of barren absolutism against a liberty crude, incoherent, and chaotic, yet full of prolific vitality. End of section 3. Section 4 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 1, 1749 to 1752. Céloron de Bienville. When the peace of Aix-la-Chapelle was signed, the Marquis de la Galissonière ruled over Canada. Like all the later Canadian governors, he was a naval officer, and, a few years after, he made himself famous by a victory near Minorca over the English Admiral Byng, an achievement now chiefly remembered by the fate of the defeated commander, judicially murdered as the scapegoat of an imbecile ministry. Galissonière was a humpback, but his deformed person was animated by a bold spirit and a strong and penetrating intellect. He was the chief representative of the American policy of France. He felt that, cost what it might, she must hold fast to Canada and link her to Louisiana by chains of forts strong enough to hold back the British colonies and cramp their growth by confinement within narrow limits. While French settlers sent from the mother country should spread and multiply in the broad valleys of the interior. It is true, he said, that Canada and her dependencies have always been a burden, but they are necessary as a barrier against English ambition, and to abandon them is to abandon ourselves. For if we suffer our enemies to become masters in America, their trade and naval power will grow to vast proportions, and they will draw from their colonies a wealth that will make them preponderant in Europe. The treaty had done nothing to settle the vexed question of boundaries between France and her rival. It had but staved off the inevitable conflict. Meanwhile, the English traders were crossing the mountains from Pennsylvania and Virginia, poaching on the domain which France claimed as hers, ruining the French fur trade, seducing the Indian allies of Canada, and stirring them up against her. Worse still, English land speculators were beginning to follow. Something must be done, and that promptly, to drive back the intruders and vindicate French rights in the valley of the Ohio. To this end, the governor sent Céloron de Bienville thither in the summer of 1749. He was a Chevalier de St. Louis and a captain in the colony troops. Under him went 14 officers and cadets, 20 soldiers, 180 Canadians, and a band of Indians, all in 23 birch-bark canoes. They left La Chine on the 15th of June, and pushed up the rapids of the St. Lawrence, losing a man and damaging several canoes on the way. 10 days brought them to the mouth of the Oswegatchie, where Ogdensburg now stands. Here they found a Sulpician priest, Abbé Piquet, busy at building a fort, and lodging for the present under a shed of bark like an Indian. This enterprising father, ostensibly a missionary, was in reality a zealous political agent, bent on winning over the red allies of the English, retrieving French prestige, and restoring French trade. Thus far he had attracted but 2 Iroquois to his new establishment, and these he lent to Céloron. Reaching Lake Ontario, the party stopped for a time at the French fort of Frontenac, but avoided the rival English post of Oswego, on the southern shore, where a trade in beaver skins, disastrous to French interests, was carried on, and whither many tribes, once faithful to Canada, now made resort. On the 6th of July, Céloron reached Niagara. This, the most important pass of all the western wilderness, was guarded by a small fort of palisades on the point where the river joins the lake. Thence the party carried their canoes over the portage road by the cataract, and launched them upon Lake Erie. On the 15th they landed on the lonely shore where the town of Portland now stands, and for the next 7 days were busied in shouldering canoes and baggage up and down the steep hills, through the dense forest of beech, oak, ash, and elm, to the waters of Chautauqua Lake, 8 or 9 miles distant. Here they embarked again, steering southward over the sunny waters in the stillness and solitude of the leafy hills, till they came to the outlet and glided down the peaceful current in the shade of the tall forests that overarched it. This prosperity was short. The stream was low, in spite of heavy rains that had drenched them on the carrying place. Father Bonnecamp, chaplain of the expedition, wrote in his journal, "In some places, and they were but too frequent, the water was only 2 or 3 inches deep, and we were reduced to the sad necessity of dragging our canoes over the sharp pebbles, which, with all our care and precaution, stripped off large slivers of the bark. At last, tired and worn, and almost in despair of ever seeing La Belle Rivière, we entered it at noon of the 29th. The part of the Ohio, or La Belle Rivière, which they had thus happily reached, is now called the Allegheny. The Great West lay outspread before them, a realm of wild and waste fertility. French America had 2 heads, one among the snows of Canada and one among the cane brakes of Louisiana, one communicating with the world through the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and the other through the Gulf of Mexico. These vital points were feebly connected by a chain of military posts, slender and often interrupted, circling through the wilderness nearly 3,000 miles. Midway between Canada and Louisiana lay the valley of the Ohio. If the English should seize it, they would sever the chain of posts and cut French America asunder. If the French held it and entrenched themselves well along its eastern limits, they would shut their rivals between the Alleghenies and the sea, control all the tribes of the West, and turn them in case of war against the English borders, a frightful and insupportable scourge. The Indian population of the Ohio and its northern tributaries was relatively considerable. The upper or eastern half of the valley was occupied by mingled hordes of Delawares, Shawanoes, Wyandots, and Iroquois, or Indians of the 5 Nations, who had migrated thither from their ancestral abodes within the present limits of the state of New York, and who were called Mingoes by the English traders. Along with them were a few wandering Abenakis, Nipissings, and Ottawas. Farther west, on the waters of the Miami, the Wabash, and other neighboring streams, was the seat of a confederacy formed of the various bands of the Miamis and their kindred or affiliated tribes. Still farther west, towards the Mississippi, were the remnants of the Illinois. France had done but little to make good her claims to this grand domain. East of the Miami she had no military post whatever. Westward, on the Maumee, there was a small wooden fort, another on the St. Joseph, and 2 on the Wabash. On the meadows of the Mississippi in the Illinois country stood Fort Chartres, a much stronger work, and one of the chief links of the chain that connected Quebec with New Orleans. Its 4 stone bastions were impregnable to musketry, and here, in the depths of the wilderness, there was no fear that cannon would be brought against it. It was the centre and citadel of a curious little forest settlement, the only vestige of civilization through all this region. At Kaskaskia, extended along the borders of the stream, were 70 or 80 French houses, 30 or 40 at Cahokia, opposite the site of St. Louis, and a few more at the intervening hamlets of St. Philippe and Prairie à la Roche, a picturesque but thriftless population, mixed with Indians, totally ignorant, busied partly with the fur trade and partly with the raising of corn for the market of New Orleans. They communicated with it by means of a sort of row gallery of 18 or 20 oars, which made the voyage twice a year, and usually spent 10 weeks on the return up the river. The Pope and the Bourbons had claimed this wilderness for 70 years, and had done scarcely more for it than the Indians, its natural owners. Of the western tribes, even of those living at the French posts, the Hurons or Wyandots alone were Christian. The devoted zeal of the early missionaries and the politic efforts of their successors had failed alike. The savages of the Ohio and the Mississippi, instead of being tied to France by the mild bonds of the faith, were now in a state which the French called defection or revolt. That is, they received and welcomed the English traders. These traders came in part from Virginia, but chiefly from Pennsylvania. Dinwiddie, governor of Virginia, says of them, "They appear to me to be in general a set of abandoned wretches." And Hamilton, governor of Pennsylvania, replies, "I concur with you in opinion that they are a very licentious people." Indian traders of whatever nation are rarely models of virtue, and these, without doubt, were rough and lawless men, with abundant blackguardism and few scruples. Not all of them, however, are to be thus qualified. Some were of a better stamp, among whom were Christopher Gist, William Trent, and George Croghan. These and other chief traders, hired men on the frontiers, crossed the Alleghanies with goods packed on the backs of horses, descended into the valley of the Ohio, and journeyed from stream to stream and village to village along the Indian trails, with which all this wilderness was seamed, and which the traders widened to make them practicable. More rarely they carried their goods on horses to the upper waters of the Ohio, and embarked them in long wooden canoes, in which they descended the main river, and ascended much of its numerous tributaries as were navigable. They were bold and enterprising, and French writers, with alarm and indignation, declare that some of them had crossed the Mississippi and traded with the distant Osages. It is said that about 300 of them came over the mountains every year. On reaching the Alleghany, Céloron de Bienville entered upon the work assigned him, and began by taking possession of the country. The men were drawn up in order. Louis XV was proclaimed lord of all that region. The arms of France, stamped on a sheet of tin, were nailed to a tree. A plate of lead was buried at its foot, and the notary of the expedition drew up a formal act of the whole proceeding. The leaden plate was inscribed as follows: Year 1749, in the reign of Louis XV, King of France, we, Céloron, commanding the detachment sent by the Marquis de la Galissonière, Commander-General of New France, to restore tranquillity in certain villages of these cantons, have buried this plate at the confluence of the Ohio and the Conewango, this 29th of July, as a token of renewal of possession heretofore taken of the aforesaid river Ohio, of all streams that fall into it, and all lands on both sides to the source of the aforesaid streams, as the preceding kings of France have enjoyed or ought to have enjoyed it, and which they have upheld by force of arms and by treaties, notably by those of Ryswick, Utrecht, and Aix-la-Chapelle. This done, the party proceeded on its way, moving downward with the current, and passing from time to time rough openings in the forest, with clusters of Indian wigwams, the inmates of which showed a strong inclination to run off at their approach. To prevent this, Chabert de Joncaire was sent in advance as a messenger of peace. He was himself half Indian, being the son of a French officer and a Seneca squaw, speaking fluently his maternal tongue, and, like his father, holding an important place in all dealings between the French and the tribes who spoke dialects of the Iroquois. On this occasion his success was not complete. It needed all his art to prevent the alarmed savages from taking to the woods. Sometimes, however, Céloron succeeded in gaining an audience, and at a village of Senecas called La Paix Coupée, he read them a message from La Galissonière couched in terms sufficiently imperative. My children, since I was at war with the English, I have learned that they have seduced you, and, not content with corrupting your hearts, have taken advantage of my absence to invade lands which are not theirs, but mine. And therefore I have resolved to send you Monsieur de Céloron to tell you my intentions, which are that I will not endure the English on my land. Listen to me, children. Mark well the word that I send you. Follow my advice, and the sky will always be calm and clear over your villages. I expect from you an answer worthy of true children. And he urged them to stop all trade with the intruders and send them back to whence they came. They promised compliance, and, says the chaplain, Bonnicamp, we should all have been satisfied if we had thought them sincere, but nobody doubted that fear had extorted their answer. 4 leagues below French Creek, by a rock scratched with Indian hieroglyphics, they buried another leaden plate. 3 days after, they reached the Delaware village of Attique, at the site of Kittanning, whose 22 wigwams were all empty, the owners having fled. A little farther on, at an old abandoned village of Shawanoes, they found 6 English traders, whom they warned to begone and return no more at their peril. Being helpless to resist, the traders pretended obedience, and Céloron charged them with a letter to the governor of Pennsylvania, in which he declared that he was greatly surprised to find Englishmen trespassing on the domain of France. I know, concluded the letter, that our commandant general would be very sorry to be forced to use violence, but his orders are precise, to leave no foreign traders within the limits of his government. On the next day they reached a village of Iroquois, under a female chief called Queen Aliquippa by the English, to whom she was devoted. Both queen and subjects had fled, but among the deserted wigwams were 6 more Englishmen, whom Céloron warned off like the others, and who, like them, pretended to obey. At a neighboring town they found only 2 withered ancient, male and female, whose united ages in the judgment of the chaplain were full 2 centuries. They passed the site of the future Pittsburgh, and some 17 miles below approached Chinningui, called Logstown by the English, one of the chief places on the river. Both English and French flags were flying over the town, and the inhabitants lining the shore greeted their visitors with a salute of musketry, not wholly welcome, as the guns were charged with ball. Céloron threatened to fire on them if they did not cease. The French climbed the steep bank and encamped on the plateau above, betwixt the forest and the village, which consisted of some 50 cabins and wigwams, grouped in picturesque squalor, and tenanted by a mixed population, chiefly of Delawares, Shawanoes, and Mingoes. Here, too, were gathered many fugitives from the deserted towns above. Céloron feared a night attack. The camp was encircled by a ring of sentries. The officers walked the rounds till morning. A part of the men were kept under arms, and the rest ordered to sleep in their clothes. Joncaire discovered, through some women of his acquaintance, that an attack was intended. Whatever the danger may have been, the precautions of the French averted it, and instead of a battle there was a council. Céloron delivered to the assembled chiefs a message from the governor more conciliatory than the former. Through the love I bear you, my children, I send you, Monsieur de Céloron, to open your eyes to the designs of the English against your lands, the establishments they mean to make, and of which you are certainly ignorant, tend to your complete ruin. They hide from you their plans, which are to settle here and drive you away, if I let them. As a good father who tenderly loves his children, and though far away from them, bears them always in his heart, I must warn you of the danger that threatens you. The English intend to rob you of your country, and that they may succeed, they begin by corrupting your minds. As they mean to seize the Ohio, which belongs to me, I send to warn them to retire. The reply of the chiefs, though sufficiently humble, was not all that could be wished. They begged that the intruders might stay a little longer, since the goods they brought were necessary to them. It was in fact these goods, cheap, excellent, and abundant as they were, which formed the only true bond between the English and the western tribes. Logstown was one of the chief resorts of the English traders, and at this moment there were 10 of them in the place. Céloron warned them off. They agreed, says the chaplain, to all that was demanded, well resolved, no doubt, to do the contrary as soon as our backs were turned. Having distributed gifts among the Indians, the French proceeded on their way, and at or near the mouth of the Wheeling Creek buried another plate of lead. They repeated the same ceremony at the mouth of the Muskingum. Here, half a century later, when this region belonged to the United States, a party of boys, bathing in the river, saw the plate protruding from the bank where the freshets had laid it bare, knocked it down with a long stick, melted half of it into bullets, and gave what remained to a neighbor from Marietta, who, hearing of this mysterious relic, inscribed in an unknown tongue, came to rescue it from their hands. It is now in the cabinet of the American Antiquarian Society. On the 18th of August, Céloron buried yet another plate at the mouth of the Great Kanawha. This, too, in the course of a century, was unearthed by the floods, and found in 1846 by a boy at play, at the edge of the water. The inscriptions on all these plates were much alike, with variations of date and place. The weather was by turns rainy and hot, and the men, tired and famished, were fast falling ill. On the 22nd they approached Scioto, called by the French St. Yotok, or Sinioto, a large Shawano town at the mouth of the river which bears the same name. Greatly doubting what welcome awaited them, they filled their powder horns and prepared for the worst. Joncaire was sent forward to propitiate the inhabitants, but they shot bullets through the flag that he carried, and surrounded him, yelling and brandishing their knives. Some were for killing him at once, others for burning him alive. The interposition of a friendly Iroquois saved him, and at length they let him go. Céloron was very uneasy at the reception of his messenger. "I knew," he writes, "the weakness of my party, 2/3 of which were young men who had never left home before, and would all have run at the sight of 10 Indians. Still, there was nothing for me but to keep on, for I was short of provisions, my canoes were badly damaged, and I had no pitch or bark to mend them. So I embarked again, ready for whatever might happen. I had good officers and about 50 men who could be trusted." End of section 4. Section 5 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 2. As they neared the town, the Indians swarmed to the shore, and began the usual salute of musketry. "They fired," says Céloron, "full 1,000 shots, for the English give them powder for nothing." He prudently pitched his camp on the farther side of the river, posted guards, and kept close watch. Each party distrusted and feared the other. At length, after much ado, many debates, and some threatening movements on the part of the alarmed and excited Indians, a council took place at the tent of the French commander, the chiefs apologizing for the rough treatment of Joncaire, and Céloron replied with a rebuke which would doubtless have been less mild had he felt himself stronger. He gave them also a message from the governor, modified apparently to suit the circumstances, for while warning them of the wiles of the English, it gave no hint that the King of France claimed mastery of their lands. Their answer was vague and unsatisfactory. It was plain that they were bound to the enemy by interest, if not by sympathy. A party of English traders were living in the place, and Céloron summoned them to withdraw, on pain of what might ensue. "My instructions," he says, "enjoined me to do this, and even to pillage the English. But I was not strong enough, and as these traders were established in the village, and well supported by the Indians, the attempt would have failed, and put the French to shame." The assembled chiefs having been regaled with a cup of brandy each, the only part of the proceeding which seemed to please them, Céloron re-embarked and continued his voyage. On the 30th, they reached the Great Miami, called by the French Rivière à la Roche, and here Céloron buried the last of his leaden plates. They now bade farewell to the Ohio, or, in the words of the chaplain, to La Belle Rivière, that river so little known to the French, and unfortunately too well known to the English. He speaks of the multitude of Indian villages on its shores, and still more on its northern branches. Each, great or small, has one or more English traders, and each of these has hired men to carry his furs. Behold then the English well advanced upon our lands, and, what is worse, under the protection of a crowd of savages whom they have drawn over to them, and whose number increases daily. The course of the party lay up the Miami, and they toiled 13 days against the shallow current, before they reached a village of the Miami Indians, lately built at the mouth of the rivulet, now called Loramie Creek. Over it ruled a chief to whom the French had given the singular name of La Demoiselle, but whom the English, whose fast friend he was, called Old Britain. The English traders who lived here had prudently withdrawn, leaving only 2 hired men in the place. The object of Céloron was to introduce the Demoiselle and his band to leave this new abode and return to their old villages near the French fort on the Maumee, where they would be safe from English seduction. To this end he called them to a council, gave them ample gifts, and made them an harangue in the name of the governor. The Demoiselle took the gifts, thanked the French father for his good advice, and promised to follow it at a more convenient time. In vain, Céloron insisted that he and his tribesmen should remove at once. Neither blandishments nor threats would prevail, and the French commander felt that his negotiation had failed. He was not deceived. Far from leaving his village, the Demoiselle, who was great chief of the Miami Confederacy, gathered his followers to the spot, till, less than 2 years after the visit of Céloron, its population had increased 8-fold. Peak Town, or Pickawillany as the English called it, became one of the greatest Indian towns of the West, the centre of English trade and influence, and a capital object of French jealousy. Céloron burned his shattered canoes, and led his party across the long and difficult portage to the French post on the Maumee, where he found Raymond, the commander, and all his men, shivering with fever and ague. They supplied him with wooden canoes for his voyage down the river, and early in October he reached Lake Erie, where he was detained for a time by a drunken debauch of his Indians, who are called by the chaplain a species of men made to exercise the patience of those who have the misfortune to travel with them. In a month more he was at Fort Frontenac, and as he descended thence to Montreal, he stopped at the Oswegatchie, in obedience to the governor, who had directed him to report the progress made by the Sulpician, Abbé Piquet, at his new mission. Piquet's new fort had been burned by Indians, prompted, as he thought, by the English of Oswego, but the priest, buoyant and undaunted, was still resolute for the glory of God and the confusion of the heretics. At length Céloron reached Montreal, and closing his journal, wrote thus: Father Bonnecamp, who is a Jesuit and a great mathematician, reckons that we have travelled 1,200 leagues. I and my officers think we have travelled more. All I can say is that the nations of these countries are very ill disposed towards the French, and devoted entirely to the English. If his expedition had done no more, it had at least revealed clearly the deplorable condition of the French interests in the West. While Céloron was warning English traders from the Ohio, a plan was on foot in Virginia for a new invasion of the French domain. An association was formed to settle in the Ohio country, and a grant of 500,000 acres was procured from the king, on condition that 100 families should be established upon it within 7 years, a fort built, and a garrison maintained. The Ohio Company numbered among its members some of the chief men of Virginia, including 2 brothers of Washington, and it also had a London partner, one Hanbury, a person of influence, who acted as its agent in England. In the year after the expedition of Céloron, its governing committee sent the trader Christopher Gist to explore the country and select land. "It must be good, level land," wrote the committee. "We had rather go quite down to the Mississippi than take mean, broken land." In November, Gist reached Logstown, the Chenigüe of Céloron, where he found what he calls a parcel of reprobate Indian traders. Those whom he so stigmatizes were Pennsylvanians, chiefly Scotch-Irish, between whom and the traders from Virginia there was great jealousy. Gist was told that he should never go home safe. He declared himself the bearer of a message from the king. This imposed respect, and he was allowed to proceed. At the Wyandot village of Muskingum, he found the trader George Croghan, sent to the Indians by the governor of Pennsylvania to renew the chain of friendship. Croghan, he says, is a mere idol among his countrymen, the Irish traders. Yet they met amicably, and the Pennsylvanian had with him a companion, Andrew Montour, the interpreter, who proved of great service to Gist. As Montour was a conspicuous person in his time, and a type of his class, he merits a passing notice. He was the reputed grandson of a French governor and an Indian squaw. His half-breed mother, Catherine Montour, was a native of Canada, whence she was carried off by the Iroquois and adopted by them. She lived in a village at the head of Seneca Lake, and still held the belief, inculcated by the guides of her youth, that Christ was a Frenchman crucified by the English. Her son, Andrew, is thus described by the Moravian Zinzendorf, who knew him. His face is like that of a European, but marked with a broad Indian ring of bear's grease and paint drawn completely round it. He wears a coat of fine cloth of cinnamon color, a black necktie with silver spangles, a red satin waistcoat, trousers over which hangs his shirt, shoes and stockings, a hat, and brass ornaments, something like the handle of a basket, suspended from his ears. He was an excellent interpreter, and held in high account by his Indian kinsmen. After leaving Muskingum, Gist, Croghan, and Montour went together to a village on White Woman's Creek, so called from one Mary Harris who lived here. She was born in New England, was made prisoner when a child 40 years before, and had since dwelt among her captors, finding such comfort as she might in an Indian husband and a family of young half-breeds. She still remembers, says Gist, that they used to be very religious in New England, and wonders how white men can be so wicked as she has seen them in these woods. He and his companions now journeyed southwestward to the Shawanoe town at the mouth of the Scioto, where they found a reception very different from that which had awaited Céloron. Thence they rode northwestward along the forest path that led to Pickawillany, the Indian town on the upper waters of the great Miami. Gist was delighted with the country, and reported to his employers that it is fine, rich, level land, well timbered with large walnut, ash, sugar trees, and cherry trees, well watered with a great number of little streams and rivulets, full of beautiful natural meadows, with wild rye, bluegrass, and clover, and abounding with turkeys, deer, elk, and most sorts of game, particularly buffaloes, 30 or 40 of which are frequently seen in one meadow. A little farther west, on the plains of the Wabash and the Illinois, he would have found them by thousands. They crossed the Miami on a raft, their horses swimming after them, and were met on landing by a crowd of warriors, who, after smoking with them, escorted them to the neighboring town, where they were greeted by a fusillade of welcome. We entered with English colours before us, and were kindly received by their king, who invited us into his own house and set up our colours upon the top of it. Then all the white men and traders that were there came and welcomed us. This king was Old Britain, or La Demoiselle. Great were the changes here, since Céloron, a year and a half before, had vainly enticed him to change his abode and dwell in the shadow of the fleur-de-lis. The town had grown to 400 families, or about 2,000 souls, and the English traders had built for themselves and their hosts a fort of pickets strengthened with logs. There was a series of councils in the Long House, or town hall. Croghan made the Indians a present from the governor of Pennsylvania, and he and Gist delivered speeches of friendship and good advice, which the auditors received with the usual monosyllabic plaudits, ejected from the depths of their throats. A treaty of peace was solemnly made between the English and the Confederate tribes, and all was serenity and joy, till 4 Ottawas, probably from Detroit, arrived with a French flag, a gift of brandy and tobacco, and a message from the French commandant inviting the Miamis to visit him. Whereupon the great war chief rose, and with a fierce tone and very warlike air, said to the envoys, "Brothers the Ottawas, we let you know by these 4 strings of wampum that we will not hear anything the French say, nor do anything they bid us." Then addressing the French as if actually present, "Fathers, we have made a road to the sun-rising, and have been taken by the hand by our brothers the English, the 6 Nations, the Delawares, the Shawanoes, and Wyandots. We assure you in that road we will go, and as you threaten us with war in the spring, we tell you that we are ready to receive you." Then, turning again to the 4 envoys, "Brothers the Ottawas, you hear what I say. Tell that to your fathers the French, for we speak it from our hearts." The chiefs then took down the French flag which the Ottawas had planted in the town, and dismissed the envoys with their answer of defiance. On the next day, the town crier came with a message from the Demoiselle, inviting his English guests to a feather dance, which Gist thus describes. It was performed by 3 dancing masters, who were painted all over of various colours, with long sticks in their hands, upon the ends of which were fastened long feathers of swans and other birds, neatly woven in the shape of a fowl's wing. In this disguise they performed many antic tricks, waving their sticks and feathers about with great skill to imitate the flying and fluttering of birds, keeping exact time with their music. This music was the measured thumping of an Indian drum. From time to time a warrior would leap up, and the drum and the dancers would cease as he struck a post with his tomahawk, and in a loud voice recounted his exploits. Then the music and dance began anew, till another warrior caught the martial fire, and bounded into the circle to brandish his tomahawk and vaunt his prowess. On the 1st of March, Gist took leave of Pickawillany and returned towards the Ohio. He would have gone to the falls, where Louisville now stands, but for a band of French Indians reported to be there, who would probably have killed him. After visiting a deposit of mammoth bones on the south shore, long the wonder of the traders, he turned eastward, crossed with toil and difficulty the mountains about the sources of the Kanawha, and after an absence of 7 months reached his frontier home on the Yadkin, whence he proceeded to Roanoke with the report of his journey. All looked well for the English in the west, but under this fair outside lurked danger. The Miamis were hearty in the English cause, and so perhaps were the Shawanoes, but the Delawares had not forgotten the wrongs that drove them from their old abodes east of the Alleghanies, while the Mingos, or emigrant Iroquois, like their brethren of New York, felt the influence of Joncaire and other French agents, who spared no efforts to seduce them. Still more baneful to English interests were the apathy and dissensions of the British colonies themselves. The Ohio Company had built a trading house at Will's Creek, a branch of the Potomac, to which the Indians resorted in great numbers, whereupon the jealous traders of Pennsylvania told them that the Virginians meant to steal away their lands. This confirms what they had been taught by the French emissaries, whose intrigues it powerfully aided. The governors of New York, Pennsylvania, and Virginia saw the importance of Indian alliances, and felt their own responsibility in regard to them, but they could do nothing without their assemblies. Those of New York and Pennsylvania were largely composed of tradesmen and farmers, absorbed in local interests, and possessed by two motives: the saving of people's money, and opposition to the governor, who stood for the royal prerogative. It was Hamilton of Pennsylvania who had sent Croghan to the Miamis to renew the chain of friendship, and when the envoy returned, the assembly rejected his report. "I was condemned," he says, "for bringing expense on the government, and the Indians were neglected." In the same year, Hamilton again sent him over the mountains with a present for the Mingos and Delawares. Croghan succeeded in persuading them that it would be for their good if the English should build a fortified trading house at the fork of the Ohio, where Pittsburgh now stands, and they made a formal request to the governor that it should be built accordingly. But in the words of Croghan, the assembly rejected the proposal and condemned me for making such a report. Yet this post on the Ohio was vital to English interests. Even the Penns, proprietaries of the province, never lavish of their money, offered £400 towards the cost of it, besides £100 a year towards its maintenance. But the assembly would not listen. The Indians were so well convinced that a strong English trading station in their country would add to their safety and comfort that when Pennsylvania refused it, they repeated the proposal to Virginia, but here too it found for the present little favor. The question of disputed boundaries had much to do with this most impolitic inaction. A large part of the valley of the Ohio, including the site of the proposed establishment, was claimed by both Pennsylvania and Virginia, and each feared that whatever money it might spend there would turn to the profit of the other. This was not the only evil that sprang from uncertain ownership. Till the line is run between the two provinces, says Dinwiddie, governor of Virginia. I cannot appoint magistrates to keep the traders in good order. Hence they did what they pleased, and often gave umbrage to the Indians. Clinton of New York appealed to his assembly for means to assist Pennsylvania in securing the fidelity of the Indians on the Ohio, and the assembly refused. We will take care of our Indians, and they may take care of theirs. Such was the spirit of their answer. He wrote to the various provinces, inviting them to send commissioners to meet the tribes at Albany, in order to defeat the designs and intrigues of the French. All turned a deaf ear except Massachusetts, Connecticut, and South Carolina, who sent the commissioners, but supplied them very meagerly with the indispensable presents. Clinton says further, the assembly of this province have not given 1 farthing for Indian affairs, nor for a year past have they provided for the subsistence of the garrison at Oswego, which is the key for the commerce between the colonies and the inland nations of Indians. In the heterogeneous structure of the British colonies, their clashing interests, their internal disputes, and the misplaced economy of penny-wise and short-sighted assemblymen, lay the hope of France. The rulers of Canada knew the vast numerical preponderance of their rivals, but with their centralized organization they felt themselves more than a match for any one English colony alone. They hoped to wage war under the guise of peace, and to deal with the enemy in detail, and they at length perceived that the fork of the Ohio, so strangely neglected by the English, formed, together with Niagara, the key of the Great West. Could France hold firmly these 2 controlling passes, she might almost boast herself mistress of the continent. End of section 5. Section 6 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1, 1749 to 1753, Conflict for the West. The Iroquois, or 5 Nations, sometimes called 6 Nations after the Tuscaroras joined them, had been a power of high importance in American international politics. In a certain sense, they may be said to have held the balance between their French and English neighbours, but their relative influence had of late declined. So many of them had emigrated and joined the tribes of the Ohio that the centre of Indian population had passed to that region. Nevertheless, the 5 Nations were still strong enough in their ancient abodes to make their alliance an object of the utmost consequence to both the European rivals. At the western end of their longhouse, or belt of confederated villages, Joncaire intrigued to gain them for France, while in the east he was counteracted by the young colonel of militia, William Johnson, who lived on the Mohawk, and was already well skilled in managing Indians. Johnson sometimes lost his temper, and once wrote to Governor Clinton to complain of the confounded wicked things the French had infused into the Indians' heads, among the rest that the English were determined, the first opportunity, to destroy them all. I assure your Excellency, I had hard work to beat these and several other cursed villainous things told them by the French out of their heads. In former times the French had hoped to win over the 5 Nations in a body by wholesale conversion to the faith, but the attempt had failed. They had, however, made within their own limits an asylum for such converts as they could gain, whom they collected together at Caughnawaga, near Montreal, to the number of about 300 warriors. These could not be trusted to fight their kinsmen, but willingly made forays against the English borders. Caughnawaga, like various other Canadian missions, was divided between the church, the army, and the fur trade. It had a chapel, fortifications, and storehouses, 2 Jesuits, an officer, and 3 chief traders. Of these last, 2 were maiden ladies, the Demoiselles de Saunières, and one of the Jesuits, their friend Father Tournois, was their partner in business. They carried on, by means of the mission Indians, and in collusion with influential persons in the colony, a trade with the Dutch at Albany, illegal but very profitable. Besides this Iroquois mission, which was chiefly composed of Mohawks and Oneidas, another was now begun farther westward, to win over the Onondagas, Cayugas, and Senecas. This was the establishment of Father Piquet, which Céloron had visited in its infancy when on his way to the Ohio, and again on his return. Piquet was a man in the prime of life, of an alert, vivacious countenance, by no means unprepossessing, an enthusiastic schemer with great executive talents, ardent, energetic, vain, self-confident, and boastful. The enterprise seems to have been of his own devising, but it found warm approval from the government. La Présentation, as he called the new mission, stood on the bank of the river Oswegatchie, where it enters the St. Lawrence. Here the rapids ceased, and navigation was free to Lake Ontario. The place commanded the main river, and could bar the way to hostile war parties or contraband traders. Rich meadows, forests, and abundance of fish and game made it attractive to Indians, and the Oswegatchie gave access to the Iroquois towns. Piquet had chosen his site with great skill. His activity was admirable. His first stockade was burned by Indian incendiaries, but it rose quickly from its ashes, and within a year or two the mission of La Présentation had a fort of palisades flanked with blockhouses, a chapel, a storehouse, a barn, a stable, ovens, a sawmill, broad fields of corn and beans, and 3 villages of Iroquois, containing in all 49 bark lodges, each holding 3 or 4 families, more or less converted to the faith, and as time went on, this number increased. The governor had sent a squad of soldiers to man the fort, and 5 small cannon to mount upon it. The place was as safe for the new proselytes as it was convenient and agreeable. The Pennsylvanian interpreter, Conrad Weiser, was told at Onondaga, the Iroquois capital, that Piquet had made 100 converts from that place alone, and having clothed them all in very fine clothes, laced with silver and gold, he took them down and presented them to the French governor at Montreal, who received them very kindly and made them large presents. Such were some of the temporal attractions of La Présentation. The nature of the spiritual instruction bestowed by Piquet and his fellow priests may be partly inferred from the words of a proselyte warrior, who declared with enthusiasm that he had learned from the Sulpician ministry that the King of France was the eldest son of the wife of Jesus Christ. This he, of course, took in a literal sense, the mystic idea of the Church as the spouse of Christ being beyond his savage comprehension. The effect was to stimulate his devotion to the great Onontio beyond the sea, and to the lesser Onontio who represented him as governor of Canada. Piquet was elated by his success, and early in 1752 he wrote to the governor and intendant, "It is a great miracle that, in spite of envy, contradiction, and opposition from nearly all the Indian villages, I have formed in less than 3 years one of the most flourishing missions in Canada. I find myself in a position to extend the empire of my good masters, Jesus Christ and the King, even to the extremities of this new world, and with some little help from you, to do more than France and England have been able to do, with millions of money and all their troops." The letter from which this is taken was written to urge upon the government a scheme in which the zealous priest could see nothing impracticable. He proposed to raise a war party of 3,800 Indians, 1,800 of whom were to be drawn from the Canadian missions, the 5 nations, and the tribes of the Ohio, while the remaining 2,000 were to be furnished by the Flatheads, or Choctaws, who were at the same time to be supplied with missionaries. The united force was first to drive the English from the Ohio, and next attack the Dog tribe, or Cherokees, who lived near the borders of Virginia, with the people of which they were on friendly terms. "If," says Piquet, "the English of Virginia give any help to this last-named tribe, which will not fail to happen, they, the war party, will do their utmost against them, though a grudge they bear them by reason of some old quarrels." In other words, the missionary hopes to set a host of savages to butchering English settlers in time of peace. His wild project never took effect, though the governor, he says, at first approved it. In the preceding year, the Apostle of the Iroquois, as he was called, made a journey to muster recruits for his mission, and kept a copious diary on the way. By accompanying him, one gets a clear view of an important part of the region in dispute between the rival nations. 6 Canadians paddled him up the St. Lawrence, and 5 Indian converts followed in another canoe. Emerging from among the Thousand Islands, they stopped at Fort Frontenac, where Kingston now stands. Once the place was a great resort of Indians. Now none were here, for the English post of Oswego, on the other side of the lake, had greater attractions. Piquet and his company found the pork and bacon very bad, and he complains that there was not enough brandy in the fort to wash a wound. They crossed to a neighboring island, where they were soon visited by the chaplain of the fort, the storekeeper, his wife, and 3 young ladies, glad of an excursion to relieve the monotony of the garrison. "My hunters," says Piquet, "had supplied me with the means of giving them a pretty good entertainment. We drank, with all our hearts, the health of the authorities, temporal and ecclesiastical, to the sound of our musketry, which was very well fired, and delighted the islanders. These islanders were a band of Indians who lived here. Piquet gave them a feast, then discoursed of religion, and at last persuaded them to remove to the new mission. During 8 days, he and his party coasted the northern shore of Lake Ontario, with various incidents, such as an encounter between his dog Cerberus and a wolf, to the disadvantage of the latter, and the meeting with a very fine Negro of 22 years, a fugitive from Virginia. On the 26th of June, they reached the new fort of Toronto, which offered a striking contrast to their last stopping place. The wine here is of the best. There is nothing wanting in this fort. Everything is abundant, fine, and good. There was reason for this. The northern Indians were flocking with their beaver skins to the English of Oswego, and in April 1749 an officer named Portneuf had been sent with soldiers and workmen to build a stockaded trading house at Toronto in order to intercept them, not by force, which would have been ruinous to French interests, but by a tempting supply of goods and brandy. Thus the fort was kept well stocked, and with excellent effect. Piquet found here a band of Mississaugas, who would otherwise no doubt have carried their furs to the English. He was strongly impelled to persuade them to migrate to La Présentation, but the governor had told him to confine his efforts to other tribes, and lest, he says, the ardour of his zeal should betray him to disobedience, he re-embarked and encamped 6 leagues from temptation. 2 more days brought him to Niagara, where he was warmly received by the commandant, the chaplain, and the storekeeper, the triumvirate who ruled these forest outposts, and stood respectively for then 3 vital principles: war, religion, and trade. Here Piquet said Mass, and after resting a day, set out for the trading house at the portage of the cataract, recently built, like Toronto, to stop the Indians on their way to Oswego. Here he found Joncaire, and here also was encamped a large band of Senecas, though, being all drunk, men, women, and children, they were in no condition to receive the faith, or appreciate the temporal advantages that attended it. On the next morning, finding them partially sober, he invited them to remove to La Présentation, but as they had still something left in their bottles, I could get no answer till the following day. I pass in silence, pursues the missionary, an affinity of talks on this occasion. Monsieur de Joncaire forgot nothing that could help me, and behaved like a great servant of God and the King. My recruits increased every moment. I went to say my breviary, while my Indians and the Senecas, without loss of time, assembled to hold a council with Monsieur le Joncaire. The result of the council was an entreaty to the missionary not to stop at Oswego, lest evil should befall him at the hands of the English. He promised to do as they wished, and presently set out on his return to Fort Niagara, attended by Joncaire and a troop of his new followers. The journey was a triumphal progress. Whenever was passed a camp or a wigwam, the Indians saluted me by firing their guns, which happened so often that I thought all the trees along the way were charged with gunpowder. And when we reached the fort, Monsieur de Bécancourt received us with great ceremony and the firing of cannon, by which my savages were infinitely flattered. His neophytes were gathered into the chapel for the first time in their lives, and there rewarded with a few presents. He now prepared to turn homeward, his flock at the mission being left in his absence without a shepherd, and on the 6th of July he embarked, followed by a swarm of canoes. On the 12th they stopped at the Genesee and went to visit the falls, where the city of Rochester now stands. On the way, the Indians found a populous resort of rattlesnakes, and attacked the gregarious reptiles with great animation, to the alarm of the missionary, who trembled for his bare-legged retainers. His fears proved needless. 42 dead snakes, as he avers, requited the efforts of the sportsmen, and not one of them was bitten. When he returned to camp in the afternoon, he found there a canoe loaded with kegs of brandy. The English, he says, had sent it to meet us, well knowing that this was the best way to cause disorder among my new recruits and make them desert me. The Indian in charge of the canoe, who had the look of a great rascal, offered some to me first, and then to my Canadians and Indians. I gave out that it was very probably poisoned, and immediately embarked again. He encamped on the 14th at Sodus Bay, and strongly advises the planting of a French fort there. Nevertheless, he adds, it would be still better to destroy Oswego, and on no account let the English build it again. On the 16th he came in sight of this dreaded post. Several times on the way he had met fleets of canoes going thither or returning, in spite of the rival attractions of Toronto and Niagara. No English establishment on the continent was of such ill omen to the French. It not only robbed them of the fur trade by which they lived, but threatened them with military and political, no less than commercial ruin. They were in constant dread lest ships of war should be built here, strong enough to command Lake Ontario, thus separating Canada from Louisiana and cutting New France asunder. To meet this danger, they soon after built at Fort Frontenac a large 3-masted vessel mounted with heavy cannon, thus, as usual, forestalling their rivals by promptness of action. The ground on which Oswego stood was claimed by the province of New York, which alone had control of it, but through the purblind apathy of the Assembly and their incessant quarrels with the governor, it was commonly left to take care of itself. For some time they would vote no money to pay the feeble little garrison, and Clinton, who saw the necessity of maintaining it, was forced to do so on his own personal credit. "Why can't your governor and your great men, the Assembly, agree?" asked a Mohawk chief of the Interpreter, Conrad Weiser. Piquet kept his promise not to land at the English fort, but he approached in his canoe and closely observed it. The shores, now covered by the city of Oswego, were then a desolation of bare hills and fields, studded with the stumps of felled trees and hedged about with a grim border of forests. Near the strand, by the mouth of the Onondaga, were the houses of some of the traders, and on the higher ground behind them stood a huge blockhouse with a projecting upper story. This building was surrounded by a rough wall of stone, with flankers at the angles, forming what was called the fort. Piquet reconnoitred it from his canoe with the eye of a soldier. It is commanded, he says, on almost every side. 2 batteries of 3 12-pounders each would be more than enough to reduce it to ashes. And he enlarges on the evils that arise from it. It not only spoils our trade, but puts the English into communication with a vast number of our Indians, far and near. It is true that they like our brandy better than English rum, but they prefer English goods to ours, and can buy for 2 beaver skins at Oswego a better silver bracelet than we sell at Niagara for 10. The burden of these reflections was lightened when he approached Fort Frontenac. Never was reception more solemn. The Nipissings and Algonkins, who were going on a war party with Monsieur Bellettre, formed a line of their own accord and saluted us with 3 volleys of musketry and cries of joy without end. All our little bark vessels replied in the same way. Monsieur de Vercherche and Monsieur de Valtry ordered the cannon of the fort to be fired, and my Indians, transported with joy at the honour done them, shot off their guns incessantly, with cries and acclamations that delighted everybody. A goodly band of recruits joined him, and he pursued his voyage to La Presentation, while the canoes of his proselytes followed him in a swarm to their new home. That establishment, thus in a burst of enthusiasm he closes his journal, that establishment which I began 2 years ago, in the midst of opposition, that establishment which may be regarded as a key of the colony, that establishment which officers, interpreters, and traders thought a chimera, that establishment, I say, forms already a mission of Iroquois savages, whom I assembled at first to the number of only 6, increased last year to 87, and this year to 396, without counting more than 150 whom Monsieur Chabert de Joncaire is to bring me this autumn, and I certify that thus far I have received from His Majesty, for all favour, grace, and assistance, no more than ½ pound of bacon and 2 pounds of bread for daily rations, and that he has not yet given a pin to the chapel, which I have maintained out of my own pocket, for the greater glory of my masters, God and the King. End of section 6. Section 7 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2. In his late journey he had made the entire circuit of Lake Ontario. Beyond lay 4 other inland oceans, to which Fort Niagara was the key. As that all-essential post controlled the passage from Ontario to Erie, so did Fort Detroit control that from Erie to Huron, and Fort Michilimackinac that from Huron to Michigan, while Fort Ste. Marie, at the outlet of Lake Superior, had lately received the garrison and changed from a mission and trading station to a post of war. This immense extent of inland navigation was safe in the hands of France, so long as she held Niagara. Niagara lost, not only the lakes, but also the valley of the Ohio was lost with it. Next in importance was Detroit. This was not a military post alone, but also a settlement, and, except the hamlets about Fort Chartres, the only settlement that France owned in all the West. There were, it is true, but a few families, yet the hope of growth seemed good, for to such as liked a wilderness home, no spot in America had more attraction. Father Bonnecamp stopped here for a day on his way back from the expedition of Céloron. The situation, he says, is charming. A fine river flows at the foot of the fortifications. Vast meadows, asking only to be tilled, extend beyond the site. Nothing can be more agreeable than the climate. Winter lasts hardly 2 months. European grains and fruits grow here far better than in many parts of France. It is the Touraine and Beauce of Canada. The white flag of the Bourbons floated above the compact little palisaded town, with its population of soldiers and fur traders, and from the blockhouses which served as bastions. One saw on either hand the small, solid dwellings of the habitants ranged at intervals along the margin of the water, while at a little distance 3 Indian villages, Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Wyandot, curled their wigwam smoke into the pure summer air. When Céloron de Bienville returned from the Ohio, he went with a royal commission sent him a year before to command at Detroit. His late chaplain, the very intelligent Father Bonnecamp, speaks of him as fearless, energetic, and full of resource, but the governor calls him haughty and insubordinate. Great efforts were made at the same time to build up Detroit as a center of French power in the West. The methods employed were of the debilitating, paternal character long familiar to Canada. All emigrants with families were to be gathered thither at the king's expense, and every settler was to receive in free gift a gun, a hoe, an axe, a plowshare, a scythe, a sickle, 2 augers, large and small, a sow, 6 hens, a cock, 6 pounds of powder, and 12 pounds of lead, while to these favors were added many others. The result was that 12 families were persuaded to go, or about a 20th part of the number wanted. Detroit was expected to furnish supplies to the other posts for 500 miles around, control the neighboring Indians, thwart English machinations, and drive off English interlopers. La Galissonière no longer governed Canada. He had been honorably recalled, and the Marquis de la Jonquière sent in his stead. La Jonquière, like his predecessor, was a naval officer of high repute. He was tall and imposing in person, and of undoubted capacity and courage, but old, and, according to his enemies, very avaricious. The colonial minister gave him special instructions regarding that thorn in the side of Canada, Oswego. To attack it openly would be indiscreet, as the 2 nations were at peace, but there was a way of dealing with it less hazardous, if not more lawful. This was to attack it vicariously by means of the Iroquois. If Abbé Piquet succeeds in his mission, wrote the minister to the new governor, we can easily persuade these savages to destroy Oswego. This is of the utmost importance, but act with great caution. In the next year the minister wrote again, the only means that can be used for such an operation in time of peace are those of the Iroquois. If by making these savages regard such an establishment, Oswego, as opposed to their liberty, and, so to speak, a usurpation by which the English mean to get possession of their lands, they could be induced to undertake its destruction, an operation of the sort is not to be neglected. But Monsieur le Marquis de la Jonquière should feel with what circumspection such an affair should be conducted, and he should labor to accomplish it in a manner not to commit himself. To this, La Jonquière replies that it will need time, but he will gradually bring the Iroquois to attack and destroy the English post. He received stringent orders to use every means to prevent the English from encroaching, but to act towards them at the same time with the greatest politeness. This last injunction was scarcely fulfilled in a correspondence which he had with Clinton, governor of New York, who had written to complain of the new post at the Niagara portage as an invasion of English territory, and also of the arrest of 4 English traders in the country of the Miamis. Niagara, like Oswego, was in the country of the Five Nations, whom the Treaty of Utrecht declared subject to the dominion of Great Britain. This declaration, preposterous in itself, was binding on France, whose plenipotentiaries had signed the treaty. The treaty also provided that the subjects of the 2 crowns shall enjoy full liberty of going and coming on account of trade, and Clinton therefore demanded that La Jonquière should disavow the arrest of the 4 traders and punish its authors. The French governor replied with great asperity, spurned the claim that the Five Nations were British subjects, and justified the arrest. He presently went further. Rewards were offered by his officers for the scalps of Croghan and of another trader named Lowry. When this reached the ears of William Johnson on the Mohawk, he wrote to Clinton in evident anxiety for his own scalp. If the French go on so, there is no man can be safe in his own house, for I can at any time get an Indian to kill any man for a small matter. Their going on in that manner is worse than open war. The French, on their side, made counter-accusations. The captive traders were examined on oath before La Jonquière, and one of them, John Patton, is reported to have said that Croghan had instigated Indians to kill Frenchmen. French officials declared that other English traders were guilty of the same practices, and there is very little doubt that the charge was true. The dispute with the English was not the only source of trouble to the governor. His superiors at Versailles would not adopt his views, and looked on him with distrust. He advised the building of forts near Lake Erie, and his advice was rejected. Niagara and Detroit, he was told, will secure forever our communications with Louisiana. His Majesty again wrote the colonial minister, thought that expenses would diminish after the peace, but on the contrary they have increased. There must be great abuses. You and the intendant must look into it. Great abuses there were, and of the money sent to Canada for the service of the king, the larger part found its way into the pockets of peculators. The colony was eaten to the heart with official corruption, and the centre of it was François Bigot, the intendant. The minister directed La Jonquière's attention to certain malpractices which had been reported to him, and the old man, deeply touched, replied, "I have reached the age of 66 years, and there is not a drop of blood in my veins that does not thrill for the service of my king. I will not conceal from you that the slightest suspicion on your part against me would cut the thread of my days." Perplexities increased. Affairs in the West grew worse and worse. La Jonquière ordered Céloron to attack the English at Pickawillany, and Céloron could not or would not obey. "I cannot express," writes the governor, "how much this business troubles me. It robs me of sleep. It makes me ill." Another letter of rebuke presently came from Versailles. "Last year you wrote that you would soon drive the English from the Ohio, but private letters say that you have done nothing. This is deplorable. If not expelled, they will seem to acquire a right against us. Send force enough at once to drive them off and cure them of all wish to return." La Jonquière answered with bitter complaints against Céloron, and then begged to be recalled. His health, already shattered, was ruined by fatigue and vexation, and he took to his bed. Before spring he was near his end. It is said that, though very rich, his habits of thrift so possessed his last hours that, seeing wax candles burning in his chamber, he ordered others of tallow to be brought instead, as being good enough to die by. Thus, frugally lighted on his way, his spirit fled, and the Baron de Longueuil took his place till a new governor should arrive. Sinister tidings came thick from the west. Raymond, commandant at the French fort on the Maumee, close to the centre of intrigue, wrote, "My people are leaving me for Detroit. Nobody wants to stay here and have his throat cut. All the tribes who go to the English at Pickawillany come back loaded with gifts. I am too weak to meet the danger. Instead of 20 men, I need 500. We have made peace with the English, yet they try continually to make war on us by means of the Indians. They intend to be masters of all this upper country. The tribes here are leaguing together to kill all the French, that they may have nobody on their lands but their English brothers. This I am told by Coldfoot, a great Miami chief, whom I think an honest man, if there is any such thing among Indians. If the English stay in this country, we are lost. We must attack and drive them out." And he tells of war belts sent from tribe to tribe, and rumors of plots and conspiracies far and near. Without doubt, the English traders spared no pains to gain over the Indians by fair means or foul, sold them goods at low rates, made ample gifts, and gave gunpowder for the asking. St. Ange, who commanded at Vincennes, wrote that a storm would soon burst on the heads of the French. Joncaire reported that all the Ohio Indians sided with the English. Longueuil informed the minister that the Miamis had scalped 2 soldiers, that the Pianquishaws had killed 7 Frenchmen, and that a squaw who had lived with one of the slain declared that the tribes of the Wabash and Illinois were leaguing with the Osages for a combined insurrection. Every letter brought news of murder. Smallpox had broken out at Detroit. "It is to be wished," says Longueuil, "that it would spread among our rebels. It would be fully as good as an army. We are menaced with a general outbreak, and even Toronto is in danger. Before long, the English on the Miami will gain over all the surrounding tribes, get possession of Fort Chartres, and cut our communications with Louisiana." The moving spirit of disaffection was the chief called Old Britain, or the Demoiselle, and its focus was his town of Pickawillany on the Miami. At this place it is said that English traders sometimes mustered to the number of 50 or more. "It is they," wrote Longueuil, "who are the instigators of revolt, and are the source of all our woes." Whereupon the colonial minister reiterated his instructions to drive them off and plunder them, which he thought would effectually disgust them, and bring all trouble to an end. La Jonquière's remedy had been more heroic, for he had ordered Céloron to attack the English and their red allies alike, and he charged that officer with arrogance and disobedience, because he had not done so. It is not certain that obedience was easy, for though besides the garrison of regulars, a strong body of militia was sent up to Detroit to aid the stroke, the Indians of that post, whose cooperation was thought necessary, proved half-hearted, intractable, and even touched with disaffection. Thus the enterprise languished till in June aid came from another quarter. Charles Langlade, a young French trader married to a squaw at Green Bay, and strong in influence with the tribes of that region, came down the lakes from Michilimackinac with a fleet of canoes manned by 250 Ottawa and Ojibwa warriors, stopped a while at Detroit, then embarked again, paddled up the Maumee to Raymond's Fort at the Portage, and led his greased and painted rabble through the forest to attack the Demoiselle and his English friends. They approached Pickawillany at about 9 o'clock on the morning of the 21st. The scared squaws fled from the cornfields into the town, where the wigwams of the Indians clustered about the fortified warehouse of the traders. Of these, there were at the time only 8 in the place. Most of the Indians were gone on their summer hunt, though the Demoiselle remained with a band of his tribesmen. Great was the screeching of war-whoops and clatter of guns. 3 of the traders were caught outside the fort. The remaining 5 closed the gate and stood on their defense. The fight was soon over. 14 Miamis were shot down, the Demoiselle among the rest. The 5 white men held out till the afternoon, when 3 of them surrendered, and 2, Thomas Burney and Andrew McBriar, made their escape. One of the English prisoners being wounded, the victors stabbed him to death. 70 years of missionaries had not weaned them from cannibalism, and they boiled and ate the Demoiselle. The captive traders, plundered to the skin, were carried by Langlade to Duquesne, the new governor, who highly praised the bold leader of the enterprise, and recommended him to the minister for such reward as befitted one of his station. As he is not in the king's service, and has married a squaw, I will ask for him only a pension of 200 francs, which will flatter him infinitely. The Marquis Duquesne, sprung from the race of the great naval commander of that name, had arrived towards midsummer, and he began his rule by a general review of troops and militia. His lofty bearing offended the Canadians, but he compelled their respect, and, according to a writer of the time, showed from the first that he was born to command. He presently took in hand an enterprise which his predecessor would probably have accomplished, had the home government encouraged him. Duquesne, profiting by the infatuated neglect of the British provincial assemblies, prepared to occupy the upper waters of the Ohio, and secure the passes with forts and garrisons. Thus the Virginian and Pennsylvanian traders would be debarred all access to the west, and the tribes of that region, bereft henceforth of English guns, knives, hatchets, and blankets, English gifts and English cajoleries, would be thrown back to complete dependence on the French. The moral influence, too, of such a movement would be incalculable, for the Indian respects nothing so much as a display of vigor and daring, backed by force. In short, the intended enterprise was a masterstroke, and laid the axe to the very root of disaffection. It is true that under the treaty commissioners had been long in session at Paris to settle the question of American boundaries, but there was no likelihood that they would come to agreement, and if France would make good her western claims, it behooved her, while there was yet time, to prevent her rival from fastening a firm grasp on the countries in dispute. Yet the colonial minister regarded the plan with distrust. "Be on your guard," he wrote to Duquesne, "against new undertakings. Private interests are generally at the bottom of them. It is through these that new posts are established. Keep only such as are indispensable, and suppress the others. The expenses of the colony are enormous, and they have doubled since the peace." Again, a little later, "Build on the Ohio such forts as are absolutely necessary, but no more. Remember that His Majesty suspects your advisers of interested views." No doubt there was justice in the suspicion. Every military movement, and above all the establishment of every new post, was an opportunity to the official thieves with whom the colony swarmed. Some band of favored knaves grew rich, while a much greater number, excluded from sharing the illicit profits, clamored against the undertaking, and wrote charges of corruption to Versailles. Thus the minister was kept tolerably well informed, but was scarcely the less helpless, for with the Atlantic between, the disorders of Canada defied his control. Duquesne was exasperated by the opposition that met him on all hands, and wrote to the minister, "There are so many rascals in this country that one is forever on the butt of their attacks." It seems that unlawful gain was not the only secret spring of the movement. An officer of repute says that the intendant Bigot, enterprising in his pleasures as in his greed, was engaged in an intrigue with the wife of Chevalier Péan, and wishing at once to console the husband and to get rid of him, sought for him a high command at a distance from the colony. Therefore, while Marin, an able officer, was made first in rank, Péan was made second. The same writer hints that Duquesne himself was influenced by similar motives in his appointment of leaders. He mustered the colony troops and ordered out the Canadians. With the former he was but half satisfied. With the latter he was delighted, and he praises highly their obedience and alacrity. "I had not the least trouble in getting them to march. They came on the minute, bringing their own guns, though many people tried to excite them to revolt, for the whole colony opposes my operations." The expedition set out early in the spring of 1753. The whole force was not much above 1,000 men, increased by subsequent detachments to 1,500, but to the Indians it seemed a mighty host, and one of their orators declared that the lakes and rivers were covered with boats and soldiers from Montreal to Presqu'Isle. Some Mohawk hunters by the St. Lawrence saw them as they passed, and hastened home to tell the news to Johnson, whom they awakened at midnight, whooping and hollowing in a frightful manner. Lieutenant Holland at Oswego saw a fleet of canoes upon the lake, and was told by a roving Frenchman that they belonged to an army of 6,000 men going to the Ohio to cause all the English to quit those parts. The main body of the expedition landed at Presqu'Isle, on the southeastern shore of Lake Erie, where the town of Erie now stands, and here, for a while, we leave them. End of section 7. Section 8 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1, 1710 to 1754. Conflict for Acadia. While in the west all the signs of the sky foreboded storm, another tempest was gathering the east, less in extent, but not less in peril. The conflict in Acadia has a melancholy interest, since it ended in a catastrophe which prose and verse have joined to commemorate, but of which the causes have not been understood. Acadia, that is to say the peninsula of Nova Scotia, with the addition, as the English claimed, of the present New Brunswick and some adjacent country, was conquered by General Nicholson in 1710, and formally transferred by France to the British Crown 3 years later by the Treaty of Utrecht. By that treaty it was expressly provided that such of the French inhabitants as are willing to remain there and to be subject to the kingdom of Great Britain are to enjoy the free exercise of their religion according to the usage of the Church of Rome, as far as the laws of Great Britain do allow the same, but that any who choose may remove with their effects, if they do so within a year. Very few availed themselves of this right, and after the end of the year, those who remained were required to take an oath of allegiance to King George. There is no doubt that in a little time they would have complied, had they been let alone. But the French authorities of Canada and Cape Breton did their utmost to prevent them, and employed agents to keep them hostile to England. Of these, the most efficient were the French priests, who, in spite of the treaty, persuaded their flocks that they were still subjects of King Louis. Hence rose endless perplexity to the English commanders at Annapolis, who more than suspected that the Indian attacks with which they were harassed were due mainly to French instigation. It was not till 17 years after the treaty that the Acadians could be brought to take the oath without qualifications which made it almost useless. The English authorities seem to have shown throughout an unusual patience and forbearance. At length, about 1730, nearly all the inhabitants signed by crosses, since few of them could write, an oath recognizing George II as sovereign of Acadia, and promising fidelity and obedience to him. This restored comparative quiet till the War of 1745, when some of the Acadians remained neutral, while some took arms against the English, and many others aided the enemy with information and supplies. English power in Acadia, hitherto limited to a feeble garrison at Annapolis and a feebler one at Canseau, received at this time a great accession. The fortress of Louisbourg, taken by the English during the war, had been restored by the treaty, and the French at once prepared to make it a military and naval station more formidable than ever. Upon this, the British ministry resolved to establish another station as a counterpoise, and the harbor of Chebucto, on the south coast of Acadia, was chosen as the site of it. Thither in June 1749 came a fleet of transports loaded with emigrants tempted by offers of land and a home in the New World. Some were mechanics, tradesmen, farmers, and laborers. Others were sailors, soldiers, and subaltern officers thrown out of employment by the peace. Including women and children, they counted in all about 2,500. Alone of all the British colonies on the continent, this new settlement was the offspring, not of private enterprise, but of royal authority. Yet it was free like the rest, with the same popular representation and local self-government. Edward Cornwallis, uncle of Lord Cornwallis of the Revolutionary War, was made governor and commander-in-chief. Wolfe calls him a man of approved courage and fidelity, and even the caustic Horace Walpole speaks of him as a brave, sensible young man, of great temper and good nature. Before summer the streets were laid out, and the building lot of each settler was assigned to him. Before winter closed, the whole were under shelter. The village was fenced with palisades and defended by redoubts of timber, and the battalions, lately in garrison at Louisbourg, manned the wooden ramparts. Succeeding years brought more emigrants, and in 1752 the population was above 4,000. Thus was born into the world the city of Halifax. Along with the crumbling old fort and miserably disciplined garrison at Annapolis, besides 6 or 7 small detached posts to watch the Indians and Acadians, it comprised the whole British force on the peninsula, for Canseau had been destroyed by the French. The French had never reconciled themselves to the loss of Acadia, and were resolved, by diplomacy or force, to win it back again. But the building of Halifax showed that this was to be no easy task, and filled them at the same time with alarm for the safety of Louisbourg. On one point, at least, they saw their policy clear. The Acadians, though those of them who were not above 35 had been born under the British flag, must be kept French at heart, and taught that they were still French subjects. In 1748 they remembered 8,850 communicants, or from 12 to 13,000 souls. But an emigration, of which the causes will soon appear, had reduced them in 1752 to but little more than 9,000. These were divided into 6 principal parishes, one of the largest being that of Annapolis. Other centres of population were Grand Pré on the basis of mines, Beaubassin at the head of Chignecto Bay, Pisiquid, now Windsor, and Cobequid, now Truro. Their priests, who were missionaries controlled by the diocese of Quebec, acted also as their magistrates, ruling them for this world and the next. Being subject to a French superior, and being moreover wholly French at heart, they formed in this British province a wheel within a wheel, the inner movement always opposing the outer. Although by the 12th article of the Treaty of Utrecht, France had solemnly declared the Acadians to be British subjects, the government of Louis XV intrigued continually to turn them from subjects into enemies. Before me is a mass of English documents on Acadian affairs from the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle to the catastrophe of 1755, and above 1,000 pages of French official papers from the archives of Paris, memorials, reports, and secret correspondence relating to the same matters. With the help of these and some collateral lights, it is not difficult to make a correct diagnosis of the political disease that ravaged this miserable country. Of a multitude of proofs, only a few can be given here, but these will suffice. It was not that the Acadians had been ill-used by the English. The reverse was the case. They had been left in free exercise of their worship, as stipulated by treaty. It is true that from time to time there were loud complaints from French officials that religion was in danger, because certain priests had been rebuked, arrested, brought before the council at Halifax, suspended from their functions, or required, on pain of banishment, to swear that they would do nothing against the interests of King George. Yet such action on the part of the provincial authorities seems, without a single exception, to have been the consequence of misconduct on the part of the priest in opposing the government and stirring his flock to disaffection. La Jonquière, the determined adversary of the English, reported to the bishop that they did not oppose the ecclesiastics in the exercise of their functions, and an order of Louis XV admits that the Acadians have enjoyed liberty of religion. In a long document addressed in 1750 to the colonial minister at Versailles, Roma, an officer at Louisbourg, testifies thus to the mildness of British rule, though he ascribes it to interested motives. The fear that the Acadians have of the Indians is the controlling motive which makes them side with the French. The English, having in view the conquest of Canada, wished to give the French of that colony, in their conduct towards the Acadians, a striking example of the mildness of their government. Without raising the fortune of any of the inhabitants, they have supplied them for more than 35 years with the necessaries of life, often on credit and with an excess of confidence, without troubling their debtors, without pressing them, without wishing to force them to pay. They have left them an appearance of liberty so excessive that they have not intervened in their disputes or even punished their crimes. They have allowed them to refuse with insolence certain moderate rents payable in grain and lawfully due. They have passed over in silence the contemptuous refusal of the Acadians to take titles from them for the new lands which they chose to occupy. We know very well, pursues Roma, the fruits of this conduct in the last war, and the English know it also. Judge then what will be the wrath and vengeance of this cruel nation. The fruits to which Roma alludes were the hostilities, open or secret, committed by the Acadians against the English. He now ventures the prediction that the enraged conquerors will take their revenge by drafting all the young Acadians on board their ships of war, and there destroying them by slow starvation. He proved, however, a false prophet. The English governor merely required the inhabitants to renew their oath of allegiance without qualification or evasion. It was 20 years since the Acadians had taken such an oath, and meanwhile a new generation had grown up. The old oath pledged them to fidelity and obedience, but they averred that Philipps, then governor of the province, had given them, at the same time, assurance that they should not be required to bear arms against either French or Indians. In fact, such service had not been demanded of them, and they would have lived in virtual neutrality had not many of them broken their oaths and joined the French war parties. For this reason, Cornwallis thought it necessary that, in renewing the pledge, they should bind themselves to an allegiance as complete as that required of other British subjects. This spread general consternation. Deputies from the Acadian settlements appeared at Halifax, bringing a paper signed with the marks of 1,000 persons. The following passage contains the pith of it. The inhabitants in general, sir, over the whole extent of this country, are resolved not to take the oath which your Excellency requires of us. But if your Excellency will grant us our old oath, with an exemption for ourselves and our heirs from taking up arms, we will accept it." The answer of Cornwallis was by no means so stern as it has been represented. After the formal reception, he talked in private with the deputies, and they went home in good humor, promising great things. The refusal of the Acadians to take the required oath was not wholly spontaneous, but was mainly due to influence from without. The French officials of Cape Breton and Île St. John, now Prince Edward Island, exerted themselves to the utmost, chiefly through the agency of the priests, to excite the people to refuse any oath that should commit them fully to British allegiance. At the same time, means were used to induce them to migrate to the neighboring islands under French rule, and efforts were also made to set on the Indians to attack the English. But the plans of the French will best appear in a dispatch sent by La Jonquière to the colonial minister in the autumn of 1749. Monsieur Cornwallis issued an order on the 10th of the said month, August, to the effect that if the inhabitants will remain faithful subjects of the King of Great Britain, he will allow them priests and public exercise of their religion, with the understanding that no priest shall officiate without his permission or before taking an oath of fidelity to the King of Great Britain. Secondly, that the inhabitants shall not be exempted from defending their houses, their lands, and the government. Thirdly, that they shall take an oath of fidelity to the King of Great Britain on the 26th of this month, before officers sent them for that purpose. La Jonquière proceeds to say that on hearing these conditions, the Acadians were filled with perplexity and alarm, and that he, the governor, had directed Boishébert, his chief officer on the Acadian frontier, to encourage them to leave their homes and seek asylum on French soil. He thus recounts the steps he has taken to harass the English of Halifax by means of their Indian neighbors. As peace had been declared, the operation was delicate, and when 3 of these Indians came to him from their missionary, Le Loutre, with letters on the subject, La Jonquière was discreetly reticent. I did not care to give them any advice upon the matter, and confined myself to a promise that I would on no account abandon them, and I have provided for supplying them with everything, whether arms, ammunition, food, or other necessaries. It is to be desired that these savages should succeed in thwarting the designs of the English, and even their settlement at Halifax. They are bent on doing so, and if they can carry out their plans, it is certain they will give the English great trouble, and so harass them that they will be a great obstacle in their path. These savages are to act alone. Neither soldier nor French inhabitant is to join them. Everything will be done of their own motion, and without showing that I had any knowledge of the matter. This is very essential. Therefore I have written to the Sieur de Boishébert to observe great prudence in his measures, and to act very secretly, in order that the English may not perceive that we are providing for the needs of the said savages. It will be the missionaries who will manage all the negotiation and direct the movements of the savages, who are in excellent hands, as the Reverend Father Germain and Monsieur l'Abbé Le Loutre are very capable of making the most of them and using them to the greatest advantage for our interests. They will manage their intrigue in such a way as not to appear in it. La Jonquière then recounts the good results which he expects from these measures. First, the English will be prevented from making any new settlements. Secondly, we shall gradually get the Acadians out of their hands. And lastly, they will be so discouraged by constant Indian attacks that they will renounce their pretensions to the parts of the country belonging to the King of France. I feel, Monseigneur, thus the government concludes his dispatch, all the delicacy of this negotiation. Be assured that I will conduct it with such precaution that the English will not be able to say that my orders had any part in it. He kept his word, and so did the missionaries. The Indians gave great trouble on the outskirts of Halifax, and murdered many harmless settlers. Yet the English authorities did not at first suspect that they were hounded on by their priests, under the direction of the Governor of Canada and with the privity of the minister at Versailles. More than this, for looking across the sea, we find royalty itself lending its august countenance to the machination. Among the letters read before the king in his cabinet in May 1750 was one from de Cherbières, then commanding at Louisbourg, saying that he was advising the Acadians not to take the oath of allegiance to the King of England, another from Le Loutre declaring that he and Father Germain were consulting together how to disgust the English with their enterprise of Halifax, and a third from the Intendant Bigot, announcing that Le Loutre was using the Indians to harass the new settlement, and that he himself was sending them powder, lead, and merchandise to confirm them in their good designs. To this the minister replies in a letter to de Cherbières, His Majesty is well satisfied with all you have done to thwart the English in their new establishment. If the dispositions of the savages are such as they seem, there is reason to hope that in the course of the winter they will succeed in so harassing the settlers that some of them will become disheartened. The Cherbières is then told that His Majesty desires him to aid English deserters in escaping from Halifax. Supplies for the Indians are also promised, and he is informed that 12 medals are sent him by the frigate La Mutine, to be given to the chiefs who shall most distinguish themselves. In another letter, de Cherbières is enjoined to treat the English authorities with great politeness. End of section 8. Section 9 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. When Count Raymond took command at Louisbourg, he was instructed under the royal hand to give particular attention to the affairs of Acadia, especially in 2 points: the management of the Indians and the encouraging of Acadian emigration to countries under French rule. His Majesty, says the document, has already remarked that the savages have been most favorably disposed. It is of the utmost importance that no means be neglected to keep them so. The missionaries among them are in a better position than anybody to contribute to this end, and His Majesty has reason to be satisfied with the pains they take therein. The Sieur de Raymond will excite these missionaries not to slacken their efforts, but he will warn them at the same time so to contain their zeal as not to compromise themselves with the English and give just occasion of complaint. That is, the king orders his representative to encourage the missionaries in instigating their flocks to butcher English settlers, but to see that they take care not to be found out. The injunction was hardly needed. Monsieur de Cherbières, says a letter of earlier date, has engaged Abbé Le Loutre to distribute the usual presents among the savages, and Monsieur Bigot has placed in his hands an additional gift of cloth, blankets, powder, and ball, to be given them in case they harass the English at Halifax. This missionary is to induce them to do so. In spite of these efforts, the Indians began to relent in their hostilities, and when Longueuil became provisional governor of Canada, he complained to the minister that it was very difficult to prevent them from making peace with the English, though Father Germain was doing his best to keep them on the war-path. La Jonquière, too, had done his best, even to the point of departing from his original policy of allowing no soldier or Acadian to take part with them. He had sent a body of troops under La Corne, an able partisan officer, to watch the English frontier, and in the same vessel was sent a supply of merchandise, guns, and munitions for the savages and Acadians who may take up arms with them, and the whole is sent under pretext of trading in furs with the savages. On another occasion, La Jonquière wrote, "In order that the savages may do their part courageously, a few Acadians, dressed and painted in their way, could join them to strike the English. I cannot help consenting to what these savages do, because we have our hands tied by the peace, and so can do nothing ourselves. Besides, I do not think that any inconvenience will come of letting the Acadians mingle among them, because if they, the Acadians, are captured, we shall say that they acted of their own accord." In other words, he will encourage them to break the peace, and then by means of falsehood have them punished as felons. Many disguised Acadians did in fact join the Indian war parties, and their doing so was no secret to the English. "What we call here an Indian war," wrote Hopson, successor of Cornwallis, "is no other than a pretense for the French to commit hostilities on His Majesty's subjects." At length the Indians made peace, or pretended to do so. The chief of Le Loutre's mission, who called himself Major Jean-Baptiste Cope, came to Halifax with a deputation of his tribe, and they all affixed their totems to a solemn treaty. In the next summer they returned with 90 or 100 warriors, were well entertained, presented with gifts, and sent homeward in a schooner. On the way, they seized the vessel and murdered the crew. This is told by Prevost, intendant at Louisbourg, who does not say that French instigation had any part in the treachery. It is nevertheless certain that the Indians were paid for this or some contemporary murder, for Prevost, writing just 4 weeks later, says, "Last month the savages took 18 English scalps, and Monsieur Le Loutre was obliged to pay them 1,800 livres, Acadian money, which I have reimbursed him." From the first, the services of this zealous missionary had been beyond price. Prevost testifies that though Cornwallis does his best to induce the Acadians to swear fidelity to King George, Le Loutre keeps them in allegiance to King Louis, and threatens to set his Indians upon them unless they declare against the English. I have already, adds Prevost, paid him 11,183 livres for his daily expenses, and I never cease advising him to be as economical as possible, and always to take care not to compromise himself with the English government. In consequence of good service to religion and the state, Le Loutre received a pension of 800 livres, as did also Maillard, his brother missionary on Cape Breton. The fear is, writes the colonial minister to the governor of Louisbourg, that their zeal may carry them too far. Excite them to keep the Indians in our interests, but do not let them compromise us. Act always so as to make the English appear as aggressors. All the Acadian clergy, in one degree or another, seem to have used their influence to prevent the inhabitants from taking the oath, and to persuade them that they were still French subjects. Some were noisy, turbulent, and defiant. Others were too tranquil to please the officers of the crown. A missionary at Annapolis is mentioned as old, and therefore inefficient, while the curé at Grand Pré, also an elderly man, was too much inclined to confine himself to his spiritual functions. It is everywhere apparent that those who chose these priests and sent them as missionaries into a British province expected them to act as enemies of the British crown. The maxim is often repeated that duty to religion is inseparable from the duty to the King of France. The Bishop of Quebec desired the Abbé de Île-d'Eu to represent to the court the need of more missionaries to keep the Acadians Catholic and French. But, he adds, there is danger that they, the missionaries, will be required to take an oath to do nothing contrary to the interests of the King of Great Britain. It is a wonder that such a pledge was not always demanded. It was exacted in a few cases, notably in that of Girard, priest at Cobequid, who on charges of instigating his flock to disaffection had been sent prisoner to Halifax, but released on taking an oath in the above terms. Thereupon he wrote to Longueuil at Quebec that his parishioners wanted to submit to the English, and that he, having sworn to be true to the British King, could not prevent them. Though I don't pretend to be a casuist, writes Longueuil, I could not help answering him that he is not obliged to keep such an oath, and that he ought to labor in all zeal to preserve and increase the number of the faithful. Girard, to his credit, preferred to leave the colony and retired to Île Saint-Jean. Cornwallis soon discovered to what extent the clergy stirred their flocks to revolt, and he wrote angrily to the Bishop of Quebec, "Was it you who sent Le Loutre as a missionary to the Micmacs? And is it for their good that he excites these wretches to practice their cruelties against those who have shown them every kindness? The conduct of the priests of Acadia has been such that by command of His Majesty I have published an order declaring that if any one of them presumes to exercise his functions without my express permission, he shall be dealt with according to the laws of England." The English, bound by treaty to allow the Acadians the exercise of their religion, at length conceived the idea of replacing the French priests by others to be named by the Pope at the request of the British government. This becoming known to the French greatly alarmed them, and the intendant at Louisbourg wrote to the minister that the matter required serious attention. It threatened, in fact, to rob them of their chief agents of intrigue. But their alarm proved needless, as the plan was not carried into execution. The French officials would have been better pleased had the conduct of Cornwallis been such as to aid their efforts to alienate the Acadians, and one writer, while confessing the favourable treatment of the English towards the inhabitants, denounces it as a snare. If so, it was a snare intended simply to reconcile them to English rule, nor was it without effect. We must give up altogether the idea of an insurrection in Acadia, writes an officer of Cape Breton. The Acadians cannot be trusted. They are controlled by fear of the Indians, which leads them to breathe French sentiments, even when their inclinations are English. They will yield to their interests, and the English will make it impossible that they should either hurt them or serve us, unless we take measures different from those we have hitherto pursued. During all this time, constant efforts were made to stimulate Acadian emigration to French territory, and thus to strengthen the French frontier. In this work the chief agent was Le Loutre. This priest, says a French writer of the time, urged the people of Le Maine, Port Royal, Annapolis, and other places to come and join the French, and promised to all, in the name of the governor, to settle and support them for 3 years, and even indemnify them for any losses they might occur, threatening, if they did not do as he advised, to abandon them, deprive them of their priests, have their wives and children carried off, and their property laid waste by the Indians. Some passed over the isthmus to the shores of the Gulf, and others made their way to the Strait of Canseau. Vessels were provided to convey them, in the one case to Île Saint-Jean, now Prince Edward Island, and in the other to Île Royale, called by the English Cape Breton. Some were eager to go, some went with reluctance, some would scarcely be persuaded to go at all. They leave their homes with great regret, reports the governor of Île Saint-Jean, speaking of the people of Cobequid, and they began to move their luggage only when the savages compelled them. These savages were the flock of Abbé Le Loutre, who was on the spot to direct the emigration. 2,000 Acadians are reported to have left the peninsula before the end of 1751, and many more followed within the next 2 years. Nothing could exceed the misery of a great part of these emigrants, who had left perforce most of their effects behind. They became disheartened and apathetic. The intendant at Louisbourg says that they will not take the trouble to clear the land, and that some of them live, like Indians, under huts of spruce branches. The governor of Île Saint-Jean declares that they are dying of hunger. Girard, the priest who had withdrawn to this island rather than break his oath to the English, writes, "Many of them cannot protect themselves day or night from the severity of the cold. Most of the children are entirely naked, and when I go into a house they are all crouched in the ashes close to the fire. They run off and hide themselves without shoes, stockings, or shirts. They are not all reduced to this extremity, but nearly all are in want. Mortality among them was great, and would have been greater but for rations supplied by the French government." During these proceedings, the English governor, Cornwallis, seems to have justified the character of good temper given him by Horace Walpole. His attitude towards the Acadians remained, on the whole, patient and conciliatory. "My friends," he replied to a deputation of them asking a general permission to leave the province, "I am not ignorant of the fact that every means has been used to alienate the hearts of the French subjects of His Britannic Majesty. Great advantages have been promised you elsewhere, and you have been made to imagine that your religion was in danger. Threats even have been resorted to in order to induce you to remove to French territory. The savages are made use of to molest you. They are to cut the throats of all who remain in their native country, attached to their own interests and faithful to the government. You know that certain officers and missionaries who came from Canada last autumn have been the cause of all our trouble during the winter. Their conduct has been horrible, without honor, probity, or conscience. Their aim is to embroil you with the government. I will not believe that they are authorized to do so by the court of France, that being contrary to good faith and the friendship established between the two crowns. What foundation there was for this amiable confidence in the court of Versailles has been seen already. When you declared your desire to submit yourselves to another government, pursues Cornwallis, our determination was to hinder nobody from following what he imagined to be his interest. We know that a forced service is worth nothing, and that a subject compelled to be so against his will is not far from being an enemy. We confess, however, that your determination to go gives us pain. We are aware of your industry and temperance, and that you are not addicted to any vice or debauchery. This province is your country. You and your fathers have cultivated it. Naturally, you ought yourselves to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Such was the design of the King, our master. You know that we have followed his orders. You know that we have done everything to secure to you not only the occupation of your lands, but the ownership of them forever. We have given you also every possible assurance of the free and public exercise of the Roman Catholic religion. But I declare to you frankly that, according to our laws, nobody can possess lands or houses in the province who shall refuse to take the oath of allegiance to his king when required to do so. You know very well that there are ill-disposed and mischievous persons among you who corrupt the others. Your inexperience, your ignorance of the affairs of government, and your habit of following the counsels of those who have not your real interests at heart make it an easy matter to seduce you. In your petitions, you ask for a general leave to quit the province. The only manner in which you can do so is to follow the regulations already established, and provide yourselves with our passport. And we declare that nothing shall prevent us from giving such passports to all who ask for them. The moment peace and tranquillity are re-established. He declares as his reason for not giving them at once that on crossing the frontier you will have to pass the French detachments and savages assembled there, and that they compel all the inhabitants who go there to take up arms against the English. How well this reason was founded will soon appear. Hopson, the next governor, described by the French themselves as a mild and peaceable officer, was no less considerate in his treatment of the Acadians, and at the end of 1752 he issued the following order to his military subordinates: "You are to look on the French inhabitants in the same light as the rest of His Majesty's subjects, as to the protection of the laws and government, for which reason nothing is to be taken from them by force, or any price set upon their goods but what they themselves agree to, and if at any time the inhabitants should obstinately refuse to comply with what His Majesty's service may require of them, you are not to redress yourself by military force or in any unlawful manner, but to lay the case before the governor and wait his orders thereon. Unfortunately, the mild rule of Cornwallis and Hopson was not always maintained under their successor, Lawrence. Louis-Joseph Le Loutre, Vicar-General of Acadia and missionary to the Micmacs, was the most conspicuous person in the province, and more than any other man was answerable for the miseries that overwhelmed it. The sheep of which he was the shepherd dwelt, at a day's journey from Halifax, by the banks of the river Shubenacadie, in small cabins of logs mixed with wigwams of birch bark. They were not a docile flock, and to manage them needed address, energy, and money, with all of which the missionary was provided. He fed their traditional dislike of the English, and fanned their fanaticism, born of the villainous counterfeit of Christianity which he and his predecessors had imposed on them. Thus he contrived to use them on the one hand to murder the English, and on the other to terrify the Acadians, yet not without cost to the French government, for they had learned the value of money, and except when their blood was up, were slow to take scalps without pay. Le Loutre was a man of boundless egotism, a violent spirit of domination, an intense hatred of the English, and a fanaticism that stopped at nothing. Towards the Acadians he was a despot, and this simple and superstitious people, extremely susceptible to the influence of their priests, trembled before him. He was scarcely less masterful in his dealings with the Acadian clergy, and, aided by his quality of the bishop's vicar-general, he dragooned even the unwilling into aiding his schemes. 3 successive governors of New France thought him invaluable, yet feared the impetuosity of his zeal, and vainly tried to restrain it within safe bounds. The bishop, while approving his objects, thought his medicines too violent, and asked in a tone of reproof, "Is it right for you to refuse the Acadians the sacraments, to threaten that they shall be deprived of the services of a priest, and that the savages shall treat them as enemies?" Nobody, says a French Catholic contemporary, was more fit than he to carry discord and desolation into a country. Cornwallis called him a good-for-nothing scoundrel, and offered £100 for his head. End of section 9. Section 10 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 3. The authorities at Halifax, while exasperated by the perfidy practised on them, were themselves not always models of international virtue. They seized a French vessel in the Gulf of St. Lawrence on the charge, probably true, that she was carrying arms and ammunition to the Acadians and Indians. A less defensible act was the capture of the armed brig St. François, laden with supplies for a fort lately re-established by the French at the mouth of the river St. John, on ground claimed by both nations. Captain Roux a New England officer commanding a frigate in the Royal Navy, opened fire on the St. François, took her after a short cannonade, and carried her into Halifax, where she was condemned by the court. Several captures of small craft accused of illegal acts were also made by the English. These proceedings, being all of an overt nature, gave the officers of Louis XV precisely what they wanted, an occasion for uttering loud complaints and denouncing the English as breakers of the peace. But the movement most alarming to the French was the English occupation of Beaubassin, an act perfectly lawful in itself, since, without reasonable doubt, the place was within the limits of Acadia, and therefore on English ground. Beaubassin was a considerable settlement on the isthmus that joins the Acadian peninsula to the mainland. Northwest of the settlement lay a wide marsh, through which ran a stream called the Missaguash, some 2 miles beyond which rose a hill called Beauséjour. On and near this hill were stationed the troops and Canadians sent under Boishébert and La Corne to watch the English frontier. This French force excited disaffection among the Canadians through all the neighboring districts, and constantly helped them to emigrate. Cornwallis therefore resolved to send an English force to the spot, and accordingly, towards the end of April 1750, Major Lawrence landed at Beaubassin with 400 men. News of their approach had come before them, and Le Loutre was here with his Micmacs, mixed with some Acadians whom he had persuaded or bullied to join him. Resolved that the people of Beaubassin should not live under English influence, he now with his own hand set fire to the parish church, while his white and red adherents burned the houses of the inhabitants, and thus compelled them to cross to the French side of the river. This was the first forcible removal of the Acadians. It was as premature as it was violent, since Lawrence, being threatened by La Corne, whose force was several times greater than his own, presently re-embarked. In the following September he returned with 17 small vessels and about 700 men, and again attempted to land on the strand of Beaubassin. La Jonquière says that he could only be resisted indirectly, because he was on the English side of the river. This indirect resistance was undertaken by Le Loutre, who had thrown up a breastwork along the shore and manned it with his Indians and his painted and befeathered Acadians. Nevertheless, the English landed, and with some loss drove out the defenders. Le Loutre himself seems not to have been among them, but they kept up for a time a helter-skelter fight, encouraged by 2 other missionaries, Germain and Lalerne, who were near being caught by the English. Lawrence quickly routed them, took possession of the cemetery, and prepared to fortify himself. The village of Beaubassin, consisting, it is said, of 140 houses, had been burned in the spring, but there were still in the neighborhood, on the English side, many hamlets and farms, with barns full of grain and hay. Le Loutre's Indians now threatened to plunder and kill the inhabitants if they did not take arms against the English. Few complied, and the greater part fled to the woods. On this, the Indians and their Acadian allies set the houses and barns on fire and laid waste the whole district, leaving the inhabitants no choice but to seek food and shelter with the French. The English fortified themselves on a low hill by the edge of the marsh, planted palisades, built barracks, and named the new work Fort Lawrence. Slight skirmishes between them and the French were frequent. Neither party respected the dividing line of the Missaguash, and a petty warfare of aggression and reprisal began, and became chronic. Before the end of the autumn there was an atrocious act of treachery. Among the English officers was Captain Edward Howe, an intelligent and agreeable person, who spoke French fluently and had long been stationed in the province. Le Loutre detested him, dreading his influence over the Acadians, by many of whom he was known and liked. One morning at about 8 o'clock, the inmates of Fort Lawrence saw what they seemed an officer from Beauséjour, carrying a flag, and followed by several men in uniform, wading through the sea of grass that stretched beyond the Missaguash. When the tide was out, this river was but an ugly trench of reddish mud gashed across the face of the marsh, with a thread of half-fluid slime lazily crawling along the bottom. But at high tide it was filled to the brim with an opaque torrent that would have overflowed but for the dikes thrown up to confine it. Behind the dike, on the farther bank, stood the seeming officer, waving his flag in sign that he desired a parley. He was in reality no officer, but one of Le Loutre's Indians in disguise, Etienne le Bâtard, or, as others say, the great chief Jean-Baptiste Cope. Howe, carrying a white flag, and accompanied by a few officers and men, went towards the river to hear what he had to say. As they drew near, his looks and language excited their suspicion, but it was too late, for a number of Indians who had hidden behind the dike during the night fired upon Howe across the stream and mortally wounded him. They continued their fire on his companions, but could not prevent them from carrying the dying man to the fort. The French officers, indignant at this villainy, did not hesitate to charge it upon Le Loutre. For, says one of them, what is not a wicked priest capable of doing? But Le Loutre's brother missionary, Maillard, declares that it was purely an effect of religious zeal on the part of the Micmacs, who, according to him, bore a deadly grudge against Howe because, 14 years before, he had spoken words disrespectful to the Holy Virgin. Maillard adds that the Indians were much pleased with what they had done. Finding, however, that they could effect little against the English troops, they changed their field of action, repaired to the outskirts of Halifax, murdered about 30 settlers, and carried off 8 or 10 prisoners. Strong reinforcements came from Canada. The French began a fort on the hill of Beauséjour, and the Acadians were required to work at it with no compensation but rations. They were thinly clad. Some had neither shoes nor stockings, and winter was begun. They became so dejected that it was found absolutely necessary to give them wages enough to supply their most pressing needs. In the following season, Fort Beauséjour was in a state to receive a garrison. It stood on the crown of the hill, and a vast panorama stretched below and around it. In front lay the Bay of Chignecto, winding along the fertile shores of Chipody and Memaramcook. Far on the right spread the great Tantemar Marsh. On the left lay the marsh of the Missaguash, and on a knoll beyond it not 3 miles distant, the red flag of England waved over the palisades of Fort Lawrence, while hills wrapped in dark forests bounded the horizon. How the homeless Acadians from Beaubassin lived through the winter is not very clear. They probably found shelter at Chipody and its neighborhood, where there were thriving settlements of their countrymen. Le Loutre, fearing that they would return to their lands and submit to the English, sent some of them to Île Saint-Jean. They refused to go, says a French writer, but he compelled them at last by threatening to make the Indians pillage them, carry off their wives and children, and even kill them before their eyes. Nevertheless, he kept about him such as were most submissive to his will. In the spring after the English occupied Beaubassin, La Jonquière issued a strange proclamation. It commanded all Acadians to take forthwith an oath of fidelity to the King of France, and to enroll themselves in the French militia, on pain of being treated as rebels. 3 years after, Lawrence, who then governed the province, proclaimed in his turn that all Acadians who had at any time sworn fidelity to the King of England, and who should be found in arms against him, would be treated as criminals. Thus were these unfortunates ground between the upper and nether millstones. Le Loutre replied to this proclamation of Lawrence by a letter in which he outdid himself. He declared that any of the inhabitants who had crossed to the French side of the line, and who should presume to return to the English, would be treated as enemies by his Micmacs, and in the name of these, his Indian adherents, he demanded that the entire eastern half of the Acadian peninsula, including the ground on which Fort Lawrence stood, should be at once made over to their sole use and sovereign ownership, which, being read and considered, says the record of the Halifax Council, the contents appeared too insolent and absurd to be answered. The number of Acadians who had crossed the line and were collected about Beauséjour was now large. Their countrymen of Chipody began to find them a burden, and they lived chiefly on government rations. Le Loutre had obtained 50,000 livres from the court in order to dike in for their use the fertile marshes of Memramcook, but the relief was distant and the misery pressing. They complained that they had been lured over the line by false assurances, and they applied secretly to the English authorities to learn if they would be allowed to return to their homes. The answer was that they might do so with full enjoyment of religion and property, if they would take a simple oath of fidelity and loyalty to the King of Great Britain, qualified by an oral intimation that they would not be required for the present to bear arms. When Le Loutre heard this, he mounted the pulpit, broke into fierce invectives, threatened the terrified people with excommunication, and preached himself into a state of exhaustion. The military commandant at Beauséjour used gentler means of prevention, and the Acadians, unused for generations to think or act for themselves, remained restless but indecisive, waiting till fate should settle for them the question, under which king? Meanwhile, for the past 3 years, the commissioners appointed under the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle to settle the question of boundaries between France and England in America had been in session at Paris, waging interminable war on paper. La Galissonière and Silhouette for France, Shirley and Mildmay for England. By the Treaty of Utrecht, Acadia belonged to England. But what was Acadia? According to the English commissioners, it comprised not only the peninsula now called Nova Scotia, but all the immense tract of land between the River St. Lawrence on the north, the Gulf of the same name on the east, the Atlantic on the south, and New England on the west. The French commissioners, on their part, maintained that the name Acadia belonged of right to only about 1/20th part of this territory, and that it did not even cover the whole of the Acadian peninsula, but only its southern coast with an adjoining belt of barren wilderness. When the French owned Acadia, they gave it boundaries as comprehensive as those claimed for it by the English commissioners. Now that it belonged to a rival, they cut it down to a pairing of its former self. The denial that Acadia included the whole peninsula was dictated by the need of a winter communication between Quebec and Cape Breton, which was only possible with the eastern portions in French hands. So new was this denial that even La Galissonière himself, the foremost in making it, had declared without reservation 2 years before that Acadia was the entire peninsula. If, says a writer on the question, we had to do with a nation more tractable, less grasping, and more conciliatory, it would be well to insist also that Halifax should be given up to us. He thinks that on the whole it would be well to make the demand in any case, in order to gain some other point by yielding this one. It is curious that while denying that the country was Acadia, the French invariably called the inhabitants Acadians. Innumerable public documents, commissions, grants, treaties, edicts, signed by French kings and ministers, had recognized Acadia as extending over New Brunswick and a part of Maine. 4 censuses of Acadia, while it belonged to the French, had recognized the mainland as included in it, and so do also the early French maps. Its prodigious shrinkage was simply the consequence of its possession by an alien. Other questions of limits, more important and equally perilous, called loudly for solution. What line should separate Canada and her western dependency from the British colonies? Various principles of demarcation were suggested, of which the most prominent on the French side was a geographical one. All countries watered by streams falling into the St. Lawrence, the Great Lakes, and the Mississippi were to belong to her. This would have planted her in the heart of New York and along the crests of the Alleghanies, giving her all the interior of the continent and leaving nothing to England but a strip of sea-coast. Yet in view of what France had achieved, of the patient gallantry of her explorers, the zeal of her missionaries, the adventurous hardihood of her bushrangers, revealing to civilized mankind the existence of this wilderness world, while her rivals plodded at their workshops, their farms, or their fisheries. In view of all this, her pretensions were moderate and reasonable compared with those of England. The Treaty of Utrecht had declared the Iroquois, or 5 nations, to be British subjects. Therefore, it was insisted that all countries conquered by them belonged to the British Crown. But what was an Iroquois contest? The Iroquois rarely occupied the countries they overran. Their military expeditions were mere raids, great or small. Sometimes, as in the case of the Hurons, they made a solitude and called it peace. Again, as in the case of the Illinois, they drove off the occupants of the soil, who returned after the invaders were gone. But the range of their war parties was prodigious, and the English laid claim to every mountain, forest, or prairie where an Iroquois had taken a scalp. That would give them not only the country between the Alleghanies and the Mississippi, but also that between Lake Huron and the Ottawa, thus reducing Canada to the patch on the American map now represented by the province of Quebec, or rather by a part of it, since the extension of Acadia to the St. Lawrence would cut off the present counties of Gaspé, Rimouski, and Bonaventure. Indeed, among the advocates of British claims, there were those who denied that France had any rights whatever on the south side of the St. Lawrence. Such being the attitude of the two contestants, it was plain that there was no resort but the last argument of kings. Peace must be won with the sword. The commissioners at Paris broke up their sessions, leaving as the monument of their toils 4 quarto volumes of allegations, arguments, and documentary proofs. Out of the discussion rose also a swarm of fugitive publications in French, English, and Spanish, for the question of American boundaries had become European. There was one among them worth notice from its amusing absurdity. It is an elaborate disquisition, under the title of Roman Politique, by an author faithful to the traditions of European diplomacy, and inspired at the same time by the new philosophy of the school of Rousseau. He insists that the balance of power must be preserved in America as well as in Europe, because nature, the aggrandizement of the human soul, and the felicity of man are unanimous in demanding it. The English colonies are more populous and wealthy than the French. Therefore, the French should have more land to keep the balance. Nature, the human soul, and the felicity of man require that France should own all the country beyond the Alleghanies and all Acadia but a strip of the south coast, according to the sublime negotiations of the French commissioners, of which the writer declares himself a religious admirer. We know already that France had used means sharper than negotiation to vindicate her claim to the interior of the continent, had marched to the sources of the Ohio to entrench herself there, and hold the passes of the West against all comers. It remains to be seen how she fared in her bold enterprise. End of section 10. Section 11 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 1, 1753 to 1754. Washington. Towards the end of spring, the vanguard of the expedition sent by Duquesne to occupy the Ohio landed at Presqu'Isle, where Erie now stands. This route to the Ohio, far better than that which Céloron had followed, was a new discovery to the French, and Duquesne calls the harbor the finest in nature. Here they built a fort of squared chestnut logs, and when it was finished, they cut a road of several leagues through the woods to Rivière-au-Boeuf, now French Creek. At the farther end of this road they began another wooden fort, and called it Fort Le Boeuf. Thence, when the water was high, they could descend French Creek to the Allegheny and follow that stream to the main current of the Ohio. It was heavy work to carry the cumbrous load of baggage across the portages. Much of it is said to have been superfluous, consisting of velvets, silks, and other useless and costly articles, sold to the king at enormous prices as necessaries of the expedition. The weight of the task fell on the Canadians, who worked with cheerful hardihood and did their part to admiration. Marin, commander of the expedition, a gruff, choleric old man of 63, but full of force and capacity, spared himself so little that he was struck down with dysentery, and refusing to be sent home to Montreal, was before long in a dying state. His place was taken by Payen, of whose private character there is little good to be said, but whose conduct as an officer was such that Duquesne calls him a prodigy of talents, resources, and zeal. The subalterns deserve no such praise. They disliked the service and made no secret of their discontent. Rumors of it filled Montreal, and Duquesne wrote to Marin, "I am surprised that you have not told me of this change. Take note of the sullen and discouraged faces about you. This sort are worse than useless. Rid yourself of them at once. Send them to Montreal that I may make an example of them." Payen wrote at the end of September that Marin was in extremity, and the governor, disturbed and alarmed, for he knew the value of the sturdy old officer, looked anxiously for a successor. He chose another veteran, Legardeur de Saint-Pierre, who had just returned from a journey of exploration towards the Rocky Mountains, and whom Duquesne now ordered to the Ohio. Meanwhile, the effects of the expedition had already justified it. At first, the Indians of the Ohio had shown a bold front. One of them, a chief whom the English called the Half-King, came to Fort Le Boeuf and ordered the French to leave the country, but was received by Marin with such contemptuous haughtiness that he went home shedding tears of rage and mortification. The western tribes were daunted. The Miamis, but yesterday fast friends of the English, made humble submission to the French, and offered them 2 English scalps to signalize their repentance, while the Sacs, Potawatomis, and Ojibwas were loud in professions of devotion. Even the Iroquois, Delaware, and Shawanoes on the Allegheny had come to the French camp and offered their help in carrying the baggage. It needed but perseverance and success in the enterprise to win over every tribe from the mountains to the Mississippi. To accomplish this and to curb the English, Duquesne had planned a 3rd fort at the junction of French Creek with the Allegheny, or at some point lower down. Then, leaving the 3 posts well garrisoned, Payen was to descend the Ohio with the whole remaining force, impose terror on the wavering tribes, and complete their conversion. Both plans were thwarted. The fort was not built, nor did Payen descend the Ohio. Fevers, lung diseases, and scurvy made such deadly havoc among troops and Canadians that the dying Marin saw with bitterness that his work must be left half done. 300 of the best men were kept to garrison Forts Presqu'Isle and Le Boeuf, and then, as winter approached, the rest were sent back to Montreal. When they arrived, the governor was shocked at their altered looks. I reviewed them and could not help being touched by the pitiable state to which fatigues and exposures had reduced them. Past all doubt, if these emaciated figures had gone down the Ohio as intended, the river would have been strewn with corpses, and the evil-disposed savages would not have failed to attack the survivors, seeing that they were but spectres. Legardeur de Saint-Pierre arrived at the end of autumn, and made his quarters at Fort Le Bœuf. The surrounding forests had dropped their leaves, and in grey and patient desolation bided the coming winter. Chill rains drizzled over the gloomy clearing and drenched the palisades and log-built barracks, raw from the axe. Buried in the wilderness, the military exiles resigned themselves as they might to months of monotonous solitude, when just after sunset on the 11th of December, a tall youth came out of the forest on horseback, attended by a companion much older and rougher than himself, and followed by several Indians and 4 or 5 white men with pack-horses. Officers from the fort went out to meet the strangers, and wading through mud and sodden snow, they entered at the gate. On the next day, the young leader of the party, with the help of an interpreter, for he spoke no French, had an interview with the commandant, and gave him a letter from Governor Dinwiddie. Saint-Pierre and the officer next in rank, who knew a little English, took it to another room to study it at their ease, and in it, all unconsciously, they read a name destined to stand one of the noblest in the annals of mankind, for it introduced Major George Washington, Adjutant General of the Virginia Militia. Dinwiddie, jealously watchful of French aggression, had learned through traders and Indians that a strong detachment from Canada had entered the territories of the King of England and built forts on Lake Erie and on a branch of the Ohio. He wrote to challenge the invasion and summon the invaders to withdraw, and he could find none so fit to bear his message as a young man of 21. It was this rough Scotchman who launched Washington on his illustrious career. Washington set out for the trading station of the Ohio Company on Will's Creek, and thence, at the middle of November, struck into the wilderness with Christopher Gist as a guide, Van Braam, a Dutchman, as French interpreter, Davison, a trader, as Indian interpreter, and 4 woodsmen as servants. They went to the forks of the Ohio, and then down the river to Logstown, the Chiningué of Céloron de Bienville. There Washington had various parleys with the Indians, and thence, after vexatious delays, he continued his journey towards Fort Le Bœuf, accompanied by the friendly chief called the Half-King, and by 3 of his tribesmen. For several days they followed the traders' path, pelted with unceasing rain and snow, and came at last to the old Indian town of Venango, where French Creek enters the Allegheny. Here there was an English trading house, but the French had seized it, raised their flag over it, and turned it into a military outpost. Joncaire was in command, with 2 subalterns, and nothing could exceed their civility. They invited the strangers to supper, and, says Washington, the wine, as they dosed themselves pretty plentifully with it, soon banished the restraint which at first appeared in their conversation, and gave a license to their tongues to reveal their sentiments more freely. They told me that it was their absolute design to take possession of the Ohio, and they would do it. For that, although they were sensible the English could raise 2 men for their one, yet they knew their motions were too slow and dilatory to prevent any attacking of theirs. With all their civility, the French officers did their best to entice away Washington's Indians, and it was with extreme difficulty that he could persuade them to go with him. Through marshes and swamps, forests choked with snow, and drenched with incessant rain, they toiled on for 4 days more, till the wooden walls of Fort Le Boeuf appeared at last, surrounded by fields studded thick with stumps, and half encircled by the chill current of French Creek, along the banks of which lay more than 200 canoes, ready to carry troops in the spring. Washington describes Legardeur de Saint-Pierre as an elderly gentleman with much the air of a soldier. The letter sent him by Dinwiddie expressed astonishment that his troops should build forts upon lands so notoriously known to be the property of the Crown of Great Britain. I must desire you, continued the letter, to acquaint me by whose authority and instructions you have lately marched from Canada with an armed force and invaded the King of Great Britain's territories. It becomes my duty to require your peaceable departure, and that you would forbear prosecuting a purpose so interruptive of the harmony and good understanding which His Majesty is desirous to continue and cultivate with the most Christian King. I persuade myself you will receive and entertain Major Washington with the candor and politeness natural to your nation, and it will give me the greatest satisfaction if you return him with an answer suitable to my wishes for a very long and lasting peace between us. Saint-Pierre took 3 days to frame the answer. In it he said that he should send Dinwiddie's letter to the Marquis Duquesne and wait his orders, and that meanwhile he should remain at his post according to the commands of his general. I made it my particular care, so the letter closed, to receive Mr. Washington with a distinction suitable to your dignity, as well as his own quality and great merit. No form of courtesy had in fact been wanting. He appeared to be extremely complaisant, says Washington, though he was exerting every artifice to set our Indians at variance with us. I saw that every stratagem was practised to win the half-king to their interest. Neither gifts nor brandy were spared, and it was only by the utmost pains that Washington could prevent his red allies from staying at the fort, conquered by French blandishments. After leaving Venango on his return, he found the horses so weak that to arrive the sooner he left them and their drivers in charge of Van Braam and pushed forward on foot, accompanied by Gist alone. Each was wrapped to the throat in an Indian match coat, with a gun in his hand and a pack at his back. Passing an old Indian hamlet called Murdering Town, they had an adventure which threatened to make good the name. A French Indian whom they met in the forest fired at them, pretending that his gun had gone off by chance. They caught him, and Gist would have killed him, but Washington interposed, and they let him go. Then, to escape pursuit from his tribesmen, they walked all night and all the next day. This brought them to the banks of the Allegheny. They hoped to have found it dead frozen, but it was all alive and turbulent, filled with ice sweeping down the current. They made a raft, shoved out into the stream, and were soon caught helplessly in the drifting ice. Washington, pushing hard with his setting pole, was jerked into the freezing river, but caught a log of the raft and dragged himself out. By no efforts could they reach the farther bank, or regain that which they had left. But they were driven against an island, where they landed, and left the raft to its fate. The night was excessively cold, and Gist's feet and hands were badly frostbitten. In the morning the ice had set, and the river was a solid floor. They crossed it, and succeeded in reaching the house of the trader Fraser on the Monongahela. It was the middle of January when Washington arrived at Williamsburg and made his report to Dinwiddie. Robert Dinwiddie was lieutenant governor of Virginia in place of the titular governor, Lord Albemarle, whose post was a sinecure. He had been clerk in a government office in the West Indies, then surveyor of customs in the Old Dominion, a position in which he made himself cordially disliked, and when he rose to the governorship he carried his unpopularity with him. Yet Virginia and all the British colonies owed him much, for though past 60, he was the most watchful sentinel against French aggression and its most strenuous opponent. Scarcely had Marin's vanguard appeared at Presqu'Isle, when Dinwiddie warned the home government of the danger, and urged what he had before urged in vain on the Virginian Assembly, the immediate building of forts on the Ohio. There came in reply a letter signed by the king, authorizing him to build the forts at the cost of the colony, and to repel force by force in case he was molested or obstructed. Moreover, the king wrote, "If you shall find that any number of persons shall presume to erect any fort or forts within the limits of our province of Virginia, you are first to require them peaceably to depart, and if, notwithstanding your admonitions, they do still endeavor to carry out any such unlawful and unjustifiable designs, we do hereby strictly charge and command you to drive them off by force of arms." The order was easily given, but to obey it needed men and money, and for these Dinwiddie was dependent on his assembly, or House of Burgesses. He convoked them for the 1st of November, sending Washington at the same time with the summons to Saint-Pierre. The Burgesses met. Dinwiddie exposed the danger and asked for means to meet it. They seemed more than willing to comply, but debates presently arose concerning the fee of a pistole, which the governor had demanded on each patent of land issued by him. The amount was trifling, but the principle was doubtful. The aristocratic Republic of Virginia was intensely jealous of the slightest encroachment on its rights by the Crown or its representative. The governor defended the fee. The Burgesses replied that subjects cannot be deprived of the least part of their property without their consent, declared the fee unlawful, and called on Dinwiddie to confess it to be so. He still defended it. They saw in his demand for supplies a means of bringing him to terms, and refused to grant money unless he would recede from his position. Dinwiddie rebuked them for disregarding the designs of the French and disputing the rights of the Crown, and he prorogued them in some anger. Thus he was unable to obey the instructions of the king. As a temporary resource, he ventured to order a draft of 200 men from the militia. Washington was to have command, with the trader William Trent as his lieutenant. His orders were to push with all speed to the forks of the Ohio and there build a fort. But in case any attempts are made to obstruct the works by any persons whatsoever, to restrain all such offenders, and in case of resistance to make prisoners of, or kill and destroy them. The governor next sent messages to the Catawbas, Cherokees, Chickasaws, and Iroquois of the Ohio, inviting them to take up the hatchet against the French, who under pretense of embracing you mean to squeeze you to death. Then he wrote urgent letters to the governors of Pennsylvania, the Carolinas, Maryland, and New Jersey, begging for contingents of men to be at Will's Creek in March at the latest, but nothing could be done without money, and trusting for a change of heart on the part of the burgesses, he summoned them to meet again on the 14th of February. If they come in good temper, he wrote to Lord Fairfax, a nobleman settled in the colony, I hope they will lay a fund to qualify me to send 400 or 500 men more to the Ohio, which, with the assistance of our neighboring colonies, may make some figure. End of section 11. Section 12 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 2. The session began. Again, somewhat oddly, yet forcibly, the governor set before the assembly the peril of the situation, and begged them to postpone less pressing questions to the exigency of the hour. This time they listened, and voted £10,000 in Virginia currency to defend the frontier. The grant was frugal, and they jealously placed its expenditure in the hands of a committee of their own. Dinwiddie, writing to the Lords of Trade, pleads necessity as his excuse for submitting to their terms. I am sorry, he says, to find them too much in a republican way of thinking. What vexed him still more was their sending an agent to England to complain against him on the irrepressible question of the pistole fee. And he writes to his London friend, the merchant Hanbury, I have had a great deal of trouble from the factious disputes and violent heats of a most impudent, troublesome party here in regard to that silly fee of a pistole. Surely every thinking man will make a distinction between a fee and a tax. Poor people, I pity their ignorance and narrow, ill-natured spirits. But, my friend, consider that I could by no means give up this fee without affronting the Board of Trade and their council here, who established it. His thoughts were not all of this harassing nature, and he ends his letter with the following petition. Now, sir, as His Majesty is pleased to make me a military officer, please send for Scott, my tailor, to make me a proper suit of regimentals to be here by His Majesty's birthday. I do not much like gaiety in dress, but I conceive this necessary. I do not much care for lace on the coat, but a neat embroidered buttonhole, though you do not deal that way. I know you have a good taste, that I may show my friend's fancy in that suit of clothes, a good laced hat, and 2 pair stockings, 1 silk, the other fine thread. If the governor and his English sometimes provoke a smile, he deserves admiration for the energy with which he opposed the public enemy, under circumstances the most discouraging. He invited the Indians to meet him in council at Winchester, and as bait to attract them, coupled the message with a promise of gifts. He sent circulars from the king to the neighboring governors, calling for supplies, and wrote letter upon letter to rouse them to effort. He wrote also to the more distant governors, Delancey of New York and Shirley of Massachusetts, begging them to make what he called a feint against Canada to prevent the French from sending so large a force to the Ohio. It was to the nearer colonies, from New Jersey to South Carolina, that he looked for direct aid, and their several governors were all more or less active to procure it. But as most of them had some standing dispute with their assemblies, they could get nothing except on terms with which they would not, and sometimes could not, comply. As the lands invaded by the French belonged to one of the two rival claimants, Virginia and Pennsylvania, the other colonies had no mind to vote money to defend them. Pennsylvania herself refused to move. Hamilton, her governor, could do nothing against the placid obstinacy of the Quaker non-combatants and the stolid obstinacy of the German farmers, who chiefly made up his assembly. North Carolina alone answered the appeal, and gave money enough to raise 300 or 400 men. 2 independent companies maintained by the King in New York, and 1 in South Carolina, had received orders from England to march to the scene of action, and in these, with the scanty levies of his own and the adjacent province, lay Dinwiddie's only hope. With men abundant and willing, there were no means to put them into the field, and no commander whom they would all obey. From the brick house at Williamsburg, pompously called the governor's palace, Dinwiddie dispatched letters, orders, couriers, to hasten the tardy reinforcements of North Carolina and New York, and push on the raw soldiers of the Old Dominion, who now numbered 300 men. They were called the Virginia Regiment, and Joshua Fry, an English gentleman bred at Oxford, was made their colonel, with Washington as next in command. Fry was at Alexandria with half the so-called regiment, trying to get it into marching order. Washington, with the other half, had pushed forward to the Ohio Company's storehouse at Wills Creek, which was to form a base of operations. His men were poor whites, brave but hard to discipline, without tents, ill-armed, and ragged as Falstaff's recruits. Behind these, a band of backwoodsmen under Captain Trent had crossed the mountains in February to build a fort at the forks of the Ohio, where Pittsburgh now stands, a spot which Washington had examined when on his way to Fort Le Boeuf, and which he had reported as the best for the purpose. The hope was that Trent would fortify himself before the arrival of the French, and that Washington and Fry would join him in time to secure the position. Trent had begun the fort, but for some unexplained reason had gone back to Wills Creek, leaving Ensign Ward with 40 men to work upon it. Their labors were suddenly interrupted. On the 17th of April, a swarm of bateaux and canoes came down the Allegheny, bringing, according to Ward, more than 1,000 Frenchmen, though in reality not much above 500, who landed, planted cannon against the incipient stockade, and summoned the ensign to surrender on pain of what might ensue. He complied and was allowed to depart with his men. Retracing his steps over the mountains, he reported his mishap to Washington, while the French demolished his unfinished fort, began a much larger and better one, and named it Fort Duquesne. They had acted with their usual promptness. Their governor, a practised soldier, knew the value of celerity, and had set his troops in motion with the first opening of spring. He had no refractory assembly to hamper him, no lack of money, for the king supplied it, and all Canada must march at his bidding. Thus, while Dinwiddie was still toiling to muster his raw recruits, Duquesne's lieutenant, Contrecoeur, successor of Saint-Pierre, had landed at Presqu'Isle with a much greater force, in part regulars and in part Canadians. Dinwiddie was deeply vexed when a message from Washington told him how his plans were blighted, and he spoke his mind to his friend Hanbury. If our Assembly had voted the money in November which they did in February, it's more than probable the fort would have been built and garrisoned before the French had approached. But these things cannot be done without money. As there was none in our treasury, I have advanced my own to forward the expenditure, and if the independent companies from New York come soon, I am in hopes the eyes of the other colonies will be opened, and if they grant a proper supply of men, I hope we shall be able to dislodge the French, or build a fort on that river. I congratulate you on the increase of your family. My wife and 2 girls join us in our most sincere respects to good Mrs. Hanbury. The seizure of a king's fort, by planting cannon against it and threatening it with destruction, was in his eyes a beginning of hostilities on the part of the French, and henceforth both he and Washington acted much as if war had been declared. From their situation at Will's Creek, the distance by the traders' path to Fort Duquesne was about 140 miles. Midway was a branch of the Monongahela called Redstone Creek, at the mouth of which the Ohio Company had built another storehouse. Dinwiddie ordered all the forces to cross the mountains and assemble at this point, until they should be strong enough to advance against the French. The movement was critical in presence of an enemy as superior in discipline as he was in numbers, while the natural obstacles were great. A road for cannon and wagons must be cut through a dense forest and over 2 ranges of high mountains, besides countless hills and streams. Washington set all his force to the work, and they spent a fortnight in making 20 miles. Towards the end of May, however, Dinwiddie learned that he had crossed the main ridge of the Alleghanies, and was encamped with 150 men near the parallel ridge of Laurel Hill, at a place called the Great Meadows. Trent's backwoodsmen had gone off in disgust. Fry, with the rest of the regiment, was still far behind, and Washington was daily expecting an attack. Close upon this, a piece of good news, or what seemed such, came over the mountains and gladdened the heart of the governor. He heard that a French detachment had tried to surprise Washington, and that he had killed or captured the whole. The facts were as follows. Washington was on the Youghiogany, a branch of the Monongahela, exploring it in hopes that it might prove navigable, when a messenger came to him from his old comrade, the Half-King, who was on the way to join him. The message was to the effect that the French had marched from their fort and meant to attack the first English they should meet. A report came soon after that they were already at the ford of the Youghiogany, 18 miles distance. Washington at once repaired to the Great Meadows, a level tract of grass and bushes bordered by wooded hills and traversed in one part by a gully, which with a little labor the men turned into an entrenchment, at the same time cutting away the branches and clearing what the young commander called a charming field for an encounter. Parties were sent out to scour the woods, but they found no enemy. 2 days passed when on the morning of the 27th, Christopher Gist, who had lately made a settlement on the farther side of Laurel Hill, 12 or 13 miles distant, came to the camp with news that 50 Frenchmen had been at his house towards noon of the day before, and would have destroyed everything but for the intervention of 2 Indians, whom he had left in charge during his absence. Washington sent 75 men to look for the party, but the search was vain, the French having hidden themselves so well as to escape any eye but that of an Indian. In the evening a runner came from the Half-King, who was encamped with a few warriors some miles distant. He had sent to tell Washington that he had found the tracks of 2 men and traced them towards a dark glen in the forest, where in his belief all the French were lurking. Washington seems not to have hesitated a moment. Fearing a stratagem to surprise his camp, he left his main force to guard it, and at 10 o'clock set out for the Half-King's wigwams at the head of 40 men. The night was rainy, and the forest, to use his own words, as black as pitch. The path, he continues, was hardly wide enough for 1 man. We often lost it and could not find it again for 15 or 20 minutes, and we often tumbled over each other in the dark. 7 of his men were lost in the woods and left behind. The rest groped their way all night, and reached the Indian camp at sunrise. A council was held with the Half-King, and he and his warriors agreed to join in striking the French. 2 of them led the way. The tracks of the 2 French scouts sent the day before were again found, and marching in single file, the party pushed through the forest into the rocky hollow where the French were supposed to be concealed. They were there, in fact, and they snatched their guns the moment they saw the English. Washington gave the word to fire. A short fight ensued. Colonial de Jumonville, an ensign in command, was killed, with 9 others. 22 were captured, and none escaped but a Canadian, who had fled at the beginning of the fray. After it was over, the prisoners told Washington that the party had been sent to bring him a summons from Contrecoeur, the commandant at Fort Duquesne. 5 days before, Contrecoeur had sent Jumonville to scour the country as far as the dividing ridge of the Alleghanies. Under him were another officer, 3 cadets, a volunteer, an interpreter, and 28 men. He was provided with a written summons to be delivered to any English he might find. It required them to withdraw from the domain of the King of France, and threatened compulsion by force of arms in case of refusal. But before delivering the summons, Jumonville was ordered to send 2 couriers back with all speed to Fort Duquesne to inform the commandant that he had found the English, and to acquaint him when he intended to communicate with them. It is difficult to imagine any object for such an order except thinking that of enabling Contrecoeur to send to the spot whatever force might be needed to attack the English on their refusal to withdraw. Jumonville had sent the 2 couriers, and had hidden himself, apparently to wait the result. He lurked nearly 2 days within 5 miles of Washington's camp, sent out scouts to reconnoitre it, but gave no notice of his presence, played to perfection the part of a skulking enemy, and brought destruction on himself by conduct which can only be ascribed to a sinister motive on the one hand, or to extreme folly on the other. French deserters told Washington that the party came as spies, and were to show the summons only if threatened by a superior force. This last assertion is confirmed by the French officer Pouchot, who says that Jumonville, seeing himself the weaker party, tried to show the letter he had brought. French writers say that on seeing the English, Jumonville's interpreter called out that he had something to say to them, but Washington, who was at the head of his men, affirms this to be absolutely false. The French say further that Jumonville was killed in the act of reading the summons. This is also denied by Washington, and rests only on the assertion of the Canadian who ran off at the outset, and on the alleged assertion of Indians, who, if present at all, which is unlikely, escaped like the Canadian before the fray began. Drouillon, an officer with Jumonville, wrote 2 letters to Dinwiddie after his capture to claim the privilege of the bearers of a summons, but while bringing forward every other circumstance in favor of the claim, he does not pretend that the summons was read or shown either before or during the action. The French account of the conduct of Washington's Indians is no less erroneous. This murder, says a chronicler of the time, produced on the minds of the savages an effect very different from that which the cruel Washington had promised himself. They have a horror of crime, and they were so indignant at that which had just been perpetrated before their eyes, that they abandoned him and offered themselves to us in order to take vengeance. Instead of doing this, they boasted of their part in the fight, scalped all the dead Frenchmen, sent 1 scalp to the Delawares as an invitation to take up the hatchet for the English, and distributed the rest among the various Ohio tribes to the same end. End of section 12. Section 13 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 3. Coolness of judgment, a profound sense of public duty, and a strong self-control were even then the characteristics of Washington. But he was scarcely 22, was full of military ardor, and was vehement and fiery by nature. Yet it is far from certain that even when age and experience had ripened him, he would have forborne to act as he did, for there was every reason for believing that the designs of the French were hostile, and though by passively waiting the event he would have thrown upon them the responsibility of striking the first blow, he would have exposed his small party to capture or destruction by giving them time to gain reinforcements from Fort Duquesne. It was inevitable that the killing of Jumonville should be greeted in France by an outcry of real or assumed horror, but the Chevalier de Lévis, second in command to Montcalm, probably expresses the true opinion of Frenchmen best fitted to judge when he calls it a pretended assassination. Judge it as we may, this obscure skirmish began the war that set the world on fire. Washington returned to the camp at the Great Meadows, and expecting soon to be attacked, sent for reinforcements to Colonel Fry, who was lying dangerously ill at Will's Creek. Then he set his men to work at an entrenchment, which he named Fort Necessity, and which must have been of the slightest, as they finished it within 3 days. The half-king now joined him, along with the female potentate known as Queen Aliquippa, and some 30 Indian families. A few days after, Gist came from Will's Creek with news that Fry was dead. Washington succeeded to the command of the regiment, the remaining 3 companies of which presently appeared and joined their comrades, raising the whole number to 300. Next arrived the independent company from South Carolina, and the Great Meadows became an animated scene, with the wigwams of the Indians, the camp sheds of the rough Virginians, the cattle grazing on the tall grass or drinking at the lazy brook that traversed it, the surrounding heights and forests, and over all, 4 miles away, the lofty green ridge of Laurel Hill. The presence of the company of regulars was a doubtful advantage. Captain Mackay, its commander, holding his commission from the king, thought himself above any officer commissioned by the governor. There was great courtesy between him and Washington, but Mackay would take no orders, not even the countersign from the colonel of volunteers. Nor would his men work, except for an additional shilling a day. To give this was impossible, both from want of money and from the discontent it would have bred in the Virginians, who worked for nothing besides their daily pay of 8 pence. Washington, already a leader of men, possessed himself in a patience extremely difficult to his passionate temper, but the position was untenable, and the presence of the military drones demoralized his soldiers. Therefore, leaving Mackay at the meadows, he advanced towards Gist's settlement, cutting a wagon road as he went. On reaching the settlement, the camp was formed and an entrenchment thrown up. Deserters had brought news that strong reinforcements were expected at Fort Duquesne, and friendly Indians repeatedly warned Washington that he would soon be attacked by overwhelming numbers. 40 Indians from the Ohio came to the camp, and several days were spent in councils with them, but they proved for the most part to be spies of the French. The half-king stood fast by the English, and sent out 3 of his young warriors as scouts. Reports of attack thickened. Mackay and his men were sent for, and they arrived on the 28th of June. A council of war was held at Gist's house, and as the camp was commanded by neighboring heights, it was resolved to fall back. The horses were so few that the Virginians had to carry much of the baggage on their backs, and drag 9 swivels over the broken and rocky road. The regulars, though they also were raised in the provinces, refused to give the slightest help. Toiling on for 2 days, they reached the great meadows on the 1st of July. The position, though perhaps the best in the neighborhood, was very unfavorable, and Washington would have retreated farther but for the condition of his men. They were spent with fatigue, and there was no choice but to stay and fight. Strong reinforcements had been sent to Fort Duquesne in the spring, and the garrison now consisted of about 1,400 men. When the news of the death of Jumonville reached Montreal, Coulon de Villiers, brother of the slain officer, was sent to the spot with the body of Indians from all the tribes in the colony. He made such speed that at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 26th of June, he reached the fort with his motley following. Here he found that 500 Frenchmen and a few Ohio Indians were on the point of marching against the English under Chevalier Le Mercier. But in view of his seniority in rank and his relationship to Jumonville, the command was now transferred to Villiers. Hereupon the march was postponed. The newly arrived warriors were called to council, and Contrecoeur thus harangued them. "The English have murdered my children. My heart is sick. Tomorrow I shall send my French soldiers to take revenge. And now, men of the Sault St. Louis, men of the Lake of Two Mountains, Hurons, Abenakis, Iroquois of La Présentation, Nipissings, Algonquins, and Ottawas, I invite you all by this belt of wampum to join your French father and help him crush the assassins. Take this hatchet, and with it 2 barrels of wine for a feast." Both hatchet and wine were cheerfully accepted. Then Contrecoeur turned to the Delawares, who were also present. "By these 4 strings of wampum I invite you, if you are true children of Onontio, to follow the example of your brethren." And with some hesitation they also took up the hatchet. The next day was spent by the Indians in making moccasons for the march, and by the French in preparing for an expedition on a larger scale than had been at first intended. Contrecoeur, Villiers, Le Mercier, and Longueuil, after deliberating together, drew up a paper to the effect that it was fitting, convenable, to march against the English with the greatest possible number of French and savages, in order to avenge ourselves and chastise them for having violated the most sacred laws of civilized nations; that thought their conduct justified the French in disregarding the existing treaty of peace, yet, after thoroughly punishing them and compelling them to withdraw from the domain of the king, they should be told that, in pursuance of his royal orders, the French looked on them as friends. But it was further agreed that should the English have withdrawn to their own side of the mountains, they should be followed to their settlements to destroy them and treat them as enemies, till that nation should give ample satisfaction and completely change its conduct. The party set out on the next morning, paddled their canoes up the Monongahela, encamped, heard mass, and on the 30th reached the deserted storehouse of the Ohio Company at the mouth of Redstone Creek. It was a building of solid logs, well loopholed for musketry. To please the Indians by asking their advice, Villiers called all the chiefs to council, which being concluded to their satisfaction, he left a sergeant's guard at the storehouse to watch the canoes, and began his march through the forest. The path was so rough that at the first halt the chaplain declared he could go no farther, and turned back for the storehouse, though not till he had absolved the whole company in a body. Thus lightened of their sins, they journeyed on, constantly sending out scouts. On the 2nd of July they reached the abandoned camp of Washington at Gist's settlement, and here they bivouacked, tired and drenched all night by rain. At daybreak they marched again, and passed through the gorge of Laurel Hill. It rained without ceasing, but Villiers pushed his way through the dripping forest to see the place, half a mile from the road, where his brother had been killed, and where several bodies still lay unburied. They had learned from a deserter the position of the enemy, and Villiers filled the woods in front with a swarm of Indian scouts. The crisis was near. He formed his men in column and ordered every officer to his place. Washington's men had had a full day at Fort Necessity, but they spent it less in resting from their fatigue than in strengthening their rampart with logs. The fort was a simple square enclosure, with a trench said by a French writer to be only knee-deep. On the south and partly to the west there was an exterior embankment, which seems to have been made like a rifle pit, with the ditch inside. The Virginians had but little ammunition and no bread whatever, living chiefly on fresh beef. They knew the approach of the French, who were reported to Washington as 900 strong, besides Indians. Towards 11 o'clock, a wounded sentinel came in with news that they were close at hand, and they presently appeared at the edge of the woods, yelling and firing from such a distance that their shot fell harmless. Washington drew up his men on the meadow before the fort, thinking, he says, that the enemy, being greatly superior in force, would attack at once, and choosing for some reason to meet them on the open plain. But Villiers had other views. "We approached the English," he writes, "as near as possible, without uselessly exposing the lives of the king's subjects." And he and his followers made their way through the forest till they came opposite the fort, where they stationed themselves on two densely wooded hills, adjacent though separated by a small brook. One of these was about 100 paces from the English, and the other about 60. Their position was such that the French and Indians, well sheltered by trees and bushes, and with the advantage of higher ground, could cross their fire upon the fort and enfilade a part of it. Washington had meanwhile drawn his followers within the entrenchment, and the firing now began on both sides. Rain fell all day. The raw earth of the embankment was turned to soft mud, and the men in the ditch of the outwork stood to the knee in water. The swivels brought back from the camp at Gist's Farm were mounted on the rampart, but the gunners were so ill protected that the pieces were almost silenced by the French musketry. The fight lasted 9 hours. At times the fire on both sides was nearly quenched by the showers, and the bedrenched combatants could do little but gaze at each other through a grey veil of mist and rain. Towards night, however, the fusillade revived and became sharp again until dark. At 8 o'clock the French called out to propose a parley. Villiers thus gives his reason for these overtures. As we had been wet all day by the rain, as the soldiers were very tired, as the savages said that they would leave us the next morning, and as there was a report that drums and the firing of cannon had been heard in the distance, I proposed to Monsieur le Maire to offer the English a conference. He says further that ammunition was falling short, and that he thought the enemy might sally in a body and attack him. The English, on their side, were in a worse plight. They were half starved, their powder was nearly spent, their guns were foul, and among them all they had but 2 screw rods to clean them. In spite of his desperate position, Washington declined the parley, thinking it a pretext to introduce a spy. But when the French repeated their proposal and requested that he would send an officer to them, he could hesitate no longer. There were but 2 men with him who knew French, Ensign Peyroney, who was disabled by a wound, and the Dutchman, Captain Van Braam. To him the unpalatable errand was assigned. After a long absence, he returned with articles of capitulation offered by Villiers, and while the officers gathered about him in the rain, he read and interpreted the paper by the glimmer of a sputtering candle, kept alight with difficulty. Objection was made to some of the terms, and they were changed. Van Braam, however, apparently anxious to get the capitulation signed and the affair ended, mistranslated several passages, and rendered the words l'assassinat du Sieur de Jumonville as the death of Sieur de Jumonville. As thus understood, the articles were signed about midnight. They provided that the English should march out with drums beating and the honours of war, carrying with them one of their swivels and all their other property, that they should be protected against insult from French or Indians, that the prisoners taken in the affair of Jumonville should be set free, and that 2 officers should remain as hostages for their safe return to Fort Duquesne. The hostages chosen were Van Braam and a brave but eccentric Scotchman, Robert Stobo, an acquaintance of the novelist Smollett, said to be the original of his Lismahago. Washington reports that 12 of the Virginians were killed on the spot, and 43 wounded, while on the casualties in Mackay's company no returns appear. Villiers reports his own loss at only 20 in all. The numbers engaged are uncertain. The 6 companies of the Virginia regiment counted 305 men and officers, and Mackay's company 100, but many were on the sick list, and some had deserted. About 350 may have taken part in the fight. On the side of the French, Villiers says that the detachment as originally formed consisted of 500 white men. These were increased after his arrival at Fort Duquesne, and one of the party reports that 700 marched on the expedition. The number of Indians joining them is not given, but as 9 tribes and communities contributed to it, and as 2 barrels of wine were required to give the warriors a parting feast, it must have been considerable. White men and red, it seems clear that the French force was more than twice that of the English, while they were better posted and better sheltered, keeping all day under cover and never showing themselves on the open meadow. There were no Indians with Washington. Even the half-king held aloof, though being of a caustic turn, he did not spare his comments on the fight, telling Conrad Weiser, the provincial interpreter, that the French behaved like cowards and the English like fools. In the early morning the fort was abandoned and the retreat began. The Indians had killed all the horses and cattle, and Washington's men were so burdened with the sick and wounded, whom they were obliged to carry on their backs, that most of the baggage was perforce left behind. Even then they could march but a few miles, and then encamped to wait for wagons. The Indians increased the confusion by plundering and threatening an attack. They knocked to pieces the medicine chest, thus causing great distress to the wounded, 2 of whom they murdered and scalped. For a time there was danger of panic, but order was restored, and the wretched march began along the forest road that led over the Alleghanies, 52 miles to the station at Wills Creek. Whatever may have been the feelings of Washington, he has left no record of them. His immense fortitude was doomed to severer trials in the future, yet perhaps this miserable morning was the darkest of his life. He was deeply moved by sights of suffering, and all around him were wounded men borne along in torture, and weary men staggering under the living load. His pride was humbled, and his young ambition seemed blasted in the bud. It was the 4th of July. He could not foresee that he was to make that day forever glorious to a new-born nation, hailing him as its father. The defeat at Fort Necessity was doubly disastrous to the English, since it was a new step and a long one towards the ruin of their interest with the Indians, and when, in the next year, the smouldering war broke into flame, nearly all the western tribes drew their scalping knives for France. Villiers went back exultant to Fort Duquesne, burning on his way the buildings of Gist's settlement and the storehouse at Redstone Creek. Not an English flag now waved beyond the Alleghanies. End of section 13. Section 14 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1, 1754 to 1755. The Signal of Battle. The defeat of Washington was a heavy blow to the governor, and he angrily described it to the delay of the expected reinforcements. The king's companies from New York had reached Alexandria and crawled towards the scene of action with thin ranks, bad discipline, 30 women and children, no tents, no blankets, no knapsacks, and for munitions, 1 barrel of spoiled gunpowder. The case was still worse with the regiment from North Carolina. It was commanded by Colonel Innes, a countryman and friend of Dinwiddie, who wrote to him, "Dear James, I now wish that we had none from your colony but yourself, for I foresee nothing but confusion among them." The men were, in fact, utterly unmanageable. They had been promised 3 shillings a day, while the Virginians had only 8 pence, and when they heard on the march that their pay was to be reduced, they mutinied, disbanded, and went home. "You may easily guess," says Dinwiddie to a London correspondent, "the great fatigue and trouble I have had, which is more than I ever went through in my life." He rested his hopes on the session of his assembly, which was to take place in August, for he thought that the late disaster would move them to give him money for defending the colony. These meetings of the burgesses were the great social as well as political event of the Old Dominion, and gave a gathering signal to the Virginian gentry scattered far and wide on their lonely plantations. The capital of the province was Williamsburg, a village of about 1,000 inhabitants, traversed by a straight and very wide street, and adorned with various public buildings, conspicuous among which was William and Mary College, a respectable structure unjustly likened by Jefferson to a brick kiln with a roof. The Capitol, at the other end of the town, had been burned some years before, and had just risen from its ashes. Not far distant was the so-called Governor's Palace, where Dinwiddie with his wife and 2 daughters exercised such official hospitality as his moderate salary and Scottish thrift would permit. In these seasons of festivity the dull and quiet village was transfigured. The broad, sandy street, scorching under a southern sun, was thronged with coaches and chariots brought over from London at heavy cost in tobacco, though soon to be bedimmed by Virginia roads and Negro care, racing and hard-drinking planters, clergymen of the establishment, not much more ascetic than their boon companions of the laity, ladies with manners a little rusted by long seclusion, black coachmen and footmen, proud of their masters and their liveries, young cavaliers, booted and spurred, sitting their thoroughbreds with the careless grace of men whose home was the saddle. It was a proud little provincial society, which might seem absurd in its lofty self-appreciation, had it not soon proved itself so prolific in ability and worth. The burgesses met, and Dinwiddie made them an opening speech, inveighing against the aggressions of the French, their contempt of treaties, and ambitious views for universal monarchy. And he concluded, "I could expatiate very largely on these affairs, but my heart burns with resentment at their insolence. I think there is no room for many arguments to induce you to raise a considerable supply to enable me to defeat the designs of these troublesome people and enemies of mankind." The burgesses in their turn expressed the highest and most becoming resentment, and promptly voted £20,000. But on the 3rd reading of the bill they added to it a rider which touched the old question of the pistole fee, and which, in the view of the governor, was both unconstitutional and offensive. He remonstrated in vain. The stubborn Republicans would not yield, nor would he, and again he prorogued them. This unexpected defeat depressed him greatly. "A governor," he wrote, "is really to be pitied in the discharge of his duty to his king and country, in having to do with such obstinate, self-conceited people. I cannot satisfy the burgesses unless I prostitute the rules of government. I have gone through monstrous fatigues. Such wrong-headed people, I thank God I never had to do with before." A few weeks later he was comforted, for having again called the burgesses, they gave him the money, without trying this time to humiliate him. In straining at a gnat and swallowing a camel, aristocratic Virginia was far outdone by democratic Pennsylvania. Hamilton, her governor, had laid before the Assembly a circular letter from the Earl of Holdernesse, directing him, in common with other governors, to call on his province for means to repel any invasion which might be made within the undoubted limits of His Majesty's dominion. The Assembly of Pennsylvania was curiously unlike that of Virginia, as half and more often than half of its members were Quaker tradesmen in sober raiment and broad-brimmed hats, while of the rest the greater part were Germans, who cared little whether they lived under English rule or French, provided that they were left in peace upon their farms. The House replied to the governor's call, "It would be highly presumptuous in us to pretend to judge of the undoubted limits of His Majesty's dominions," and they added, "The assemblies of this province are generally composed of a majority who are constitutionally principled against war, and represent a well-meaning, peaceable people." Then they adjourned, telling the governor that, as those our limits have not been clearly ascertained to our satisfaction, we fear the precipitate call upon us, as the province invaded cannot answer any good purpose at this time. In the next month they met again, and again Hamilton asked for means to defend the country. The question was put, should the Assembly give money for the King's use? And the vote was feebly affirmative. Should the sum be £20,000? The vote was overwhelmingly in the negative. 15,000, 10,000, and 5,000 were successively proposed, and the answer was always no. The House would give nothing but £500 for a present to the Indians, after which they adjourned to the 6th of the month called May. At their next meeting they voted to give the governor £10,000, but under conditions which made them for some time independent of his veto, and which, in other respects, were contrary to his instructions from the king, as well as from the proprietaries of the province, to whom he had given bonds to secure his obedience. He therefore rejected the bill, and they adjourned. In August they passed a similar vote with the same result. At their October meeting they evaded his call for supplies. In December they voted £20,000, hampered with conditions which were sure to be refused. Since Morris, the new governor, who had lately succeeded Hamilton, was under the same restrictions as his predecessor. They told him, however, that in the present case they felt themselves bound by no act of Parliament, and added, "We hope the governor, notwithstanding any penal bond he may have entered into, will, on reflection, think himself at liberty and find it consistent with his safety and honour to give his assent to this bill." Morris, who had taken the highest legal advice on the subject in England, declined to promise himself, saying, "Consider, gentlemen, in what light you will appear to His Majesty, while, instead of contributing towards your own defence, you are entering into an ill-timed controversy, concerning the validity of royal instructions, which may be delayed to a more convenient time, without the least injury to the rights of the people. They would not yield, and told him that they had rather the French should conquer them than give up their privileges. Truly, remarks Dinwiddie, I think they have given their senses a long holiday. New York was not much behind her sisters in contentious stubbornness. In answer to the governor's appeal, the Assembly replied, "It appears that the French have built a fort at a place called French Creek, at a considerable distance from the river Ohio, which may, but does not by any evidence or information appear to us to be an invasion of any of His Majesty's colonies." So blind were they as yet to manifest destiny. Afterwards, however, on learning the defeat of Washington, they gave £5,000 to aid Virginia. Maryland, after long delay, gave 6,000. New Jersey felt herself safe behind the other colonies, and would give nothing. New England, on the other hand, and especially Massachusetts, had suffered so much from French war parties that they were always ready to fight. Shirley, the governor of Massachusetts, had returned from his bootless errand to settle the boundary question at Paris. His leanings were strongly monarchical, yet he believed in the New Englanders, and was more or less in sympathy with them. Both he and they were strenuous against the French, and they had mutually helped each other to reap laurels in the last war. Shirley was cautious of giving umbrage to his Assembly, and rarely quarrelled with it, except when the amount of his salary was in question. He was not averse to a war with France, for though bred a lawyer, and now past middle life, he flattered himself with hopes of a high military command. On the present occasion, making use of a rumour that the French were seizing the carrying place between the Chaudiere and the Kennebec, he drew from the Assembly a large grant of money, and induced them to call upon him to march in person to the scene of danger. He now accordingly repaired to Falmouth, now Portland, and, though the rumour proved false, sent 800 men under Captain John Winslow to build 2 forts on the Kennebec as a measure of precaution. While to these northern provinces Canada was an old and pestilent enemy, those towards the south scarcely knew her by name, and the idea of French aggression on their borders was so novel and strange that they admitted it with difficulty. Mind and heart were engrossed in strife with their governors, the universal struggle for virtual self-rule. But the war was often waged with a passionate stupidity. The colonist was not then an American. He was simply a provincial, and a narrow one. The time was yet distant when these dissevered and jealous communities should weld themselves into one broad nationality, capable at need of the mightiest efforts to purge itself of disaffection and vindicate its commanding unity. In the interest of that practical independence which they had so much at heart, 2 conditions were essential to the colonists. The one was a field for expansion, and the other was mutual help. Their first necessity was to rid themselves of the French, who, by shutting them between the Alleghanies and the sea, would cramp them into perpetual littleness. With France on their backs, growing while they had no room to grow, they must remain in helpless wardship, dependent on England, whose aid they would always need. But with the West open before them, their future was their own. King and Parliament would respect perforce the will of a people spread from the ocean to the Mississippi, and united in action as in aims. But in the middle of the last century, the vision of the ordinary colonist rarely reached so far. The immediate victory under a governor, however slight the point at issue, was more precious in his eyes than the remote though decisive advantage which he saw but dimly. The governors, representing the central power, saw the situation from the national point of view. Several of them, notably Dinwiddie and Shirley, were filled with wrath at the proceedings of the French, and the former was exasperated beyond measure at the supineness of the provinces. He had spared no effort to rouse them, and had failed. His instincts were on the side of authority, but under the circumstances it is hardly to be imputed to him as a very deep offence against human liberty that he advised the compelling of the colonies to raise men and money for their own defence, and proposed, in view of their intolerable obstinacy and disobedience to His Majesty's command, that Parliament should tax them 1/2 crown a head. The approaching war offered to the party of authority temptations from which the colonies might have saved it by opening their purse strings without waiting to be told. The home government, on its part, was but half-hearted in the wish that they should unite in opposition to the common enemy. It was very willing that the several provinces should give money and men, but not that they should acquire military habits and a dangerous capacity of acting together. There was one kind of union, however, so obviously necessary, and at the same time so little to be dreaded, that the British cabinet, instructed by the governors, not only assented to it, but urged it. This was joint action in making treaties with the Indians. The practice of separate treaties made by each province in its own interest had bred endless disorders. The adhesion of all the tribes had been so shaken, and the efforts of the French to alienate them were so vigorous and effective, that not a moment was to be lost. Joncaire had gained over most of the Senecas. Piquet was drawing the Onondagas more and more to his mission, and the Dutch of Albany were alienating their best friends, the Mohawks, by encroaching on their lands. Their chief, Hendrick, came to New York with a deputation of the tribe to complain of their wrongs, and, finding no redress, went off in anger, declaring that the covenant chain was broken. The authorities, in alarm, called William Johnson to their aid. He succeeded in soothing the exasperated chief, and then proceeded to the Confederate Council at Onondaga, where he found the assembled sachems full of anxieties and doubts. "We don't know what you Christians, English and French, intend," said one of their orators. "We are so hemmed in by you both that we have hardly a hunting place left. In a little while, if we find a bear in a tree, there will immediately appear an owner of the land to claim the property and hinder us from killing it, by which we live. We are so perplexed between you that we hardly know what to say or think." No man had such power over the Five Nations as Johnson. His dealings with them were at once honest, downright, and sympathetic. They loved and trusted him as much as they detested the Indian commissioners at Albany, whom the province of New York had charged with their affairs, and who, being traders, grossly abused their office. It was to remedy this perilous state of things that the Lords of Trade and Plantations directed the several governors to urge on their assemblies the sending of commissioners to make a joint treaty with the wavering tribes. 7 of the provinces, New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and the 4 New England colonies, acceded to the plan, and sent to Albany, the appointed place of the meeting, a body of men who for character and ability had never had an equal on the continent, but whose powers from their respective assemblies were so cautiously limited as to preclude decisive action. They met in the courthouse of the little frontier city. A large chain belt of wampum was provided, on which the king was symbolically represented, holding in his embrace the colonies, the 5 nations, and all their allied tribes. This was presented to the assembled warriors with a speech in which the misdeeds of the French were not forgotten. The chief, Hendrick, made a much better speech in reply. We do now solemnly renew and brighten the covenant chain. We shall take the chain belt to Onondaga, where our council fire always burns, and keep it so safe that neither thunder nor lightning shall break it. The commissioners had blamed them for allowing so many of their people to be drawn away to Piquet's mission. It is true, said the orator, that we live disunited. We have tried to bring back our brethren, but in vain, for the governor of Canada is like a wicked, deluding spirit. You ask why we are so dispersed. The reason is that you have neglected us for these 3 years past. Here he took a stick and threw it behind him. You have thus thrown us behind your back, whereas the French are a subtle and vigilant people, always using their utmost endeavors to seduce and bring us over to them. He then told them that it was not the French alone who invaded the country of the Indians. The governor of Virginia and the governor of Canada are quarreling about lands which belong to us, and their quarrel may end in our destruction. And he closed with a burst of sarcasm. We could have taken Crown Point in the last war, but you prevented us. Instead, you burned your own fort at Saratoga and ran away from it, which was a shame and a scandal to you. Look about your country and see. You have no fortifications, no, not even in this city. It is but a step from Canada hither, and the French may come and turn you out of doors. You desire us to speak from the bottom of our hearts, and we shall do it. Look at the French. They are men. They are fortifying everywhere. But you are all like women, bare and open, without fortifications. End of section 14. Section 15 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2. Hendrick's brother Abraham now took up the word, and begged that Johnson might be restored to the management of Indian affairs, which he had formerly held. For, said the chief, we love him, and he us, and he has always been our good and trusty friend. The commissioners had not power to grant the request, but the Indians were assured that it should not be forgotten, and they returned to their villages soothed, but far from satisfied, nor were the commissioners empowered to take any effective steps for fortifying the frontier. The Congress now occupied itself with another matter. Its members were agreed that great danger was impending, that without wise and just treatment of the tribes, the French would gain them all, build forts along the back of the British colonies, and by means of ships and troops from France, master them one by one, unless they would combine for mutual defence. The necessity of some form of union had at length begun to force itself upon the colonial mind. A rough woodcut had lately appeared in the Pennsylvania Gazette, figuring the provinces under the not very flattering image of a snake cut to pieces, with the motto, "Join or die." A writer of the day held up the Five Nations for emulation, observing that if ignorant savages could confederate, British colonists might do as much. Franklin, the leading spirit of the Congress, now laid before it his famous project of union, which has been too often described to need much notice here. Its fate is well known. The Crown rejected it because it gave too much power to the colonies because it gave too much power to the Crown, and because it required each of them to transfer some of its functions of self-government to a central council. Another plan was afterwards devised by the Friends of Prerogative, perfectly agreeable to the King, since it placed all power in the hands of a council of governors, and since it involved compulsory taxation of the colonists, who for the same reasons would have doggedly resisted it had an attempt been made to carry it into effect. Even if some plan of union had been agreed upon, long delay must have followed before its machinery could be set in motion, and meantime there was need of immediate action. War parties of Indians from Canada, set on, it was thought, by the governor, were already burning and murdering among the border settlements of New York and New Hampshire. In the south, Dinwiddie grew more and more alarmed, for the French are like so many locusts. They are collected in bodies in a most surprising manner. Their number now on the Ohio is from 1,200 to 1,500. He writes to Lord Granville that, in his opinion, they aim to conquer the continent, and that the obstinacy of this stubborn generation exposes the country to the merciless rage of a rapacious enemy. What vexed him even more than the apathy of the assemblies was the conduct of his brother governor, Glenn of South Carolina, who, apparently piqued at the conspicuous part Dinwiddie was acting, wrote to him in a very dictatorial style, found fault with his measures, jested at his activity in writing letters, and even questioned the right of England to lands on the Ohio, till he was moved at last to retort, "I cannot help observing that your letters and arguments would have been more proper from a French officer than from one of His Majesty's governors. My conduct has met with His Majesty's gracious approbation, and I am sorry it has not received yours." Thus discouraged, even in quarters where he had least reason to expect it, he turned all his hopes to the home government, again recommended a tax by Act of Parliament, and begged in repeated letters for arms, munitions, and 2 regiments of infantry. His petition was not made in vain. England at this time presented the phenomenon of a prime minister who could not command the respect of his own servants. A more preposterous figure than the Duke of Newcastle never stood at the head of a great nation. He had a feverish craving for place and power, joined to a total unfitness for both. He was an adept in personal politics, and was so busied with the arts of winning and keeping office that he had no leisure, even if he had had ability, for the higher work of government. He was restless, quick in movement, rapid and confused in speech, lavish of worthless promises, always in a hurry, and at once headlong, timid, and rash. A borrowed importance and real insignificance, says Walpole, who knew him well, gave him the perpetual air of a solicitor. He had no pride, though infinite self-love. He loved business immoderately, yet was only always doing it, never did it. When left to himself, he always plunged into difficulties, and then shuddered for the consequences. Walpole gives an anecdote showing the state of his ideas on colonial matters. General Ligonier suggested to him that Annapolis ought to be defended, to which he replied with his lisping, evasive hurry, Annapolis, Annapolis, oh yes, Annapolis must be defended. Where is Annapolis? Another contemporary, Smollett, ridicules him in his novel of Humphrey Clinker, and tells a similar story, which, founded in fact or not, shows in what estimation the minister was held. Captain C treated the Duke's character without any ceremony. This wiseacre, said he, is still abed, and I think the best thing he can do is to sleep on till Christmas, for when he gets up, he does nothing but expose his own folly. In the beginning of the war, he told me in a great fright that 30,000 French had marched from Acadia to Cape Breton. Where did they find transports? Said I. Transports? Cried he. I tell you they marched by land. By land to the island of Cape Breton? What, is Cape Breton an island? Certainly. Ha! Are you sure of that? When I pointed it out on the map, he examined it earnestly with his spectacles, then taking me in his arms, My dear C, cried he, you always bring us good news. Egad, I'll go directly and tell the king that Cape Breton is an island. His wealth, county influence, flagitious use of patronage, and long-practised skill in keeping majorities in the House of Commons by means that would not bear the light, made his support necessary to Pitt himself, and placed a fantastic political jobber at the helm of England in a time when she needed a patriot and a statesman. Newcastle was the growth of the decrepitude and decay of a great party which had fulfilled its mission and done its work. But if the Whig soil had become poor for wholesome crop, it was never so rich for toadstools. Sir Thomas Robinson held the Southern Department, charged with the colonies, and Lord Mahon remarks of him that the Duke had achieved the feat of finding a Secretary of State more incapable than himself. He had the lead of the House of Commons. Sir Thomas Robinson, lead us, said Pitt to Henry Fox. The Duke might as well send his jackboot to lead us. The active and inspiring Halifax was at the head of the Board of Trade and Plantations. The Duke of Cumberland commanded the army, an indifferent soldier, though a brave one, harsh, violent, and headlong. Anson, the celebrated navigator, was First Lord of the Admiralty, a position in which he disappointed everybody. In France, the true ruler was Madame de Pompadour, once the king's mistress, now his procuress, and a sort of feminine prime minister. Machaut d'Arnouville was at the head of the Marine and Colonial Department. The diplomatic representatives of the two crowns were more conspicuous for social than for political talents. Of Mirepoix, French ambassador at London, Marshal Saxe had once observed, "It is a good appointment. He can teach the English to dance." Walpole says concerning him, "He could not even learn to pronounce the names of our games of cards, which, however, engaged most of the hours of his negotiation. We were to be bullied out of our colonies by an apprentice at whist." Lord Albemarle, English ambassador at Versailles, is held up by Chesterfield as an example to encourage his son in the pursuit of the graces. What do you think made our friend Lord Albemarle colonel of a regiment of guards, governor of Virginia, groom of the stole, and ambassador to Paris, amounting in all to 16,000 or 17,000 pounds a year? Was it his birth? No, a Dutch gentleman only. Was it his estate? No, he had none. Was it his learning, his parts, his political abilities and application? You can answer these questions as easily and as soon as I can ask them. What was it then? Many people wondered, but I do not, for I know, and will tell you. It was his air, his address, his manners, and his graces. The rival nations differed widely in military and naval strength. England had afloat more than 200 ships of war, some of them of great force, while the navy of France counted little more than half the number. On the other hand, England had reduced her army to 18,000 men, and France had nearly 10 times as many under arms. Both alike were weak in leadership. That rare son of the tempest, a great commander, was to be found in neither of them since the death of Saxe. In respect to the approaching crisis, the interests of the two powers pointed to opposite courses of action. What France needed was time. It was her policy to put off a rupture, wreathe her face in diplomatic smiles, and pose in an attitude of peace and good faith, while increasing her navy, reinforcing her garrisons in America, and strengthening her positions there. It was the policy of England to attack at once and tear up the young encroachments while they were yet in the sap, before they could strike root and harden into stiff resistance. When, on the 14th of November, the King made his opening speech to the Houses of Parliament, he congratulated them on the prevailing peace and assured them that he should improve it to promote the trade of his subjects and protect those possessions which constitute one great source of their wealth. America was not mentioned, but his hearers understood him and made a liberal grant for the service of the year. 2 regiments, each of 500 men, had already been ordered to sail for Virginia, where their numbers were to be raised by enlistment to 700. Major General Braddock, a man after the Duke of Cumberland's own heart, was appointed to the chief command. The 2 regiments, the 44th and the 48th, embarked at Cork in the middle of January. The soldiers detested the service, and many had deserted. More would have done so had they foreseen what awaited them. This movement was no sooner known at Versailles than a counter-expedition was prepared on a larger scale. 18 ships of war were fitted for sea at Brest and Rochefort, and the 6 battalions of Lorraine, Bourgogne, Languedoc, Guyenne, Artois, and Béarn, 3,000 men in all, were ordered to board for Canada. Baron Dieskau, a German veteran who had served under Saxe, was made their general, and with him went the new governor of French America, the Marquis de Vaudreuil, destined to succeed Duquesne, whose health was failing under the fatigues of his office. Admiral Dubois de la Motte commanded the fleet, and lest the English should try to intercept it, another squadron of 9 ships under Admiral McNamara was ordered to accompany it to a certain distance from the coast. There was a long and tedious delay. Dorey, Commissioner of War, who had embarked with Vaudreuil and Dieskau in the same ship, wrote from the harbour of Brest on the 29th of April, "At last I think we are off. We should have been outside by 4 o'clock this morning, if Monsieur de Macnamara had not been obliged to ask Count Dubois de la Motte to wait till noon to mend some important part of the rigging, I don't know the name of it, which was broken. It is precious time lost, and gives the English the advantage over us of 2 tides. I talk of these things as a blind man does of colours. What is certain is that Count Dubois de la Motte is very impatient to get away, and that the King's fleet destined for Canada is in very able and zealous hands. It is now 2:30. In half an hour all may be ready, and we may get out of the harbour before night." He was again disappointed. It was the 3rd of May before the fleet put to sea. During these preparations there was active diplomatic correspondence between the 2 courts. Mirepoix demanded why British troops were sent to America. Sir Thomas Robinson answered that there was no intention to disturb the peace or offend any power whatever. Yet the secret orders to Braddock were the reverse of pacific. Robinson asked on his part the purpose of the French armament at Brest and Rochefort, and the answer, like his own, was a protestation that no hostility was meant. At the same time, Mirepoix, in the name of the King, proposed that orders should be given to the American governors on both sides to refrain from all acts of aggression. But while making this proposal, the French court secretly sent orders to Duquesne to attack and destroy Fort Halifax, one of the 2 forts lately built by Shirley on the Kennebec, a river which, by the admission of the French themselves, belonged to the English. But in making this attack, the French governor was expressly enjoined to pretend that he acted without orders. He was also told that, if necessary, he might make use of the Indians to harass the English. Thus there was good faith on neither part, but it is clear through all the correspondence that the English expected to gain by precipitating an open rupture, and the French by postponing it. Projects of convention were proposed on both sides, but there was no agreement. The English insisted as a preliminary condition that the French should evacuate all the western country as far as the Wabash. Then ensued a long discussion of their respective claims, as futile as the former discussion at Paris on Acadian boundaries. The British court knew perfectly the naval and military preparations of the French. Lord Albemarle had died at Paris in December, but the Secretary of the Embassy, Duquesne, sent to London full information concerning the fleet at Brest and Rochefort. On this occasion Admiral Boscawen, with 11 ships of the line and 1 frigate, was ordered to intercept it, and as his force was plainly too small, Admiral Melbourne, with 7 more ships, was sent nearly 3 weeks after to join him if he could. Their orders were similar: to capture or destroy any French vessels bound to North America. Boscawen, who got to sea before La Motte, stationed himself near the southern coast of Newfoundland to cut him off. But most of the French squadron eluded him and made their way, some to Louisbourg and the others to Quebec. Thus, the English expedition was, in the main, a failure. 3 of the French ships, however, lost in the fog and rain, had become separated from the rest, and lay rolling and tossing on an angry sea not far from Cape Race. One of them was the Alcide, commanded by Captain Hocquart. The others were the Lee and the Dauphin. The wind fell, but the fogs continued at intervals, till on the afternoon of the 7th of June, the weather having cleared, the watchman on the maintop saw the distant ocean studded with ships. It was the fleet of Boscawen. Hocquart, who gives the account, says that in the morning they were within 3 leagues of him, crowding all sail in pursuit. Towards 11 o'clock, one of them, the Dunkirk, was abreast of him to windward, within short speaking distance, and the ship of the admiral, displaying a red flag as a signal to engage, was not far off. Hocquart called out, "Are we at peace or war?" He declares that Howe, captain of the Dunkirk, replied, "La paix, la paix." Hocquart then asked the name of the British admiral, and on hearing it said, "I know him, he is a friend of mine." Being asked his own name in return, he had scarcely uttered it when the batteries of the Dunkirk belched flame and smoke, and volleyed a tempest of iron upon the crowded decks of the Alcide. She returned the fire, but was forced at length to strike her colours. Rostaing, second in command of the troops, was killed, and 6 other officers, with about 80 men, were killed or wounded. At the same time, the Lee was attacked and overpowered. She had on board 8 companies of the battalions of Lorraine and Languedoc. The 3rd ship, the Dauphin, escaped under cover of a rising fog. Here at last was an end to negotiation. The sword was drawn and brandished in the eyes of Europe. End of section 15. Section 16 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1. 1755. Braddock. I have the pleasure to acquaint you that General Braddock came to my house last Sunday night, writes Dinwiddie, at the end of February, to Governor Dobbs of North Carolina. Braddock had landed at Hampton from the ship Centurion, along with young Commodore Keppel, who commanded the American squadron. "I am mighty glad," again writes Dinwiddie, "that the general is arrived, which I hope will give me some ease. For these 12 months past I have been a perfect slave." He conceived golden opinions of his guest. He is, I think, a very fine officer, and a sensible, considerate gentleman. He and I live in great harmony. Had he known him better, he might have praised him less. William Shirley, son of the governor of Massachusetts, was Braddock's secretary, and after an acquaintance of some months wrote to his friend Governor Morris, "We have a general most judiciously chosen for being disqualified for the service he is employed in almost every respect. He may be brave for aught I know, and he is honest in pecuniary matters. The astute Franklin, who also had good opportunity of knowing him, says, "This general was, I think, a brave man, and might probably have made a good figure in some European war, but he had too much self-confidence, too high an opinion of the validity of regular troops, too mean a one of both Americans and Indians." Horace Walpole, in his function of gathering and immortalizing the gossip of his time, has left a sharply drawn sketch of Braddock in 2 letters to Sir Horace Mann, written in the summer of this year. I love to give you an idea of our characters as they rise upon the stage of history. Braddock is a very Iroquois in disposition. He had a sister who, having gamed away all her little fortune at Bath, hanged herself with a truly English deliberation, leaving only a note upon the table with those lines, "To die is landing on some silent shore," etc. When Braddock was told of it, he only said, "Poor Fanny, I always thought she would play till she would be forced to tuck herself up." Under the name of Miss Sylvia S., Goldsmith, in his Life of Nash, tells the story of this unhappy woman. She was a rash but warm-hearted creature, reduced to penury and dependence, not so much by a passion for cards as by her lavish generosity to a lover ruined by his own follies, and with whom her relations are said to have been entirely innocent. Walpole continues, "But a more ridiculous story of Braddock, and which is recorded in heroics by Fielding in his Covent Garden tragedy, was an amorous discussion he had formerly with a Mrs. Upton, who kept him. He had gone the greatest lengths with her pin-money, and was still craving. One day that he was very pressing, she pulled out her purse and showed him that she had but 12 or 14 shillings left. He twitched it from her. "Let me see that." Tied up at the other end, he found 5 guineas. He took them, tossed the empty purse in her face, saying, "Did you mean to cheat me?" and never went near her more. Now you are acquainted with General Braddock. He once had a duel with Colonel Gumley, Lady Bath's brother, who had been his great friend. As they were going to engage, Gumley, who had good humour and wit, Bradley had the latter, said, "Braddock, you are a poor dog. Here, take my purse. If you kill me, you will be forced to run away, and then you will have not a shilling to support you." Braddock refused the purse, insisted on the duel, was disarmed, and would not even ask his life. However, with all his brutality, he has lately been governor of Gibraltar, where he made himself adored, and where scarce any governor was endured before. Another story is told of him by an accomplished actress of the time, George Anne Bellamy, whom Braddock had known from girlhood, and with whom his present relations seem to have been those of an elderly adviser and friend. As we were walking in the park one day, we heard a poor fellow was to be chastised. When I requested the general to beg off the offender, upon his application to the general officer, whose name was Jury, he asked Braddock how long since he had divested himself of the brutality and insolence of his manners. To which the other replied, "You never knew me insolent to my inferiors. It is only to such rude men as yourself that I behave with the spirit which I think they deserve." Braddock made a visit to the actress on the evening before he left London for America. "Before we parted," she says, "the general told me that he should never see me more, for he was going with a handful of men to conquer whole nations, and to do this they must cut their way through unknown woods. He produced a map of the country, saying at the same time, 'Dear Pop, we are sent like sacrifices to the altar,' a strange presentiment for a man of his sturdy temper. Whatever were his failings, he feared nothing, and his fidelity and honor in the discharge of public trusts were never questioned. Desperate in his fortune, brutal in his behavior, obstinate in his sentiments," again writes Walpole, "he was still intrepid and capable. He was a veteran in years and in service, having entered the Coldstream Guards as ensign in 1710. The transports bringing the 2 regiments from Ireland all arrived safely at Hampton, and were ordered to proceed up the Potomac to Alexandria, where a camp was to be formed. Thither, towards the end of March, went Braddock himself, along with Keppel and Dinwiddie in the governor's coach, while his aide-de-camp Orme, his secretary Shirley, and the servants of the party followed on horseback. Braddock had sent for the elder Shirley and other provincial governors to meet him in council, and on the 14th of April they assembled in a tent of the newly formed encampment. Here was Dinwiddie, who thought his troubles at an end, and saw in the red-coated soldiery the near fruition of his hopes. Here, too, was his friend and ally, Dobbs of North Carolina, with Morris of Pennsylvania, fresh from assembly quarrels, Sharp of Maryland, who, having once been a soldier, had been made a sort of provisional commander-in-chief before the arrival of Braddock, and the ambitious Delancey of New York, who had lately led the opposition against the governor of that province, and now filled the office himself, a position that needed all his manifold adroitness. But next to Braddock, the most noteworthy man present was Shirley, governor of Massachusetts. There was a fountain of youth in this old lawyer. A few years before, when he was boundary commissioner in Paris, he had had the indiscretion to marry a young Catholic girl, the daughter of his landlord, and now, when more than 60 years old, he thirsted for military honors and delighted in contriving operations of war. He was one of a very few in the colonies who at this time entertained the idea of expelling the French from the continent. He held that Carthage must be destroyed, and in spite of his Parisian marriage, was the foremost advocate of the root and branch policy. He and Lawrence, governor of Nova Scotia, had concerted an attack on the French fort of Beauséjour, and jointly with others in New England, he had planned the capture of Crown Point, the key of Lake Champlain. By these 2 strokes, and by fortifying the portage between the Kennebec and the Chaudière, he thought that the northern colonies would be saved from invasion, and placed in a position to become themselves invaders. Then, by driving the enemy from Niagara, securing that important pass, and thus cutting off the communications between Canada and her interior dependencies, all the French posts in the west would die of inanition. In order to commend these schemes to the home government, he had painted in gloomy colours the dangers that beset the British colonies. Our Indians, he said, will all desert us if we submit to French encroachment. Some of the provinces are full of Negro slaves, ready to rise against their masters, and of Roman Catholics, Jacobites, indented servants, and other dangerous persons, who would aid the French in raising a servile insurrection. Pennsylvania is in the hands of Quakers who will not fight, and of Germans who are likely enough to join the enemy. The Dutch of Albany would do anything to save their trade. A strong force of French regulars might occupy that place without resistance, then descend the Hudson, and with the help of a naval force, capture New York and cut the British colonies asunder. The plans against Crown Point and Beauséjour had already found the approval of the home government and the energetic support of all the New England colonies. Preparation for them was in full activity, and it was with great difficulty that Shirley had disengaged himself from these cares to attend the council at Alexandria. He and Dinwiddie stood in the front of opposition to French designs. As they both defended the royal prerogative and were strong advocates of taxation by Parliament, they have found scant justice from American writers. Yet the British colonies owed them a debt of gratitude, and the American states owe it still. Braddock laid his instructions before the council, and Shirley found them entirely to his mind, while the general, on his part, fully approved the schemes of the governor. The plan of the campaign was settled. The French were to be attacked at 4 points at once. The 2 British regiments lately arrived were to advance on Fort Duquesne. 2 new regiments, known as Shirley's and Pepperell's, just raised in the provinces and taken into the King's pay, were to reduce Niagara. A body of provincials from New England, New York, and New Jersey was to seize Crown Point, and another body of New England men to capture Beauséjour and bring Acadia to complete subjection. Braddock himself was to lead the expedition against Fort Duquesne. He asked Shirley, who, though a soldier only in theory, had held the rank of colonel since the last war, to charge himself with that against Niagara, and Shirley eagerly assented. The movement on Crown Point was entrusted to Colonel William Johnson by reason of his influence over the Indians and his reputation for energy, capacity, and faithfulness. Lastly, the Acadian enterprise was assigned to Lieutenant Colonel Monckton, a regular officer of merit. To strike this fourfold blow in time of peace was a scheme worthy of Newcastle and of Cumberland. The pretext was that the positions to be attacked were all on British soil, that in occupying them the French had been guilty of invasion, and that to expel the invaders would be an act of self-defense. Yet in regard to 2 of these positions, the French, if they had no other right, might at least claim one of prescription. Crown Point had been 24 years in their undisturbed possession, while it was 3/4 of a century since they first occupied Niagara, and though New York claimed the ground, no serious attempt had been made to dislodge them. Other matters now engaged the council. Braddock, in accordance with his instructions, asked the governors to urge upon their several assemblies the establishment of a general fund for the service of the campaign. But the governors were all of opinion that the assemblies would refuse, each being resolved to keep the control of its money in its own hands, and all present with one voice advised that the colonies should be compelled by Act of Parliament to contribute in due proportion to the support of the war. Braddock next asked if, in the opinion of the council, it would not be well to send Colonel Johnson with full powers to treat with the Five Nations, who had been driven to the verge of an outbreak by the misconduct of the Dutch Indian commissioners at Albany. The measure was cordially approved, as was also another suggestion of the general that vessels should be built at Oswego to command Lake Ontario. The council then dissolved. Shirley hastened back to New England, burdened with the preparation for 3 expeditions and the command of one of them. Johnson, who had been in the camp, though not in the council, went back to Albany, provided with a commission as sole superintendent of Indian affairs, and charged besides with the enterprise against Crown Point, while an express was dispatched to Moncton at Halifax, with orders to set at once to his work of capturing Beauséjour. In regard to Braddock's part of the campaign, there had been a serious error. If, instead of landing in Virginia and moving on Fort Duquesne by the long and circuitous route of Will's Creek, the 2 regiments had disembarked at Philadelphia and marched westward, the way would have been shortened, and would have lain through one of the richest and most populous districts on the continent, filled with supplies of every kind. In Virginia, on the other hand, and in the adjoining province of Maryland, wagons, horses, and forage were scarce. The enemies of the administration ascribed this blunder to the influence of the Quaker merchant John Hanbury, whom the Duke of Newcastle had consulted as a person familiar with American affairs. Hanbury, who was a prominent stockholder in the Ohio Company and who traded largely in Virginia, saw it for his interest that the troops should pass that way, and is said to have brought the Duke to this opinion. A writer of the time thinks that if they had landed in Pennsylvania, £40,000 would have been saved in money and 6 weeks in time. Not only were supplies scarce, but the people showed such unwillingness to furnish them, and such apathy in aiding the expedition, that even Washington was provoked to declare that they ought to be chastised. Many of them thought that the alarm about French encroachment was a device of designing politicians, and they did not awake to a full consciousness of the peril till it was forced upon them by a deluge of calamities, produced by the purblind folly of their own representatives, who, instead of frankly promoting the expedition, displayed a perverse and exasperating narrowness which chafed Braddock to fury. He praises the New England colonies, and echoes Dinwiddie's declaration that they have shown a fine martial spirit, and he commends Virginia as having done far better than her neighbors. But for Pennsylvania he finds no words to express his wrath. He knew nothing of the intestine war between proprietaries and people, and hence could see no palliation for a conduct which threatened to ruin both the expedition and the colony. Everything depended on speed, and speed was impossible, for stores and provision were not ready, though notice to furnish them had been given months before. The Quartermaster-General, Sir John Sinclair, stormed like a lion rampant, but with small effect. Contracts broken or disavowed, want of horses, want of wagons, want of forage, want of wholesome food or sufficient food of any kind, caused such delay that the report of it reached England, and drew from Walpole the comment that Braddock was in no hurry to be scalped. In reality, he was maddened with impatience and vexation. End of section 16. Section 17 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2. A powerful ally presently came to his aid in the shape of Benjamin Franklin, then Postmaster General of Pennsylvania. That sagacious personage, the sublime of common sense, about equal in his instincts and motives of character to the respectable average of the New England that produced him, but gifted with a versatile power of brain rarely matched on earth, was then divided between his strong desire to repel a danger of which he saw the imminence, and his equally strong antagonism to the selfish claims of the Penns, proprietaries of Pennsylvania. This last motive had determined his attitude towards their representative, the governor, and led him into an opposition as injurious to the military good name of the province as it was favorable to its political longings. In the present case there was no such conflict of inclinations. He could help Braddock without hurting Pennsylvania. He and his son had visited the camp, and found the general waiting restlessly for the report of the agents whom he had sent to collect wagons. I stayed with him, says Franklin, several days, and dined with him daily. When I was about to depart, the returns of wagons to be obtained were brought in, by which it appeared that they amounted only to 25, and not all of these were in serviceable condition. On this, the general and his officers declared that the expedition was at an end, and denounced the ministry for sending them into a country void of the means of transportation. Franklin remarked that it was a pity they had not landed in Pennsylvania, where almost every farmer had his wagon. Braddock caught eagerly at his words, and begged that he would use his influence to enable the troops to move. Franklin went back to Pennsylvania, issued an address to the farmers, appealing to their interest and their fears, and in a fortnight procured 150 wagons, with a large number of horses. Braddock, grateful to his benefactor, and enraged at everybody else, pronounced him almost the only instance of ability and honesty I have known in these provinces. More wagons and more horses gradually arrived, and at the 11th hour the march began. On the 10th of May, Braddock reached Will's Creek, where the whole force was now gathered, having marched thither by detachments along the banks of the Potomac. This old trading station of the Ohio Company had been transformed into a military post and named Fort Cumberland. During the past winter, the independent companies which had failed Washington in his need had been at work here to prepare a base of operations for Braddock. Their axes had been of more avail than their muskets. A broad wound had been cut in the bosom of the forest, and the murdered oaks and chestnuts turned into ramparts, barracks, and magazines. Fort Cumberland was an enclosure of logs set upright in the ground, pierced with loopholes, and armed with 10 small cannon. It stood on a rising ground near the point where Will's Creek joined the Potomac, and the forest girded it like a mighty hedge, or rather like a paling of gaunt brown stems upholding a canopy of green. All around spread illimitable woods, wrapping hill, valley, and mountain. The spot was an oasis in a desert of leaves, if the name oasis can be given to anything so rude and harsh. In this rugged area, or clearing, all Braddock's force was now assembled, amounting, regulars, provincials, and sailors, to about 2,200 men. The 2 regiments, Halkett's and Dunbar's, had been completed by enlistment in Virginia to 700 men each. Of Virginians, there were 9 companies of 50 men, who found no favor in the eyes of Braddock or his officers. To Ensign Allen of Halkett's regiment was assigned the duty of making them as much like soldiers as possible, that is, of drilling them like regulars. The general had little hope of them, and informed Sir Thomas Robinson that their slothful and languid disposition renders them very unfit for military service, a point on which he lived to change his mind. 30 sailors, whom Commodore Keppel had lent him, were more to his liking, and were in fact of value in many ways. He had now about 600 baggage horses, besides those of the artillery, all weakening daily on their diet of leaves, for no grass was to be found. There was great show of discipline, and little real order. Braddock's executive capacity seems to have been moderate, and his dogged, imperious temper, rasped by disappointments, was in constant irritation. He looks upon the country, I believe, writes Washington, as void of honor or honesty. We have frequent disputes on this head, which are maintained with warmth on both sides, especially on his, as he is incapable of arguing without it, or giving up any point he asserts, be it ever so incompatible with reason or common sense. Braddock's secretary, the younger Shirley, writing to his friend Governor Morris, spoke thus irreverently of his chief: "As the king said of a neighboring governor of yours, Sharp, when proposed for the command of the American forces about a 12-month ago, and recommended as a very honest man, though not remarkably able, a little more ability and a little less honesty upon the present occasion might serve our turn better. It is a joke to suppose that secondary officers can make amends for the defects of the first. The mainspring must be the mover. As to the others, I don't think we have much to boast. Some are insolent and ignorant, others capable, but rather aiming at showing their own abilities than making a proper use of them. I have a very great love for my friend Orme, and think it uncommonly fortunate for our leader that he is under the influence of so honest and capable a man. But I wish, for the sake of the public, he had some more experience of business, particularly in America. I am greatly disgusted at seeing an expedition, as it is called, so ill concerted, originally in England, so improperly conducted since in America. Captain Robert Orme, of whom Shirley speaks, was aide-de-camp to Braddock, and author of a copious and excellent journal of the expedition, now in the British Museum. His portrait, painted at full length by Sir Joshua Reynolds, hangs in the National Gallery at London. He stands by his horse, a gallant young figure, with a pale face, yet rather handsome, booted to the knee, his scarlet coat, ample waistcoat, and small three-cornered hat all heavy with gold lace. The general had two other aides-de-camp, Captain Roger Morris and Colonel George Washington, whom he had invited in terms that do him honor to become one of his military family. It has been said that Braddock despised not only provincials, but Indians. Nevertheless, he took some pains to secure their aid, and complained that Indian affairs had been so ill conducted by the provinces that it was hard to gain their confidence. This was true. The tribes had been alienated by gross neglect. Had they been protected from injustice and soothed by attentions and presents, the Five Nations, Delawares, and Shawanoes would have been retained as friends. But their complaints had been slighted, and every gift begrudged. The trader Croghan brought, however, about 50 warriors, with as many women and children, to the camp at Fort Cumberland. They were objects of great curiosity to the soldiers, who gazed with astonishment on their faces, painted red, yellow, and black, their ears slit and hung with pendants, and their heads close shaved except the feathered scalp lock at the crown. In the day, says an officer, they are in our camp, and in the night they go to their own, where they dance and make a most horrible noise. Braddock received them several times in his tent, ordered the guard to salute them, made them speechless, caused cannon to be fired and drums and fife to play in their honor, regaled them with rum, and gave them a bullock for a feast, whereupon, being much pleased, they danced a war dance, described by one spectator as droll and odd, showing how they scalp and fight. After which, says another, they set up the most horrid song or cry that ever I heard. These warriors, with a few others, promised the general to join him on the march, but he apparently grew tired of them, for a famous chief called Scaroyadi afterwards complained, "He looked upon us as dogs, and would never hear anything that we said to him. Only 8 of them remained with him to the end." Another ally appeared at the camp. This was a personage long known in Western fireside story as Captain Jack, the Black Hunter, or the Black Rifle. It was said of him that, having been a settler on the farthest frontier, in the valley of the Juniata, he returned one evening to his cabin and found it burned to the ground by Indians, and the bodies of his wife and children lying among the ruins. He vowed undying vengeance, raised a band of kindred spirits, dressed and painted like Indians, and became the scourge of the red man and the champion of the white. But he and his wild crew, useful as they might have been, shocked Braddock's sense of military fitness, and he received them so coldly that they left him. It was the 10th of June before the army was well on its march. 300 axemen led the way to cut and clear the road, and the long train of pack horses, wagons, and cannon toiled on behind, over the stumps, roots, and stones of the narrow track, the regulars and provincials marching in the forest close on either side. Squads of men were thrown out on the flanks, and scouts ranged the woods to guard against surprise. For with all his scorn of Indians and Canadians, Braddock did not neglect reasonable precautions. Thus, foot by foot, they advanced into the waste of lonely mountains that divided the streams flowing to the Atlantic from those flowing to the Gulf of Mexico, a realm of forests ancient as the world. The road was but 12 feet wide, and the line of march often extended 4 miles. It was like a thin, long, party-colored snake, red, blue, and brown, trailing slowly through the depth of leaves, creeping round inaccessible heights, crawling over ridges, moving always in dampness and shadow, by rivulets and waterfalls, crags and chasms, gorges and shaggy steps. In glimpses only, through jagged boughs and flickering leaves, did this wild primeval world reveal itself, with its dark green mountains, flecked with the morning mist, and its distant summits penciled in dreamy blue. The army passed the main Allegheny, Meadow Mountain, and Great Savage Mountain, and traversed the funereal pine forest afterwards called the Shades of Death. No attempt was made to interrupt their march, though the commandant of Fort Duquesne had sent out parties for that purpose. A few French and Indians hovered about them, now and then scalping a straggler or inscribing filthy insults on trees, while others fell upon the border settlements which the advance of the troops had left defenceless. Here they were more successful, butchering about 30 persons, chiefly women and children. It was the 18th of June before the army reached a place called the Little Meadows, less than 30 miles from Fort Cumberland. Fever and dysentery among the men and the weakness and worthlessness of many of the horses, joined to the extreme difficulty of the road, so retarded them that they could move scarcely more than 3 miles a day. Braddock consulted with Washington, who advised him to leave the heavy baggage to follow as it could, and push forward with a body of chosen troops. This counsel was given in view of a report that 500 regulars were on the way to reinforce Fort Duquesne. It was adopted. Colonel Dunbar was left to command the rear division, whose powers of movement were now reduced to the lowest point. The advance corps, consisting of about 1,200 soldiers, besides officers and drivers, began its march on the 19th with such artillery as was thought indispensable, 30 wagons, and a large number of pack horses. The prospect, writes Washington to his brother, conveyed infinite delight to my mind, though I was excessively ill at the time. But this prospect was soon clouded, and my hopes brought very low indeed when I found that, instead of pushing on with vigor without regarding a little rough road, they were halting to level every molehill and to erect bridges over every brook, by which means we were 4 days in getting 12 miles. It was not till the 7th of July that they neared the mouth of Turtle Creek, a stream entering the Monongahela about 8 miles from the French fort. The way was direct and short, but would lead them through a difficult country and a defile so perilous that Braddock resolved to ford the Monongahela to avoid this danger, and then ford it again to reach his destination. Fort Duquesne stood on the point of land where the Allegheny and the Monongahela join to form the Ohio, and where now stands Pittsburgh, with its swarming population, its restless industries, the clang of its forges, and its chimneys vomiting foul smoke into the face of heaven. At that early day, a white flag fluttering over a cluster of palisades and embankments betokened the first intrusion of civilized men upon a scene which a few months before breathed the repose of a virgin wilderness, voiceless but for the lapping of waves upon the pebbles or the note of some lonely bird. But now the sleep of ages was broken, and bugle and drum told the astonished forest that its doom was pronounced and its days numbered. The fort was a compact little work, solidly built and strong, compared with others on the continent. It was a square of 4 bastions, with the water close on both sides, and the other 2 protected by ravelins, ditch, glacis, and covered way. The ramparts on these sides were of squared logs, filled in with earth and 10 feet or more thick. The 2 water sides were enclosed by a massive stockade of upright logs, 12 feet high, mortised together and loopholed. The armament consisted of a number of small cannon mounted on the bastions. A gate and drawbridge on the east side gave access to the area within, which was surrounded by barracks for the soldiers, officers' quarters, the lodgings of the commandant, a guardhouse, and a storehouse, all built partly of logs and partly of boards. There were no casemates, and the place was commanded by a high woody hill beyond the Monongahela. The forest had been cleared away to the distance of more than a musket shot from the ramparts, and the stumps were hacked level with the ground. Here, just outside the ditch, bark cabins had been built for such of the troops and Canadians as could not find room within, and the rest of the open space was covered with Indian corn and other crops. End of section 17. Section 18 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 3. The garrison consisted of a few companies of the regular troops stationed permanently in the colony, and to these were added a considerable number of Canadians. Contrecoeur still held the command. Under him were 3 other captains, Beaujeu, Dumas, and Ligneris. Besides the troops and Canadians, 800 Indian warriors, mustered from far and near, had built their wigwams and camp sheds on the open ground or under the edge of the neighboring woods, very little to the advantage of the young corn. Some were baptized savages settled in Canada, Caughnawagas from Sault St. Louis, Abenakis from St. Francis, and Hurons from Lorette, whose chief bore the name of Anastasi, in honor of the father of that church. The rest were unmitigated heathen, Potawatomis and Ojibwas from the northern lakes under Charles Langlade, the same bold partisan who had led them 3 years before to attack the Miamis at Pickawillany. Shawanoes and Mingos from the Ohio, and Ottawas from Detroit, commanded, it is said, by that most redoubtable of savages, Pontiac. The law of the survival of the fittest had wrought on this heterogeneous crew through countless generations, and with the primitive Indian, the fittest was the hardiest, fiercest, most adroit, and most wily. Baptized and heathen alike, they had just enjoyed a diversion greatly to their taste. A young Pennsylvanian named James Smith, a spirited and intelligent boy of 18, had been waylaid by 3 Indians on the western borders of the province and led captive to the fort. When the party came to the edge of the clearing, his captors, who had shot and scalped his companions, raised the scalp yell, whereupon a din of responsive whoops and firing of guns rose from all the Indian camps, and their inmates swarmed out like bees, while the French in the fort shot off muskets and cannon to honor the occasion. The unfortunate boy, the object of this obstreperous rejoicing, presently saw a multitude of savages, naked, hideously bedaubed with red, blue, black, and brown, and armed with sticks or clubs, ranging themselves in 2 long parallel lines, between which he was told that he must run, the faster the better, as they would beat him all the way. He ran with his best speed under a shower of blows, and had nearly reached the end of the course when he was knocked down. He tried to rise, but was blinded by a handful of sand thrown into his face, and then they beat him till he swooned. On coming to his senses, he found himself in the fort, with the surgeon opening a vein in his arm, and a crowd of French and Indians looking on. In a few days he was able to walk with the help of a stick, and coming out from his quarters one morning, he saw a memorable scene. 3 days before, an Indian had brought the report that the English were approaching, and that the Chevalier de la Pérade was sent out to reconnoitre. He returned on the next day, the 7th, with news that they were not far distant. On the 8th, the brothers Normanville went out and found that they were within 6 leagues of the fort. The French were in great excitement and alarm, but Contrecoeur at length took a resolution which seems to have been inspired by Beaujeu. It was determined to meet the enemy on the march and ambuscade them, if possible, at the crossing of the Monongahela, or some other favorable spot. Beaujeu proposed the plan to the Indians and offered them the war hatchet, but they would not take it. "Do you want to die, my father, and sacrifice us besides?" That night they held a council, and in the morning again refused to go. Beaujeu did not despair. "I am determined," he exclaimed, "to meet the English." "What? Will you let your father go alone?" The greater part caught fire at his words, promised to follow him, and put on their war paint. Beaujeu received the communion, then dressed himself like a savage, and joined the clamorous throng. Open barrels of gunpowder and bullets were set before the gate of the fort, and James Smith, painfully climbing the rampart with the help of his stick, looked down on the warrior rabble as, huddling together, wild with excitement, they scooped up the contents to fill their powder horns and pouches. Then, band after band, they filed off along the forest track that led to the ford of the Monongahela. They numbered 637, and with them went 36 French officers and cadets, 72 regular soldiers, and 146 Canadians, or about 900 in all. At 8 o'clock the tumult was over. The broad clearing lay lonely and still, and Contrecoeur, with what was left of his garrison, waited in suspense for the issue. It was near 1 o'clock when Braddock crossed the Monongahela for the second time. If the French made a stand anywhere, it would be, he thought, at the fording place. But Lieutenant Colonel Gage, whom he sent across with a strong advance party, found no enemy, and quietly took possession of the farther shore. Then the main body followed. To impose on the imagination of the French scouts, who were doubtless on the watch, the movement was made with studied regularity and order. The sun was cloudless, and the men were inspired by the prospect of a near triumph. Washington afterwards spoke with admiration of the spectacle. The music, the banners, the mounted officers, the troop of light cavalry, the naval detachment, the red-coated regulars, the blue-coated Virginians, the wagons and tumbrils, cannon, howitzers, and cohorns, the track of pack-horses and the droves of cattle passed in long procession through the rippling shallows and slowly entered the bordering forest. Here, when all were over, a short halt was ordered for rest and refreshment. Why had not Beaujeu defended the ford? This was his intention in the morning, but he had been met by obstacles, the nature of which is not wholly clear. His Indians, it seems, had proved refractory. 300 of them left him, went off in another direction, and did not rejoin him till the English had crossed the river. Hence perhaps it was that, having left Fort Duquesne at 8 o'clock, he spent half the day in marching 7 miles, and was more than a mile from the fording place when the British reached the eastern shore. The delay, from whatever cause arising, cost him the opportunity of laying an ambush either at the ford or in the gullies and ravines that channeled the forest through which Braddock was now on the point of marching. Not far from the bank of the river, and close by the British line of march, there was a clearing and a deserted house that had once belonged to the trader Fraser. Washington remembered it well. It was here that he found rest and shelter on the winter journey homeward from his mission to Fort Le Boeuf. He was in no less need of rest at this moment, for recent fever had so weakened him that he could hardly sit his horse. From Fraser's house to Fort Duquesne the distance was 8 miles by a rough path, along which the troops were now beginning to move after their halt. It ran inland for a little, then curved to the left, and followed a course parallel to the river along the base of a line of steep hills that here bordered the valley. These and all the country were buried in dense and heavy forest, choked with bushes and the carcasses of fallen trees. Braddock has been charged with marching blindly into an ambuscade, but it was not so. There was no ambuscade, and had there been one, he would have found it. It is true that he did not reconnoitre the woods very far in advance of the head of the column, Yet with this exception he made elaborate dispositions to prevent surprise. Several guides with 6 Virginian light horsemen led the way. Then a musket shot behind came the vanguard, then 300 soldiers under Gage, then a large body of axemen under Sir John Sinclair to open the road, then 2 cannon with tumbrils and tool wagons, and lastly the rear guard closing the line, while flanking parties ranged the woods on both sides. This was the advance column. The main body followed with little or no interval. The artillery and wagons moved along the road, and the troops filed through the woods close on either hand. Numerous flanking parties were thrown out 100 yards and more to right and left, while in the space between them and the marching column, the pack horses and cattle, with their drivers, made their way painfully among the trees and thickets, since, had they been allowed to follow the road, the line of march would have been too long for mutual support. A body of regulars and provincials brought up the rear. Gage, with his advance column, had just passed a wide and bushy ravine that crossed their path, and the van of the main column was on the point of entering it, when the guides and light horsemen in the front suddenly fell back, and the engineer, Gordon, then engaged in marking out the road, saw a man dressed like an Indian, but wearing the gorget of an officer, bounding forward along the path. He stopped when he discovered the head of the column, turned and waved his hat. The forest behind was swarming with French and savages. At the signal of the officer, who was probably Beaujeu, they yelled the war whoop, spread themselves to right and left, and opened a sharp fire under cover of the trees. Gage's column wheeled deliberately into line and fired several volleys with great steadiness against the now invisible assailants. Few of them were hurt. The trees caught the shot, but the noise was deafening under the dense arches of the forest. The greater part of the Canadians, to borrow the words of Dumas, fled shamefully, crying "Sauve qui peut." Volley followed volley, and at the third Beaujeu dropped dead. Gage's 2 cannon were now brought to bear, on which the Indians, like the Canadians, gave way in confusion, but did not, like them, abandon the field. The close scarlet ranks of the English were plainly to be seen through the trees and the smoke. They were moving forward, cheering lustily, and shouting "God save the King." Dumas, now chief in command, thought that all was lost. "I advanced," he says, "with the assurance that comes from despair, exciting by voice and gesture the few soldiers that remained. The fire of my platoon was so sharp that the enemy seemed astonished. The Indians, encouraged, began to rally. The French officers who commanded them showed admirable courage and address, and while Dumas and Ligneris, with the regulars and what was left of the Canadians, held the ground in front, the savage warriors, screeching their war cries, swarmed through the forest along both flanks of the English, hid behind trees, bushes, and fallen trunks, or crouched in gullies and ravines, and opened a deadly fire on the helpless soldiery, whom, themselves completely visible, could see no enemy, and wasted volley after volley on the impassive trees. The most destructive fire came from a hill on the English right, where the Indians lay in multitudes, firing from their lurking places on the living target below. But the invisible death was everywhere, in front, flank, and rear. The British cheer was heard no more. The troops broke their ranks and huddled together in a bewildered mass, shrinking from the bullets that cut them down by scores. When Braddock heard the firing in the front, he pushed forward with the main body to the support of Gage, leaving 400 men in the rear under Sir Peter Halket to guard the baggage. At the moment of his arrival, Gage's soldiers had abandoned their 2 cannon and were falling back to escape the concentrated fire of the Indians. Meeting the advancing troops, they tried to find cover behind them. This threw the whole into confusion. The men of the 2 regiments became mixed together, and in a short time the entire force, except the Virginians and the troops left with Halket, were massed in several dense bodies within a small space of ground, facing some one way and another, and all alike exposed without shelter to the bullets that pelted them like hail. Both men and officers were new to this blind and frightful warfare of the savage in his native woods. To charge the Indians in their hiding places would have been useless. They would have eluded pursuit with the agility of wildcats and swarmed back like angry hornets the moment that it ceased. The Virginians alone were equal to the emergency. Fighting behind trees like the Indians themselves, they might have held the enemy in check till order could be restored, had not Braddock, furious at a proceeding that shocked all his ideas of courage and discipline, ordered them with oaths to form into line. A body of them under Captain Wagoner made a dash for a fallen tree lying in the woods, far out towards the lurking places of the Indians, and crouching behind the huge trunk, opened fire. But the regulars, seeing the smoke among the bushes, mistook their best friends for the enemy, shot at them from behind, killed many, and forced the rest to return. A few of the regulars also tried in their clumsy way to fight behind trees, but Braddock beat them back with his sword and compelled them to stand with the rest, an open mark for the Indians. The panic increased, the soldiers crowded together, and the bullets spent themselves in a mass of human bodies. Commands, entreaties, and threats were lost upon them. "We would fight," some of them answered, "if we could see anybody to fight with." Nothing was visible but puffs of smoke. Officers and men who had stood all the afternoon under fire afterwards declared that they could not be sure they had seen a single Indian. Braddock ordered Lieutenant Colonel Burton to attack the hill where the puffs of smoke were thickest and the bullets most deadly. With infinite difficulty, that brave officer induced 100 men to follow him, but he was soon disabled by a wound, and they all faced about. The artillerymen stood for some time by their guns, which did great damage to the trees and little to the enemies. The mob of soldiers, stupefied with terror, stood panting, their foreheads beaded with sweat, loaded and firing mechanically, sometimes into the air, sometimes among their own comrades, many of whom they killed. The ground strewn with dead and wounded men, the bounding of maddened horses, the clatter and roar of musketry and cannon, mixed with the spiteful report of rifles and the yells that rose from the indefatigable throats of 600 unseen savages formed a chaos of anguish and terror scarcely paralleled even in Indian war. "I cannot describe the horrors of that scene," one of Braddock's officers wrote 3 weeks after. "No pen could do it. The yell of the Indians is fresh on my ear, and the terrific sound will haunt me till the hour of my dissolution." Braddock showed a furious intrepidity. Mounted on horseback, he dashed to and fro, storming like a madman. 4 horses were shot under him, and he mounted a 5th. Washington seconded his chief with equal courage, he too, no doubt, using strong language, for he did not measure words when the fit was on him. He escaped as by miracle. 2 horses were killed under him, and 4 bullets tore his clothes. The conduct of the British officers was above praise. Nothing could surpass their undaunted self-devotion, and in their vain attempts to lead on the men, the havoc among them was frightful. Sir Peter Halket was shot dead. His son, a lieutenant in his regiment, stooping to raise the body of his father, was shot dead in turn. Young Shirley, Braddock's secretary, was pierced through the brain. Orme and Morris, his aide-de-camp, Sinclair, the quartermaster general, Gates and Gage, both afterwards conspicuous on opposite sides in the War of the Revolution, and Gladwin, who 8 years later defended Detroit against Pontiac, were all wounded. Of 86 officers, 63 were killed or disabled, while out of 1,373 non-commissioned officers and privates, only 459 came off unharmed. End of section 18. Section 19 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 4. Braddock saw that all was lost. To save the wreck of his force from annihilation, he at last commanded a retreat, and as he and such of his officers as were left strove to withdraw the half-frenzied crew in some semblance of order, a bullet struck him down. The gallant bulldog fell from his horse, shot through the arm into the lungs. It is said, though on evidence of no weight, that the bullet came from one of his own men. Be this as it may, there he lay among the bushes, bleeding, gasping, unable even to curse. He demanded to be left where he was. Captain Stewart and another provincial bore him between them to the rear. It was about this time that the mob of soldiers, having been 3 hours under fire, and having spent their ammunition, broke away in a blind frenzy, rushed back towards the ford, and when, says Washington, we endeavored to rally them, it was with as much success as if we had attempted to stop the wild bears of the mountains. They dashed across, helter-skelter, plunging through the water to the far bank, leaving wounded comrades, cannon, baggage, the military chest, and the general's paper, a prey to the Indians. About 50 of these followed to the edge of the river. Dumas and Ligneris, who had now about 20 Frenchmen with them, made no attempt to pursue, and went back to the fort, because, says Contrecoeur, so many of the Canadians had retired at the first fire. the field abandoned to the savages was a pandemonium of pillage and murder. James Smith, the young prisoner at Fort Duquesne, had passed a day of suspense, waiting the result. In the afternoon I again observed a great noise and commotion in the fort, and though at that time I could not understand French, I found it was the voice of joy and triumph, and feared that they had received what I called bad news. I had observed some of the old country soldiers speak Dutch. As I spoke Dutch, I went to one of them and asked him what was the news. He told me that a runner had just arrived who said that Braddock would certainly be defeated, that the Indians and French had surrounded him and were concealed behind trees and in gullies, and kept a constant fire upon the English, and that they saw the English falling in heaps, and if they did not take the river, which was the only gap, and make their mistake, there would not be one man left alive before sundown. Some time after this, I heard a number of scalp halloos, and saw a company of Indians and French coming in. I observed they had a great number of bloody scalps, grenadiers' caps, British canteens, bayonets, etc. with them. They brought the news that Braddock was defeated. After that another company came in, which appeared to be about 100, and chiefly Indians, and it seemed to me that almost every one of this company was carrying scalps. After this came another company with a number of wagon horses, and also a great many scalps. Those that were coming in and those that had arrived kept a constant firing of small arms, and also the great guns in the fort, which were accompanied with the most hideous shouts and yells from all quarters, so that it appeared to me as though the infernal regions had broke loose. About sundown I beheld a small party coming in with about a dozen prisoners, stripped naked, with their hands tied behind their backs and their faces and part of their bodies blacked. These prisoners they burned to death on the bank of Allegheny River, opposite the fort. I stood on the fort wall until I beheld them begin to burn one of these men. They had him tied to a stake, and kept touching him with firebrands, red-hot irons, etc., and he screaming in a most doleful manner, the Indians in the meantime yelling like infernal spirits. As this scene appeared too shocking for me to behold, I retired to my lodging, both sore and sorry. When I came into my lodgings, I saw Russell's 7 Sermons, which they had brought from the field of battle, which a Frenchman made a present of to me. The loss of the French was slight, but fell chiefly on the officers, 3 of whom were killed, and 4 wounded. Of the regular soldiers, all but 4 escaped untouched. The Canadians suffered still less in proportion to their numbers, only 5 of them being hurt. The Indians, who won the victory, bore the principal loss. Of those from Canada, 27 were killed and wounded, while the casualties among the western tribes are not reported. All of these last went off the next morning with their plunder and scalps, leaving Contrecoeur in great anxiety lest the remnant of Braddock's troops, reinforced by the division under Dunbar, should attack him again. His doubts would have vanished had he known the condition of his defeated enemy. In the pain and languor of a mortal wound, Braddock showed unflinching resolution. His bearers stopped him at a favourable spot beyond the Monongahela, and here he hoped to maintain his position till the arrival of Dunbar. By the efforts of the officers, about 100 men were collected around him, but to keep them there was impossible. Within an hour they abandoned him and fled like the rest. Gage, however, succeeded in rallying about 80 beyond the other fording place, and Washington, on an order from Braddock, spurred his jaded horse towards the camp of Dunbar to demand wagons, provisions, and hospital stores. Fright overcame fatigue. The fugitives toiled on all night, pursued by spectres of horror and despair, hearing still the war whoops and the shrieks, possessed with the one thought of escape from the wilderness of death. In the morning some order was restored. Braddock was placed on a horse. Then, the pain being insufferable, he was carried on a litter, Captain Orme having bribed the carriers by the promise of a guinea and a bottle of rum apiece. Early in the succeeding night, such as had not fainted on the way reached the deserted farm of Gist. Here they met wagons and provisions with a detachment of soldiers sent by Dunbar, whose camp was 6 miles farther on, and Braddock ordered them to go to the relief of the stragglers left behind. At noon of that day, a number of wagoners and pack-horse drivers had come to Dunbar's camp with wild tidings of rout and ruin. More fugitives followed, and soon after a wounded officer was brought in upon a sheet. The drums beat to arms. The camp was in commotion, and many soldiers and teamsters took to flight, in spite of the sentinels, who tried in vain to stop them. There was a still more disgraceful scene on the next day after Braddock, with the wreck of his force, had arrived. Orders were given to destroy such of the wagons, stores, and ammunition as could not be carried back at once to Fort Cumberland. Whether Dunbar or the dying general gave these orders is not clear, but it is certain that they were executed with shameful alacrity. More than 100 wagons were burned. Cannon, cohorns, and shells were burst or buried. Barrels of gunpowder were staved, and the contents thrown into a brook. Provisions were scattered through the woods and swamps. Then the whole command began its retreat over the mountains to Fort Cumberland, 60 miles distant. This proceeding, for which, in view of the condition of Braddock, Dunbar must be held answerable, excited the utmost indignation among the colonists. If he could not advance, they thought, he might at least have fortified himself and held his ground till the provinces could send him help, thus covering the frontier and holding French war parties in check. Braddock's last moment was near. Orme, who, though himself severely wounded, was with him till his death, told Franklin that he was totally silent all the first day, and at night said only, "Who would have thought it?" that all the next day he was again silent, till at last he muttered, "We shall better know how to deal with them another time," and died a few minutes after. He had, nevertheless, found breath to give orders at Gist's for the succor of the men who had dropped on the road. It is said, too, that in his last hours he could not bear the sight of a red coat, but murmured praises of the Blues, or Virginians, and said that he hoped he should live to reward them. He died at about 8 o'clock in the evening of Sunday the 13th. Dunbar had begun his retreat that morning, and was then encamped near the Great Meadows. On Monday the dead commander was buried in the road, and men, horses, and wagons passed over his grave, effacing every sign of it, lest the Indians should find and mutilate the body. Colonel James Innes, commanding at Fort Cumberland, where a crowd of invalids with soldiers' wives and other women had been left when the expedition marched, heard of the defeat only 2 days after it happened, from a wagoner who had fled from the field on horseback. He at once sent a note of 6 lines to Lord Fairfax. "I have this moment received the most melancholy news of the defeat of our troops, the general killed, and numbers of our officers, our whole artillery taken. In short, the account I have received is so very bad, that, please God, I intend to make a stand here. 'Tis highly necessary to raise the militia everywhere to defend the frontiers." A boy whom he sent out on horseback met more fugitives, and came back on the 14th with reports as vague and disheartening as the first. Innes sent them to Dinwiddie. Some days after, Dunbar and his train arrived in miserable disorder, and Fort Cumberland was turned into a hospital for the shattered fragments of a routed and ruined army. On the 16th, a letter was brought in haste to one Buchanan at Carlisle on the Pennsylvania frontier. "Sir, I thought it proper to let you know that I was in the battle where we were defeated, and we had about 1,150 private men besides officers and others, and we were attacked the 9th day about 12 o'clock, and held till about 3 in the afternoon, and then we were forced to retreat, when I suppose we might bring off about 300 whole men, besides a vast many wounded. Most of our officers were either wounded or killed. General Braddock is wounded, but I hope not mortal, and Sir John Sinclair and many others, but I hope not mortal. All the train is cut off in a manner. Sir Peter Halket and his son, Captain Paulson, Captain Geithan, Captain Rose, Captain Tatton killed, and many others. Captain Ord of the train is wounded, but I hope not mortal. We lost all our artillery entirely, and everything else. To Mr. John Smith and Buchanan, and give it to the next post, and let him show this to Mr. George Gibson in Lancaster, and Mr. Bingham at the sign of the ship, and you'll oblige. Yours to command, John Campbell, Messenger. The evil tidings quickly reached Philadelphia, where such confidence had prevailed that certain overzealous persons had begun to collect money for fireworks to celebrate the victory. 2 of these brother physicians named Bond came to Franklin and asked him to subscribe, but the sage looked doubtful. "Why the devil," said one of them, "you surely don't suppose the fort will not be taken?" He reminded them that war is always uncertain, and the subscription was deferred. The governor laid the news of the disaster before his council, telling them at the same time that his opponents in the assembly would not believe it, and had insulted him in the street for giving it currency. Dinwiddie remained tranquil at Williamsburg, sure that all would go well. The brief note of Innes, forwarded by Lord Fairfax, first disturbed his dream of triumph, but on second thought he took comfort. "I am willing to think that account was from a deserter who, in a great panic, represented what his fears suggested. I wait with impatience for another express from Fort Cumberland, which I expect will greatly contradict the former. The news got abroad, and the slaves showed signs of excitement. The villainy of the negroes on any emergency is what I always feared, continues the governor. An example of one or two at first may prevent these creatures entering into combinations and wicked designs. And he wrote to Lord Halifax, "The Negro slaves have been very audacious on the news of defeat on the Ohio. These poor creatures imagine the French will give them their freedom. We have too many here, but I hope we shall be able to keep them in proper subjection." Suspense grew intolerable. It's monstrous they should be so tardy and dilatory in sending down any further account. He sent Major Colin Campbell for news, when a day or two later a courier brought him 2 letters, one from Orme and the other from Washington, both written at Fort Cumberland on the 18th. The letter of Orme began thus: "My dear Governor, I am so extremely ill in bed with the wound I have received that I am under the necessity of employing my friend Captain Dobson as my scribe." Then he told the wretched story of defeat and humiliation. The officers were absolutely sacrificed by their unparalleled good behavior, advancing before their men sometimes in bodies and sometimes separately, hoping by such an example to engage the soldiers to follow them, but to no purpose. Poor Shirley was shot through the head, Captain Morris very much wounded. Mr. Washington had 2 horses shot under him, and his clothes shot through in several places, behaving the whole time with the greatest courage and resolution. Washington wrote more briefly, saying that, as Orme was giving a full account of the affair, it was needless for him to repeat it. Like many others in the fight, he greatly underrated the force of the enemy, which he placed at 300, or about 1/3 of the actual number, a natural error, as most of the assailants were invisible. Our poor Virginians behaved like men, and died like soldiers, for I believe that out of 3 companies that were there that day, scarce 30 were left alive. Captain Perronnet and all his officers, down to a corporal, were killed. Captain Polson shared almost as hard a fate, for only one of his escaped. In short, the dastardly behavior of the English soldiers exposed all those who were inclined to do their duty to almost certain death. It is imagined, I believe with great justice too, that 2/3 of both killed and wounded received their shots from our own cowardly dogs of soldiers, who gathered themselves into a body contrary to orders, 10 and 12 deep, would then level, fire, and shoot down the men before them. To Orme, Dinwiddie replied, "I read your letter with tears in my eyes, but it gave me much pleasure to see your name at the bottom, and more so when I observed by the postscript that your wound is not dangerous. But pray, dear sir, is it not possible by a second attempt to retrieve the great loss we have sustained? I presume the general's chariot is at the fort. In it you may come here, and my house is heartily at your command. Pray take care of your valuable health. Keep your spirits up, and I doubt not of your recovery. My wife and girls join me in most sincere respects and joy at your being so well, and I always am, with great truth, dear friend, your affectionate, humble servant. To Washington he is less effusive, though he had known him much longer. He begins, it is true, Dear Washington, and congratulates him on his escape, but soon grows formal and asks, "Pray, sir, with the number of them remaining, is there no possibility of doing something on the other side of the mountains before the winter months? Surely you must mistake Colonel Dunbar will not march to winter quarters in the middle of summer and leave the frontiers exposed to the invasions of the enemy. No, he is a better officer, and I have a different opinion of him. I sincerely wish you health and happiness, and am, with great respect, sir, your obedient, humble servant." Washington's letter had contained the astonishing announcement that Dunbar meant to abandon the frontier and march to Philadelphia. Dinwiddie, much disturbed, at once wrote to that officer, though without betraying any knowledge of his intention. "Sir, the melancholy account of the defeat of our forces gave me a sensible and real concern," on which he enlarges for a while, then suddenly changes style. "Dear Colonel, is there no method left to retrieve the dishonour done to the British arms? As you now command all the forces that remain, are you not able, after a proper refreshment of your men, to make a second attempt? You have 4 months now to come of the best weather of the year for such an expedition. What a fine field for honour will Colonel Dunbar have to confirm and establish his character as a brave officer." Then, after suggesting plans of operation and entering into much detail, the fervid governor concludes, "It gives me great pleasure that under our great loss and misfortunes, the command devolves on an officer of so great military judgment and established character. With my sincere respect and hearty wishes for success to all your proceedings, I am, worthy sir, your most obedient, humble servant." Exhortation and flattery were lost on Dunbar. Dinwiddie received from him in reply a short, dry note, dated on the 1st of August, and acquainting him that he should march for Philadelphia on the 2nd. This, in fact, he did, leaving the fort to be defended by invalids and a few Virginians. "I acknowledge," says Dinwiddie, "I was not brought up to arms, but I think common sense would have prevailed not to leave the frontiers exposed after having opened a road over the mountains to the Ohio, by which the enemy can the more easily invade us. Your great colonel," he writes to Orme, "is gone to a peaceful colony, and left our frontiers open. The whole conduct of Colonel Dunbar appears to me monstrous. To march off all the regulars and leave the fort and frontiers to be defended by 400 sick and wounded, and the poor remains of our provincial forces, appears to me absurd." He found some comfort from the burgesses, who gave him £40,000, and would, he thinks, have given 100,000 if another attempt against Fort Duquesne had been set afoot. Shirley, too, whom the death of Braddock had made commander-in-chief, approved the governor's plan of renewing offensive operations, and instructed Dunbar to that effect, ordering him, however, should they prove impracticable, to march for Albany in aid of the Niagara expedition. The order found him safe in Philadelphia. Here he lingered for a while, then marched to join the Northern army, moving at a pace which made it certain that he could not arrive in time to be of the least use. Thus the frontier was left unguarded, and soon, as Dinwiddie had foreseen, there burst upon it a storm of blood and fire. End of section 19. Section 20 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 1, 1755 to 1763. Removal of the Acadians. By the plan which the Duke of Cumberland had ordained, and Braddock had announced in the council at Alexandria, 4 blows were to be struck at once to force back the French boundaries, lop off the dependencies of Canada, and reduce her from a vast territory to a petty province. The first stroke had failed, and had shattered the hand of the striker. It remains to see what fortune awaited the others. It was long since a project of purging Acadia of French influence had germinated in the fertile mind of Shirley. We have seen in a former chapter the condition of that afflicted province. Several thousands of its inhabitants, wrought upon by intriguing agents of the French government, taught by their priests that fidelity to King Louis was inseparable from fidelity to God, and that to swear allegiance to the British crown was eternal perdition, threatened with plunder and death at the hands of the savages whom the ferocious missionary Le Loutre held over them in terror, had abandoned, sometimes willingly, but oftener under constraint, the fields which they and their fathers had tilled, and, crossing the boundary line of the Missaguash, had placed themselves under the French flag planted on the hill of Beauséjour. Here, or in the neighborhood, many of them had remained, wretched and half-starved, while others had been transported to Cape Breton, Île Saint-Jean, or the coasts of the Gulf, not so far, however, that they could not on occasion be used to aid in an invasion of British Acadia. Those of their countrymen who still lived under the British flag were chiefly the inhabitants of the district of Mines and of the valley of the river Annapolis, who, with other less important settlements, numbered a little more than 9,000 souls. We have shown already by the evidence of the French themselves that neither they nor their emigrant countrymen had been oppressed or molested in matters temporal or spiritual, but that the English authorities, recognizing their value as an industrious population, had labored to reconcile them to a change of rulers which on the whole was to their advantage. It has been shown also how, with a heartless perfidy and a reckless disregard of their welfare and safety, the French government and its agents labored to keep them hostile to the crown of which it had acknowledged them to be the subjects. The result was that though they did not, like their emigrant countrymen, abandon their homes, they remained in a state of restless disaffection, refused to supply English garrisons with provisions, except at most exorbitant rates, smuggled their produce to the French across the line, gave them aid and intelligence, and sometimes disguised as Indians, robbed and murdered English settlers. By the new-fangled construction of the Treaty of Utrecht, which the French boundary commissions had devised, More than half the Acadian peninsula, including nearly all the cultivated land and nearly all the population of French descent, was claimed as belonging to France, though England had held possession of it more than 40 years. Hence, according to the political ethics adopted at the time by both nations, it would be lawful for France to reclaim it by force. England, on her part, it will be remembered, claimed vast tracts beyond the isthmus, and on the same pretext held that she might rightfully seize them and capture Beauséjour with the other French garrisons that guarded them. On the part of France, an invasion of the Acadian peninsula seemed more than likely. Honour demanded of her that, having incited the Acadians to disaffection, and so brought on them the indignation of the English authorities, she should intervene to save them from the consequences. Moreover, the loss of the Acadian peninsula had been gall and wormwood to her, and in losing it she had lost great material advantages. Its possession was necessary to connect Canada with the island of Cape Breton and the fortress of Louisbourg. Its fertile fields and agricultural people would furnish subsistence to the troops and garrisons in the French maritime provinces, now dependent on supplies illicitly brought by New England traders, and liable to be cut off in time of war when they were needed most. The harbours of Acadia, too, would be invaluable as naval stations from which to curb and threaten the northern English colonies. Hence the intrigues so assiduously practised to keep the Acadians French at heart, and ready to throw off British rule at any favourable moment. British officers believed that should a French squadron with a sufficient force of troops on board appear in the Bay of Fundy, the whole population on the basin of mines and along the Annapolis would rise in arms, and that the emigrants beyond the isthmus, armed and trained by French officers, would come to their aid. This emigrant population, famishing in exile, looked back with regret to the farms they had abandoned, and prevented as they were by Le Loutre and his colleagues from making their peace with the English, they would, if confident of success, have gladly joined an invading force to regain their homes by reconquering Acadia for Louis XV. In other parts of the continent, it was the interest of France to put off hostilities. If Acadia alone had been in question, it would have been her interest to precipitate them. Her chances of success were good. The French could at any time send troops from Louisbourg or Quebec to join those maintained upon the isthmus, and they had on their side of the lines a force of militia and Indians amounting to about 2,000, while the Acadians within the peninsula had about an equal number of fighting men who, while calling themselves neutrals, might be counted on to join the invaders. The English were in no condition to withstand such an attack. Their regular troops were scattered far and wide through the province, and were nowhere more than equal to the local requirement, while of militia, except those of Halifax, they had few or none whom they dared to trust. Their fort at Annapolis was weak and dilapidated, and their other posts were mere stockades. The strongest place in Acadia was the French fort of Beauséjour, in which the English saw a continual menace. Their apprehensions were well grounded. Duquesne, governor of Canada, wrote to Le Loutre, who virtually shared the control of Beauséjour with Vergor, its commandant. I invite both yourself and Monsieur Vergor to devise a plausible pretext for attacking them, the English, vigorously. 3 weeks after this letter was written, Lawrence, governor of Nova Scotia, wrote to Shirley from Halifax, being well informed that the French have designs of encroaching still farther upon His Majesty's rights in this province, and that they propose, the moment they have repaired the fortifications of Louisbourg, to attack our fort at Chignecto, Fort Lawrence. I think it high time to make some effort to drive them from the north side of the Bay of Fundy. This letter was brought to Boston by Lieutenant Colonel Monckton, who was charged by Lawrence to propose to Shirley the raising of 2,000 men in England for the attack of Beauséjour and its dependent forts. Almost at the moment when Lawrence was writing these proposals to Shirley, Shirley was writing with the same object to Lawrence, enclosing a letter from Sir Thomas Robinson, concerning which he said, I construe the contents to be orders to us to act in concert for taking any advantages to drive the French of Canada out of Nova Scotia. If that is your sense of them, and your honour will be pleased to let me know whether you want any and what assistance to enable you to execute the orders, I will endeavour to send you such assistance from this province as you shall want. The letter of Sir Thomas Robinson, of whom a duplicate had already been sent to Lawrence, was written in answer to one of Shirley, informing the minister that the Indians of Nova Scotia, prompted by the French, were about to make an attack on all the English settlements east of the Kennebec. Whereupon Robinson wrote, You will, without doubt, have given immediate intelligence thereof to Colonel Lawrence, and will have concerted the properest measures with him for taking all possible advantage in Nova Scotia itself from the absence of those Indians. In case Mr. Lawrence shall have force enough to attack the forts erected by the French in those parts, without exposing the English settlements, and I am particularly to acquaint you that if you have not already entered into such a concert with Colonel Lawrence, it is His Majesty's pleasure that you should immediately proceed thereupon. The Indian raid did not take place, but not the less did Shirley and Lawrence find in the minister's letter their authorization for the attack of Beauséjour. Shirley wrote to Robinson that the expulsion of the French from the forts on the isthmus was a necessary measure of self-defence, that they meant to seize the whole country as far as Mines Basin, and probably as far as Annapolis, to supply their Acadian rebels with land, that of these they had, without reckoning Indians, 1,400 fighting men on or near the isthmus, and 250 more on the St. John, with whom, aided by the garrison of Beauséjour, they could easily take Fort Lawrence, that should they succeed in this, the whole Acadian population would rise in arms, and the king would lose Nova Scotia. We should anticipate them, concludes Shirley, and strike the first blow. He opened his plans to his assembly in secret session, and found them of one mind with himself. Preparation was nearly complete, and the men raised for the expedition, before the council at Alexandria recognized it as a part of the plan of the summer campaign. The French fort of Beauséjour, mounted on its hill between the marshes of Missaguash and Tantamar, was a regular work, pentagonal in form, with southern earthen ramparts, bomb-proofs, and an armament of 24 cannon and 1 mortar. The commandant, du Chambon de Vergor, a captain in the colony regulars, was a dull man of no education, of stuttering speech, unpleasing countenance, and doubtful character. He owed his place to the notorious Intendant Bigot, who, it is said, was in his debt for disreputable service in an affair of gallantry, and who had ample means of enabling his friends to enrich themselves by defrauding the king. Beauséjour was one of those plague spots of official corruption which dotted the whole surface of New France. Bigot, sailing for Europe in the summer of 1754, wrote thus to his confederate: "Profit by your place, my dear Vergor. Clip and cut, you are free to do what you please, so that you can come soon to join me in France and buy an estate near me." Vergor did not neglect his opportunities. Supplies in great quantities were sent from Quebec for the garrison and the emigrant Acadians. These last got but a small part of them. Vergor and his confederates sent the rest back to Quebec, or else to Louisbourg, and sold them for their own profit to the king's agents there, who were also in collusion with him. Vergor, however, did not reign alone. Le Loutre, by force of energy, capacity, and passionate vehemence, held him in some awe, and divided his authority. The priest could count on the support of Duquesne, who had found, says a contemporary, that he promised more than he could perform, and that he was a knave, but who nevertheless felt compelled to rely upon him for keeping the Acadians on the side of France. There was another person in the fort worthy of notice. This was Thomas Pichon, commissary of stores, a man of education and intelligence, born in France of an English mother. He was now acting the part of a traitor, carrying on a secret correspondence with the commandant of Fort Lawrence, and acquainting him with all that passed at Beauséjour. It was partly from this source that the hostile designs of the French became known to the authorities of Halifax, and more especially the proceedings of Moses, by which name Pichon always designated Le Loutre, because he pretended to have led the Acadians from the land of bondage. These exiles, who cannot be called self-exiled, in view of the outrageous means used to force most of them from their homes, were in a deplorable condition. They lived in constant dread of Le Loutre, backed by Vergor and his soldiers. The savage missionary, bad as he was, had in him an ingredient of honest fanaticism, both national and religious, though hatred of the English held a large share in it. He would gladly, if he could, have forced the Acadians into a permanent settlement on the French side of the line, not out of love for them, but in the interest of the cause with which he had identified his own ambition. His efforts had failed. There was not land enough for their subsistence and that of the older settlers, and the suffering emigrants pined more and more for their deserted farms. Thither he was resolved that they should not return. "If you go," he told them, "you will have neither priests nor sacraments, but will die like miserable wretches." The assertion was false. priests and sacraments had never been denied them. It is true that Daudin, priest of Pisiquid, had lately been sent to Halifax for using insolent language to the commandant, threatening him with an insurrection of the inhabitants, and exciting them to sedition. But on his promise to change conduct, he was sent back to his parishioners. Vergor sustained Le Loutre, and threatened to put in irons any of the exiles who talked of going back to the English. Some of them bethought themselves of an appeal to Duquesne, and drew up a petition asking leave to return home. Le Loutre told the signers that if they did not efface their marks from the paper, they should have neither sacraments in this life nor heaven in the next. He nevertheless allowed 2 of them to go to Quebec as deputies, writing at the same time to the governor that his mind might be duly prepared. Duquesne replied, "I think that the 2 rascals of deputies whom you sent me will not soon recover from the fright I gave them, notwithstanding the emollient I administered after my reprimand. And since I told them that they were indebted to you for not being allowed to rot in a dungeon, they have promised me to comply with your wishes." An entire heartlessness marked the dealing of the French authorities with the Acadians. They were treated as mere tools of policy, to be used, broken, and flung away. Yet in using them, the sole condition of their efficiency was neglected. The French government, cheated of enormous sums by its own ravenous agents, grudged the cost of sending a single regiment to the Acadian border. Thus unsupported, the Acadians remained in fear and vacillation, aiding the French but feebly through a ceaseless annoyance and menace to the English. This was the state of affairs at Beauséjour, while Shirley and Lawrence were planning its destruction. Lawrence had empowered his agent Monckton to draw without limit on 2 Boston merchants, Apthorpe and Hancock. Shirley, as commander-in-chief of the province of Massachusetts, commissioned John Winslow to raise 2,000 volunteers. Winslow was sprung from the early governors of Plymouth Colony, but though well born, he was ill educated, which did not prevent him from being both popular and influential. He had strong military inclinations, had led a company of his own raising in the luckless attack on Carthagena, had commanded the force sent in the preceding summer to occupy the Kennebec, and on various other occasions had left his Marshfield farm to serve his country. The men enlisted readily at his call, and were formed into a regiment, of which Shirley made himself the nominal colonel. It had 2 battalions, of which Winslow, as lieutenant colonel, commanded the first, and George Scott the second, both under the orders of Monckton. Country villages, far and near, from the western borders of the Connecticut to uttermost Cape Cod, lent soldiers to the new regiment. The muster rolls preserve their names, vocations, birthplaces, and abode. Obadiah, Nehemiah, Jedediah, Jonathan, Ebenezer, Joshua, and the like Old Testament names abound upon the list. Some are set down as farmers, yeomen, or husbandmen, others as shopkeepers, others as fishermen, and many as labourers, while a great number were handicraftsmen of various trades, from blacksmiths to wig-makers. They mustered at Boston early in April, where clothing, haversacks, and blankets were served out to them at the charge of the king, and the crooked streets of the New England capital were filled with staring young rustics. On the next Saturday the following mandate went forth: "The men will behave very orderly on the Sabbath day, and either stay on board their transports, or else go to church, and not stroll up and down the streets." The transports, consisting of about 40 sloops and schooners, lay at Long Wharf, and here on Monday a grand review took place, to the gratification, no doubt, of a populace whose amusements were few. All was ready except the muskets, which were expected from England but did not come. Hence the delay of a month, threatening to ruin the enterprise. When Shirley returned from Alexandria, he found, to his disgust, that the transports still lay at the wharf where he had left them on his departure. The muskets arrived at length, and the fleet sailed on the 22nd of May. 3 small frigates, the Success, the Mermaid, and the Siren, commanded by the ex-privateersman, Captain Rouse, acted as convoy, and on the 26th the whole force safely reached Annapolis. Thence, after some delay, they sailed up the Bay of Fundy, and at sunset on the 1st of June anchored within 5 miles of the hill of Beauséjour. End of section 20. Section 21 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 2. At 2 o'clock on the next morning, a party of Acadians from Chipody roused Vergor with the news. In great alarm, he sent a messenger to Louisbourg to beg for help, and ordered all the fighting men of the neighborhood to repair to the fort. They counted in all between 12 and 1,500, but they had no appetite for war. The force of the invaders daunted them, and the 160 regulars who formed the garrison of Beauséjour were too few to revive their confidence. Those of them who had crossed from the English side dreaded what might ensue should they be caught in arms, and to prepare an excuse beforehand, they begged Vergor to threaten them with punishment if they disobeyed his order. He willingly complied, promised to have them killed if they did not fight, and assured them at the same time that the English could never take the fort. 300 of them thereupon joined the garrison, and the rest, hiding their families in the woods, prepared to wage guerrilla war against the invaders. Monckton, with all his force, landed unopposed, and encamped at night on the fields around Fort Lawrence, whence he could contemplate Fort Beauséjour at his ease. The regulars of the English garrison joined the New England men, and then, on the morning of the 4th, they marched to the attack. Their course lay along the south bank of the Missaguash to where it was crossed by a bridge called Pont à Boîte. This bridge had been destroyed, and on the farther bank there was a large blockhouse and a breastwork of timber defended by 400 regulars, Acadians, and Indians. They lay silent and unseen till the head of the column reached the opposite bank, then raised a yell and opened fire, causing some loss. 3 field pieces were brought up, the defenders were driven out, and a bridge was laid under a spattering fusillade from behind bushes, which continued till the English had crossed the stream. Without further opposition, they marched along the road to Beauséjour, and, turning to the right, encamped among the woody hills half a league from the fort. That night there was a grand illumination, for Vergor set fire to the church and all the houses outside the ramparts. The English spent some days in preparing their camp and reconnoitring the ground. Then Scott, with 500 provincials, seized upon a ridge within easy range of the works. An officer named Vannes came out to oppose him with 180 men, boasting that he would do great things, but on seeing the enemy quietly returned to become the laughing-stock of the garrison. The fort fired furiously, but with little effect. In the night of the 13th, Winslow, with a part of his own battalion, relieved Scott, and planted in the trenches 2 small mortars, brought to the camp on carts. On the next day they opened fire. One of them was disabled by the French cannon, but Captain Hazen brought up 2 more, of larger size, on ox wagons, and in spite of heavy rain, the fire was brisk on both sides. Captain Rouse, on board his ship in the harbour, watched the bombardment with great interest. Having occasion to write to Winslow, he closed his letter in a facetious strain. "I often hear of your success in plunder, particularly a coach. I hope you have some fine horses for it, at least 4 to draw it, that it may be said a New England colonel rode in his coach and 4 in Nova Scotia. If you have any good saddle horses in your stable, I should be obliged to you for one to ride round the ship's deck on for exercise, for I am not likely to have any other." Within the fort there was little promise of a strong defence. Le Loutre, it is true, was to be seen in his shirt-sleeves, with a pipe in his mouth, directing the Acadians in their work of strengthening the fortifications. They, on their part, thought more of escape than of fighting. Some of them vainly begged to be allowed to go home. Others went off without leave, which was not difficult, as only one side of the place was attacked. Even among the officers there were some in whom interest was stronger than honor, and who would rather rob the king than die for him. The general discouragement was redoubled when, on the 14th, a letter came from the commandant of Louisbourg to say that he could send no help, as British ships blocked the way. On the morning of the 16th, a mischance befell, recorded in these words in the diary of Surgeon John Thomas: "One of our large shells fell through what they called their bomb-proof, where a number of their officers were sitting, killed 6 of them dead, and 1 Ensign Hay, which the Indians had took prisoners a few days agone and carried to the fort. The party was at breakfast when the unwelcome visitor burst in. Just opposite was a second bomb-proof, where was Vergor himself, with Le Loutre, another priest, and several officers, who felt that they might at any time share the same fate. The effect was immediate. The English, who had not yet got a single cannon into position, saw to their surprise a white flag raised on the rampart. Some officers of the garrison protested against surrender, and Le Loutre, who thought that he had everything to fear at the hands of the victors, exclaimed that it was better to be buried under the ruins of the fort than to give it up. But all was in vain, and the valiant Vannes was sent out to propose terms of capitulation. They were rejected, and others offered to the following effect: the garrison to march out with the honours of war, and to be sent to Louisbourg at the charge of the King of England, but not to bear arms in America for the space of 6 months. The Acadians to be pardoned the part they had just borne in the defence, seeing that they had been compelled to take arms on pain of death. Confusion reigned all day at Beauséjour. The Acadians went home loaded with plunder. The French officers were so busy in drinking and pillaging that they could hardly be got away to sign the capitulation. At the appointed hour, 7 in the evening, Scott marched in with a body of provincials, raised the British flag on the ramparts, and saluted it by a general discharge of the French cannon, while Vergor, as a last act of hospitality, gave a supper to the officers. Le Loutre was not to be found. He had escaped in disguise with his box of papers, and fled to Baie Verte to join his brother missionary Manac. Thence he made his way to Quebec, where the bishop received him with reproaches. He soon embarked for France, but the English captured him on the way, and kept him 8 years in Elizabeth Castle on the island of Jersey. Here, on one occasion, a soldier on guard made a dash at the father, tried to stab him with his bayonet, and was prevented with great difficulty. He declared that when he was with his regiment in Acadia, he had fallen into the hands of Le Loutre, and narrowly escaped being scalped alive, the missionary having doomed him to this fate, and with his own hand drawn a knife round his head as a beginning of the operation. The man swore so fiercely that he would have his revenge, that the officer in command transferred him to another post. Throughout the siege, the Acadians outside the fort, aided by Indians, had constantly attacked the English, but were always beaten off with loss. There was an affair of this kind on the morning of the surrender, during which a noted Micmac chief was shot, and being brought into the camp, recounted the losses of his tribe, after which, after taking a dram or two, he quickly died, writes Winslow in his journal. Fort Gaspereau at Baie Verte, 12 miles distant, was summoned by letter to surrender. Villeray, its commandant, at once complied, and Winslow went with a detachment to take possession. Nothing remained but to occupy the French post at the mouth of the St. John. Captain Rouse, relieved at last from inactivity, was charged with the task, and on the 30th he appeared off the harbour, manned his boats, and rowed for shore. The French burned their fort, and withdrew beyond his reach. 150 Indians, suddenly converted from Indians to pretended friends, stood on the strand, firing their guns into the air as a salute, and declaring themselves brothers of the English. All Acadia was now in British hands. Fort Beauséjour became Fort Cumberland, the second fort in America that bore the name of the Royal Duke. The defence had been of the feeblest. 2 years later, on pressing demands from Versailles, Vergor was brought to trial, as was also Villeray. The governor Vaudreuil and the intendant Bigot, who had returned to Canada, were in the interest of the chief defendant. The court-martial was packed, adverse evidence was shuffled out of sight, and Vergor, acquitted and restored to his rank, lived to inflict on New France another and a greater injury. Now began the first act of a deplorable drama. Monckton, with his small body of regulars, had pitched their tents under the walls of Beauséjour. Winslow and Scott, with the New England troops, lay not far off. There was little intercourse between the two camps. The British officers bore themselves towards those of the provincials with a supercilious coldness common enough on their part throughout the war. July had passed in what Winslow calls an indolent manner, with prayers every day in the Puritan camp, when early in August Monckton sent for him and made an ominous declaration. The said Monckton was so free as to acquaint me that it was determined to remove all the French inhabitants out of the province, and that he should send for all the adult males from Tantmar, Chipody, Aulac, Beauséjour, and Baie Verte to read the governor's orders, and when that was done, was determined to retain them all prisoners in the fort. And this is the first conference of a public nature I have had with the colonel since the reduction of Beauséjour, and I apprehend that no officer of either corps has been made more free with. Monckton sent accordingly to all the neighbouring settlements, commanding the male inhabitants to meet him at Beauséjour. Scarcely a third part of their number obeyed. These arrived on the 10th, and were told to stay all night under the guns of the fort. What then befell them will appear from an entry in the diary of Winslow, under date of August 11th. This day was one extraordinary to the inhabitants of Tantmar, Uescac, Aulac, Baie Verte, Beauséjour, and places adjacent. The male inhabitants, or the principal of them, being collected together in Fort Cumberland to hear the sentence which determined their property from the governor and council of Halifax, which was that they were declared rebels, their lands, goods, and chattels forfeited to the crown, and their bodies to be imprisoned, upon which the gates of the fort were shut, and they all confined, to the amount of 400 men and upwards. Parties were sent to gather more, but caught very few, the rest escaping to the woods. Some of the prisoners were no doubt among those who had joined the garrison at Beauséjour, and had been pardoned for doing so by the terms of the capitulation. It was held, however, that though forgiven this special offence, they were not exempted from the doom that had gone forth against the great body of their countrymen. We must look closely at the motives and execution of this stern sentence. At any time up to the spring of 1755, the emigrant Acadians were free to return to their homes on taking the ordinary oath of allegiance required of British subjects. The English authorities of Halifax used every means to persuade them to do so. Yet the greater part refused. This was due not only to Le Loutre and his brother priests, backed by the military power, but also to the Bishop of Quebec, who enjoined the Acadians to demand of the English certain concessions, the chief of which were that the priests should exercise their functions without being required to ask leave of the governor, and that the inhabitants should not be called upon for military service of any kind. The bishop added that the provisions of the Treaty of Utrecht were insufficient and that others ought to be exacted. The oral declaration of the English authorities that for the present the Acadians should not be required to bear arms was not thought enough. They, or rather their prompters, demanded a written pledge. The refusal to take the oath without reservation was not confined to the emigrants. Those who remained in the peninsula equally refused it, though most of them were born and had always lived under the British flag. Far from pledging themselves to complete allegiance, they showed continual signs of hostility. In May, 3 pretended French deserters were detected among them, inciting them to take arms against the English. On the capture of Beauséjour, the British authorities found themselves in a position of great difficulty. The New England troops were enlisted for the year only, and could not be kept in Acadia. It was likely that the French would make a strong effort to recover the province, sure as they were of support from the great body of its people. The presence of this disaffected population was for the French commanders a continual inducement to invasion, and Lawrence was not strong enough to cope at once with attack from without and insurrection from within. Shirley had held for some time that there was no safety for Acadia but in ridding it of the Acadians. He had lately proposed that the lands of the district of Chignecto, abandoned by their emigrant owners, should be given to English settlers, who would act as a check and a counterpoise to the neighboring French population. This advice had not been acted upon. Nevertheless, Shirley and his brother governor of Nova Scotia were kindred spirits and inclined to similar measures. Colonel Charles Lawrence had not the good nature and conciliatory temper which marked his predecessors Cornwallis and Hopson. His energetic will was not apt to relent under the softer sentiments, and the behavior of the Acadians was fast exhausting his patience. More than a year before, the Lords of Trade had instructed him that they had no right to their lands if they persisted in refusing the oath. Lawrence replied, enlarging on their obstinacy, treachery, and ingratitude for the favor, indulgence, and protection they have at all times so undeservedly received from His Majesty's government, declaring at the same time that while they remain without taking the oaths, and have incendiary French priests among them, there are no hopes of their amendment, and that it would be much better, if they refused the oaths, that they were away. We were in hopes, again wrote the Lords of Trade, that the lenity which had been shown to these people by indulging them in the free exercise of their religion and the quiet possession of their lands would by degrees have gained their friendship and assistance, and weaned their affections from the French. But we are sorry to find that this lenity has had so little effect, and that they still hold the same conduct, furnishing them with labor, provisions, and intelligence, and concealing their designs from us. In fact, the Acadians, while calling themselves neutrals, were an enemy encamped in the heart of the province. These are the reasons which explain and palliate a measure too hard and indiscriminate to be wholly justified. Abbé Raynal, who never saw the Acadians, has made an ideal picture of them, since copied and improved in prose and verse, till Acadia has become Arcadia. The plain realities of their condition and fate are touching enough to need no exaggeration. They were a simple and very ignorant peasantry, industrious and frugal till evil days came to discourage them, living aloof from the world, with little of that spirit of adventure which an easy access to the vast fur-bearing interior had developed in their Canadian kindred, having few wants, and those of the rudest, fishing a little and hunting in the winter, but chiefly employed in cultivating the meadows along the river Annapolis, or rich marches reclaimed by dikes from the tides of the Bay of Fundy. The British government left them entirely free of taxation. They made clothing of flax and wool of their own raising, hats of similar materials, and shoes or moccasins of moose and sealskin. They bred cattle, sheep, hogs, and horses in abundance, and the valley of the Annapolis, then as now, was known for the profusion and excellence of its apples. For drink they made cider or brewed spruce beer. French officials describe their dwellings as wretched wooden boxes, without ornaments or conveniences, and scarcely supplied with the most necessary furniture. 2 or more families often occupied the same house, and their way of life, though simple and virtuous, was by no means remarkable for cleanliness. Such as it was, contentment reigned among them, undisturbed by what modern America calls progress. Marriages were early, and population grew apace. This humble society had its disturbing elements, for the Acadians, like the Canadians, were a litigious race, and neighbors often quarrelled about their boundaries. Nor were they without a bountiful share of jealousy, gossip, and backbiting to relieve the monotony of their lives. And every village had its turbulent spirits, sometimes by fits, though rarely long, contumacious even towards the curé, the guide, counselor, and ruler of his flock. Enfeebled by hereditary mental subjection, and too long kept in leading strings to walk alone, they needed him, not for the next world only, but for this, and their submission, compounded of love and fear, was commonly without bounds. He was their true government. To him they gave a frank and full allegiance, and dared not disobey him if they would. Of knowledge he gave them nothing, but he taught them to be true to their wives and constant at confession and mass, to stand fast for the Church and King Louis, and to resist heresy and King George. For in one degree or another, the Acadian priest was always the agent of a double-headed foreign power, the Bishop of Quebec allied with the Governor of Canada. End of section 21. Section 22 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 3. When Monckton and the Massachusetts men laid siege to Beauséjour, Governor Lawrence thought the moment favorable for exacting an unqualified oath of allegiance from the Acadians. The presence of a superior and victorious force would help, he thought, to bring them to reason, and there were some indications that this would be the result. A number of Acadian families, who at the promptings of Le Loutre had emigrated to Cape Breton, had lately returned to Halifax, promising to be true subjects of King George if they could be allowed to repossess their lands. They cheerfully took the oath, on which they were reinstated in their old homes and supplied with food for the winter. Their example, unfortunately, found few imitators. Early in June, the principal inhabitants of Grand Pre and other settlements about the Basin of Mines brought a memorial, signed with their crosses, to Captain Murray, the military commandant in their district, and desired him to send it to Governor Lawrence, to whom it was addressed. Murray reported that when they brought it to him, they behaved with the greatest insolence, though just before they had been unusually submissive. He thought that this change of demeanour was caused by a report which had lately got among them of a French fleet in the Bay of Fundy, for it had been observed that any rumour of an approaching French force always had a similar effect. The deputies who brought the memorial were sent with it to Halifax, where they laid it before the governor and council. It declared that the signers had kept the qualified oath they had taken, in spite of the solicitations and dreadful threats of another power, and that they would continue to prove an unshaken fidelity to His Majesty, provided that His Majesty shall allow us the same liberty that He has hitherto granted us. Their memorial then demanded, in terms highly offensive to the council, that the guns, pistols, and other weapons which they had lately been required to give up should be returned to them. They were told in reply that they had been protected for many years in the enjoyment of their lands, though they had not complied with the terms on which the lands were granted, that they had always been treated by the government with the greatest lenity and tenderness, had enjoyed more privileges than other English subjects, and had been indulged in the free exercise of their religion, all which they acknowledged to be true. The governor then told them that their conduct had been undutiful and ungrateful, that they had discovered a constant disposition to assist His Majesty's enemies and to distress his subjects, that they had not only furnished the enemy with provisions and ammunition, but had refused to supply the English inhabitants or government, and when they did supply them, had exacted 3 times the price for which they were sold at other markets. The hope was then expressed that they would no longer obstruct the settlement of the province by aiding the Indians to molest and kill English settlers, and they were rebuked for saying in their memorial that they would be faithful to the king only on certain conditions. The governor added that they had some secret reason for demanding their weapons, and flattered themselves that French troops were at hand to support their insolence. In conclusion, they were told that now was a good opportunity to prove their sincerity by taking the oath of allegiance in the usual form before the council. They replied that they had not made up their minds on that point, and could do nothing till they had consulted their constituents. Being reminded that the oath was personal to themselves, and that 6 years had already been given them to think about it, they asked leave to retire and confer together. This was granted, and at the end of an hour they came back with the same answer as before, whereupon they were allowed till 10 o'clock on the next morning for a final decision. At the appointed time, the council again met, and the deputies were brought in. They persisted stubbornly in the same refusal. They were then informed, says the record, that the council could no longer look on them as subjects to His Britannic Majesty, but as subjects to the King of France, and as such they must hereafter be treated, and they were ordered to withdraw. A discussion followed in the council. It was determined that the Acadians should be ordered to send new deputies to Halifax, who should answer for them once for all whether they would accept the oath or not, that such as refused it should not thereafter be permitted to take it, and that effectual measures ought to be taken to remove all such recusants out of the province. The deputies, being then called in and told this decision, became alarmed, and offered to swear allegiance in the terms required. The answer was that it was too late, that as they had refused the oath under persuasion, they could not be trusted when they took it under compulsion. It remained to see whether the people at large would profit by their example. "I am determined," wrote Lawrence to the Lords of Trade, "to bring the inhabitants to a compliance, or rid the province of such perfidious subjects." First, in answer to the summons of the council, the deputies from Annapolis appeared, declaring that they had always been faithful to the British Crown, but flatly refusing the oath. They were told that, far from having been faithful subjects, they had always secretly aided the Indians, and that many of them had been in arms against the English, that the French were threatening the province, and that its affairs had reached a crisis when its inhabitants must either pledge themselves without equivocation to be true to the British Crown, or else must leave the country. They all declared that they would lose their lands rather than take the oath. The council urged them to consider the matter seriously, warning them that if they now persisted in refusal, no farther choice would be allowed them, and they were given till 10 o'clock on the following Monday to make their final answer. When that day came, another body of deputies had arrived from Grand Pré and the other settlements of the Basin of Mines, and being called before the council, both they and the former deputation absolutely refused to take the oath of allegiance. These two bodies represented 9/10 of the Acadian population within the peninsula. Nothing, pursues the record of the council, now remained to be considered but what measures should be taken to send the inhabitants away, and where they should be sent to. If they were sent to Canada, Cape Breton, or the neighboring islands, they would strengthen the enemy, and still threaten the province. It was therefore resolved to distribute them among the various English colonies, and to hire vessels for the purpose with all dispatch. The oath, the refusal of which had brought such consequences, was a simple pledge of fidelity and allegiance to King George II and his successors. Many of the Acadians had already taken an oath of fidelity, though with the omission of the word allegiance, and, as they insisted, with a saving clause exempting them from bearing arms. The effect of this was that they did not regard themselves as British subjects, and claimed, falsely as regards most of them, the character of neutrals. It was to put an end to this anomalous state of things that the oath without reserve had been demanded of them. Their rejection of it, reiterated in full view of the consequences, is to be ascribed partly to a fixed belief that the English would not execute their threats, partly to ties of race and kin, but mainly to superstition. They feared to take part with heretics against the King of France, whose cause, as already stated, they had been taught to regard as one with the cause of God. They were constrained by the dread of perdition. If the Acadians are miserable, remember that the priests are the cause of it, writes the French officer Boishebert to the missionary Manac. The council having come to a decision, Lawrence acquainted Monckton with the result, and ordered him to seize all the adult males in the neighborhood of Beauséjour, and this, as we have seen, he promptly did. It remains to observe how the rest of the sentence was carried into effect. Instructions were sent to Winslow to secure the inhabitants on or near the Basin of Mines and place them on board transports, which he was told would soon arrive from Boston. His orders were stringent. If you find that fair means will not do with them, you must proceed by the most vigorous measures possible, not only in compelling them to embark, but in depriving those who shall escape of all means of shelter or support, by burning their houses and by destroying everything that may afford them the means of subsistence in the country. Similar orders were given to Major Handfield, the regular officer in command at Annapolis. On the 14th of August, Winslow set out from his camp at Fort Beauséjour, or Cumberland, on his unenviable errand. He had with him but 297 men. His mood of mind was not serene. He was chafed because the regulars had charged his men with stealing sheep, and he was doubly vexed by an untoward incident that happened on the morning of his departure. He had sent forward his detachment under Adams, the senior captain, and they were marching by the fort with drums beating and colours flying, when Monckton sent out his aide-de-camp with a curt demand that the colours should be given up, on the ground that they ought to remain with the regiment. Whatever the soundness of the reason, there was no courtesy in the manner of enforcing it. This transaction raised my temper some, writes Winslow in his diary, and he proceeds to record his opinion that it is the most ungenteel, ill-natured thing that I ever saw. He sent Monckton a quaintly indignant note, in which he observed that the affair looks odd, and will appear so in future history. But his commander, reckless of the judgments of posterity, gave him little satisfaction. Thus, ruffled in spirit, he embarked with his men and sailed down Chignecto Channel to the Bay of Fundy. Here, while they waited the turn of the tide to enter the Basin of Mines, the shores of Cumberland lay before them dim in the hot and hazy air, and the promontory of Cape Split, like some misshapen monster of primeval chaos, stretched its portentous length along the glimmering sea, with head of yawning rock and ridgy back bristled with forests. Borne on the rushing flood, they soon drifted through the inlet, glided under the rival promontory of Cape Blomden, past the red sandstone cliffs of Lyon's Cove, and descried the mouths of the river Canard and des Habitants, where fertile marshes diked against the tide sustained a numerous and thriving population. Before them spread the boundless meadows of Grand Pré, waving with harvests or alive with grazing cattle. The green slopes behind were dotted with the simple dwellings of the Acadian farmers, and the spire of the village church rose against a background of woody hills. It was a peaceful, rural scene, soon to become one of the most wretched spots on earth. Winslow did not land for the present, but held his course to the estuary of the river Pisiquid, since called the Avon. Here, where the town of Windsor now stands, there was a stockade called Fort Edward, where a garrison of regulars under Captain Alexander Murray kept watch over the surrounding settlements. The New England men pitched their tents on shore, while the sloops that had brought them slept on the soft bed of tawny mud left by the fallen tide. Winslow found a warm reception, for Murray and his officers had been reduced too long to their own society not to welcome the coming of strangers. The two commanders conferred together. Both had been ordered by Lawrence to clear the whole country of such bad subjects, and the methods of doing so had been outlined for their guidance. Having come to some understanding with his brother officer concerning the duties imposed on both, and begun an acquaintance which soon grew cordial on both sides, Winslow embarked again and retraced his course to Grand Pré, the station which the governor had assigned him. "Am pleased," he wrote to Lawrence, "with the place proposed by your Excellency for our reception," the village church. "I have sent for the elders to remove all sacred things, to prevent their being defiled by heretics." The church was used as a storehouse and place of arms. The men pitched their tents between it and the graveyard, while Winslow took up his quarters in the house of the priest, where he could look from his window on a tranquil scene. Beyond the vast tract of grassland to which Grand Pré owed its name spread the blue, glistening breast of the Basin of Mines. Beyond this again, the distant mountains of Cobequid basked in the summer sun, and nearer on the left, Cape Blomidon reared its bluff head of rock and forest above the sleeping waves. As the men of the settlement greatly outnumbered his own, Winston set his followers to surrounding the camp with a stockade. Card-playing was forbidden, because it encouraged idleness, and pitching quoits in camp because it spoiled the grass. Presently there came a letter from Lawrence expressing a fear that the fortifying of the camp might alarm the inhabitants, to which Winslow replied that the making of the stockade had not alarmed them in the least, since they took it as proof that the detachment was to spend the winter with them. And he added that as the harvest was not yet got in, he and Murray had agreed not to publish the governor's commands till the next Friday. He concludes, "Although it is a disagreeable part of duty we are put upon, I am sensible it is a necessary one, and shall endeavor strictly to obey your Excellency's orders." On the 30th, Murray, whose post was not many miles distant, made him a visit. They agreed that Winslow should summon all the male inhabitants about Grand Pré to meet him at the church and hear the king's orders, and that Murray should do the same for those around Fort Edward. Winslow then called in his 3 captains, Adams, Hobbs, and Osgood, made them swear secrecy, and laid before them his instructions and plans, which latter they approved. Murray then returned to his post, and on the next day sent Winslow a note containing the following: "I think the sooner we strike the stroke the better. Therefore will be glad to see you here as soon as conveniently you can. I shall have the orders for assembling ready written for your approbation, only the day blank, and am hopeful everything will succeed according to our wishes. The gentlemen join me in our best compliments to you and the doctor." On the next day, Sunday, Winslow and the doctor, whose name was Whitworth, made the tour of the neighborhood with an escort of 50 men, and found a great quantity of wheat still on the fields. On Tuesday, Winslow set out in a whaleboat with Dr. Whitworth and Adjutant Kennedy to consult with Captain Murray in this critical conjuncture. They agreed that 3 in the afternoon of Friday should be the time of assembling. Then between them they drew up a summons to the inhabitants, and got one Beecham, a merchant, to put it into French. It ran as follows: "By John Winslow, Esquire, Lieutenant Colonel and Commander of His Majesty's troops at Grand Pré, Mines, River Canard, and places adjacent. To the inhabitants of the districts above named, as well ancients as young men and lads. Whereas His Excellency the Governor has instructed us of his last resolution respecting the manners proposed lately to the inhabitants, and has ordered us to communicate the same to the inhabitants in general in person. His Excellency being desirous that each of them should be fully satisfied of His Majesty's intentions, which he has also ordered us to communicate to you, such as they have been given him. We therefore order and strictly enjoin by these presents to all the inhabitants, as well of the above-named districts as of all the other districts, both old men and young men, as well as all the lads of 10 years of age, to attend at the church in Grand Pré on Friday the 5th instant, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that we may impart what we are ordered to communicate to them, declaring that no excuse will be admitted on any pretense whatsoever, on pain of forfeiting goods and chattels in default. Given at Grand Pré the 2nd of September in the 29th year of His Majesty's reign, A.D. 1755. A similar summons was drawn up in the name of Murray for the inhabitants of the district of Fort Edward. Captain Adams made a reconnaissance of the rivers Canard and des Habitants, and reported a fine country and full of inhabitants, a beautiful church, and abundance of the goods of the world. Another reconnaissance by Captains Hobb and Osgood among the settlements behind Grand Pré brought reports equally favorable. On the 4th, another letter came from Murray. All the people quiet and very busy at their harvest. If this day keeps fair, all will be in here in their barns. I hope tomorrow will crown all our wishes. The Acadians, like the bees, were to gather a harvest for others to enjoy. The summons was sent out that afternoon. Powder and ball were served to the men, and all were ordered to keep within the lines. End of section 22. Section 23 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 4. On the next day, the inhabitants appeared at the hour appointed, to the number of 418 men. Winslow ordered a table to be set in the middle of the church, and placed on it his instructions and the address he had prepared. Here he took his stand in his laced uniform, with one or two subalterns from the regulars at Fort Edward, and such of the Massachusetts officers as were not on guard duty. Strong, sinewy figures, bearing, no doubt, more or less distinctly the peculiar stamp with which toil, trade, and Puritanism had imprinted the features of New England. Their commander was not of the prevailing type. He was 53 years of age, with double chin, smooth forehead, arched eyebrows, close powdered wig, and round rubicund face, from which the weight of an odious duty had probably banished the smirk of self-satisfaction that dwelt there at other times. Nevertheless, he had manly and estimable qualities. The congregation of peasants clad in rough homespun turned their sunburned faces upon him, anxious and intent, and Winslow delivered them by interpreters the king's orders in the following words, which, retouched in orthography and syntax, ran thus: Gentlemen, I have received from His Excellency Governor Lawrence the king's instructions, which I have in my hand. By his orders you are called together to hear His Majesty's final resolution concerning the French inhabitants of this his province of Nova Scotia, who for almost half a century have had more indulgence granted them than any of his subjects in any part of his dominions. What use you have made of it, you yourselves best know. The duty I am now upon, though necessary, is very disagreeable to my natural make and temper, as I know it must be grievous to you, who are of the same species. But it is not my business to animadvert on the orders I have received, but to obey them, and therefore without hesitation I shall deliver to you His Majesty's instructions and commands, which are that your lands and tenements and cattle and livestock of all kinds are forfeited to the Crown, with all your other effects except money and household goods, and that you yourselves are to be removed from this his province. The peremptory orders of His Majesty are that all the French inhabitants of these districts be removed, and through His Majesty's goodness I am directed to allow you the liberty of carrying with you your money and as many of your household goods as you can take without overloading the vessels you go in. I shall do everything in my power that all these goods be secured to you, and that you be not molested in carrying them away, and also that whole families shall go in the same vessel, so that this removal, which I am sensible must give you a great deal of trouble, may be made as easy as His Majesty's service will admit, and I hope that in whatever part of the world your lot may fall, you may be faithful subjects and a peaceable and happy people. I must also inform you that it is His Majesty's pleasure that you remain in security under the inspection and direction of the troops that I have the honor to command. He then declared them prisoners of the king. They were greatly struck, he says, at this determination, though I believe they did not imagine that they were actually to be removed. After delivering the address, he returned to his quarters at the priest's house, whither he was followed by some of the elder prisoners, who begged leave to tell their families what had happened, since they were fearful that the surprise of their detention would quite overcome them. Winslow consulted with his officers, and it was arranged that the Acadians should choose 20 of their number each day to revisit their homes, the rest being held answerable for their return. A letter, dated some days before, now came from Major Handfield at Annapolis, saying that he had tried to secure the men of that neighborhood, but that many of them had escaped to the woods. Murray's report from Fort Edward came soon after, and was more favorable. I have succeeded finely, and have got 183 men into my possession. To which Winslow replies, I have the favor of yours of this day, and rejoice at your success, and also for the smiles that have attended the party here. But he adds mournfully, things are now very heavy on my heart and hands. The prisoners were lodged in the church, and notice was sent to their families to bring them food. Thus, says the diary of the commander, ended the memorable 5th of September, a day of great fatigue and trouble. There was one quarter where fortune did not always smile. Major Jedediah Preble of Winslow's battalion wrote to him that Major Fry had just returned from Chipody, whither he had gone with a party of men to destroy the settlements and bring off the women and children. After burning 253 buildings, he had re-embarked, leaving 50 men on shore at a place called Petitcodiac, to give a finishing stroke to the work by burning the mass house or church. While thus engaged, they were set upon by 300 Indians and Acadians, led by the partisan officer Boishebert. More than half their number were killed, wounded, or taken. The rest ensconced themselves behind the neighboring dikes, and Fry, hastily landing with the rest of his men, engaged the assailants for 3 hours, but was forced at last to re-embark. Captain Speakman, who took part in the affair, also sent Winslow an account of it, and added, the people here are much concerned for fear your party should meet with the same fate, being in the heart of a numerous devilish crew, which I pray God avert. Winslow had indeed some cause for anxiety. He had captured more Acadians since the 5th, and had now in charge nearly 500 able-bodied men, with scarcely 300 to guard them. As they were allowed daily exercise in the open air, they might by a sudden rush get possession of arms and make serious trouble. On the Wednesday after the scene in the church, some unusual movements were observed among them, and Winslow and his officers became convinced that they could not safely be kept in one body. 5 vessels lately arrived from Boston were lying within the mouth of the neighboring river. It was resolved to place 50 of the prisoners on board each of these, and keep them anchored in the basin. The soldiers were all ordered under arms and posted on an open space beside the church and behind the priest's house. The prisoners were then drawn up before them, ranked 6 deep. The young unmarried men, as the most dangerous, being told off and placed on the left, to the number of 141. Captain Adams, with 80 men, was then ordered to guard them to the vessels. Though the object of the movement had been explained to them, they were possessed with the idea that they were to be torn from their families and sent away at once, and they all, in great excitement, refused to go. Winslow told them that there must be no parley or delay, and as they still refused, a squad of soldiers advanced towards them with fixed bayonets, while he himself, laying hold of the foremost young man, commanded him to move forward. He obeyed, and the rest followed, though slowly, and went off praying, singing, and crying, being met by the women and children all the way, which is 1.5 miles, with great lamentation, upon their knees, praying. When the escort returned, about 100 of the married men were ordered to follow the first party, and, the ice being broken, they readily complied. The vessels were anchored at a little distance from shore, and 6 soldiers were placed on board each of them as a guard. The prisoners were offered the king's rations, but preferred to be supplied by their families, who, it was arranged, should go in boats to visit them every day. And thus, says Winslow, ended this troublesome job. He was not given to effusions of feeling, but he wrote to Major Handfield, "This affair is more grievous to me than any service I was ever employed in." Murray sent him a note of congratulation. "I am extremely pleased that things are so clever at Grand Pré, and that the poor devils are so resigned. Here they are more patient than I could have expected for people in their circumstances, and what surprises me still more is the indifference of the women, who really are, or seem, quite unconcerned. I long much to see the poor wretches embarked, and our affair a little settled, and then I will do myself the pleasure of meeting you and drinking their good voyage." This agreeable consummation was still distant. There was a long and painful delay. The provisions for the vessels which were to carry the prisoners did not come, nor did the vessels themselves, excepting the 5 already at Grand Pré. In vain Wilson wrote urgent letters to George Saul, the commissary, to bring the supplies at once. Murray at Fort Edward, though with less feeling than his brother officer, was quite as impatient of the burden of suffering humanity on his hands. "I am amazed what can keep the transports and Saul. Surely our friends at Chignecto is willing to give us as much of our neighbour's company as he well can. Saul came at last with a shipload of provisions, but the lagging transports did not appear. Winslow grew heart-sick at the daily sight of miseries which he himself had occasioned, and wrote to a friend at Halifax, "I know they deserve all and more than they feel, yet it hurts me to hear their weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. I am in hopes our affairs will soon put on another face, and we get transports, and I rid of the worst piece of service that ever I was in." After weeks of delay, 7 transports came from Annapolis, and Winslow sent 3 of them to Murray, who joyfully responded, "Thank God, the transports are come at last. So soon as I have shipped off my rascals, I will come down and settle matters with you, and enjoy ourselves a little." Winslow prepared for the embarkation. The Acadian prisoners and their families were divided into groups answering to their several villages, in order that those of the same village might, as far as possible, go in the same vessel. It was also provided that the members of each family should remain together, and notice was given them to hold themselves in readiness. But even now, he writes, I could not persuade the people I was in earnest. Their doubts were soon ended. The first embarkation took place on the 8th of October, under which date the diary contains this entry. Began to embark the inhabitants, who went off very solitarily and unwillingly, the women in great distress, carrying off their children in their arms, others carrying their decrepit parents in their carts, with all their goods, moving in great confusion, and appeared a scene of woe and distress. Though a large number were embarked on this occasion, still more remained, and as the transports slowly arrived, the dismal scene was repeated at intervals, with more order than at first, as the Acadians had learned to accept their fate as a certainty. So far as Winslow was concerned, their treatment seems to have been as humane as was possible under the circumstances. But they complained of the men, who disliked and despised them. One soldier received 30 lashes for stealing fowls from them, and an order was issued forbidding soldiers or sailors, on pain of summary punishment, to leave their quarters without permission, that an end may be put to distressing this distressed people. 2 of the prisoners, however, while trying to escape, were shot by a reconnoitring party. At the beginning of November, Winslow reported that he had sent off 1,510 persons in 9 vessels, and that more than 600 still remained in his district. The last of these were not embarked till late in December. Murray finished his part of the work at the end of October, having sent from the district of Fort Edward 1,100 persons in 4 frightfully crowded transports. At the close of that month, 1,664 had been sent from the district of Annapolis, where many others escaped to the woods. A detachment which was ordered to seize the inhabitants of the district of Cobequid failed entirely, finding the settlements abandoned. In the country about Fort Cumberland, Monckton, who directed the operation in person, had very indifferent success, catching in all but little more than 1,000. Le Guerne, missionary priest in this neighborhood, gives a characteristic and affecting incident of the embarkation. Many unhappy women, carried away by excessive attachment to their husbands, whom they had been allowed to see too often, and closing their ears to the voice of religion and their missionary, threw themselves blindly and despairingly into the English vessels. And now was seen the saddest of spectacles, for some of these women, solely from a religious motive, refused to take with them their grown-up sons and daughters. They would expose their own souls to perdition among heretics, but not those of their children. When all, or nearly all, had been sent off from the various points of departure, such of the houses and barns as remained standing were burned, in obedience to the orders of Lawrence, that those who had escaped might be forced to come in and surrender themselves. The whole number removed from the province, men, women, and children, was a little above 6,000. Many remained behind, and while some of these withdrew to Canada, Ile St. John, and other distant retreats, the rest lurked in the woods or returned to their old haunts, whence they waged for several years a guerrilla warfare against the English. Yet their strength was broken, and they were no longer a danger to the province. Of their exiled countrymen, one party overpowered the crew of the vessel that carried them, ran her ashore at the mouth of the St. John, and escaped. The rest were distributed among the colonies from Massachusetts to Georgia, the master of each transport having been provided with a letter from Lawrence addressed to the governor of the province to which he was bound, and desiring him to receive the unwelcome strangers. The provincials were vexed at the burden imposed upon them, and though the Acadians were not in general ill-treated, their lot was a hard one. Still more so was that of those among them who escaped to Canada. The Chronicle of the Ursulines of Quebec, speaking of these last, says that their misery was indescribable, and attributes it to the poverty of the colony. But there were other causes. The exiles found less pity from kindred and fellow Catholics than from the heretics of the English colonies. Some of them who had made their way to Canada from Boston, whither they had been transported, sent word to a gentleman of that place who had befriended them that they wished to return. Bougainville, the celebrated navigator, then aide-de-camp to Montcalm, says concerning them, "They are dying by wholesale. Their past and present misery, joined to the rapacity of the Canadians, who seek only to squeeze out of them all the money they can, and then refuse them the help so dearly bought, are the cause of this mortality." A citizen of Quebec, he says farther on, was in debt to one of the partners of the Great Company, government officials leagued for plunder. He had no means of paying. They gave him a great number of Acadians to board and lodge. He starved them with hunger and cold, got out of them what money they had, and paid the extortioner. Quel pays, quels moeurs. Many of the exiles eventually reached Louisiana, where their descendants now form a numerous and distinct population. Some, after incredible hardship, made their way back to Acadia, where, after the peace, they remained unmolested, and with those who had escaped seizure, became the progenitors of the present Acadians, now settled in various parts of the British Maritime Provinces, notably at Madawaska on the upper St. John and at Clare in Nova Scotia. Others were sent from Virginia to England, and others again, after the complete conquest of the country, found refuge in France. In one particular, the authors of the deportation were disappointed in its results. They had hoped to substitute a loyal population for a disaffected one, but they failed for some time to find settlers for the vacated lands. The Massachusetts soldiers to whom they were offered would not stay in the province, and it was not till 5 years later that families of British stock began to occupy the waste fields of the Acadians. This goes far to show that a longing to become their heirs had not, as has been alleged, any considerable part in the motives for their removal. New England humanitarianism, melting into sentimentality at A Tale of Woe, has been unjust to its own. Whatever judgment may be passed on the cruel measure of wholesale expatriation, it was not put in execution till every resource of patience and persuasion had been tried in vain. The agents of the French court civil, military, and ecclesiastical, had made some act of force a necessity. We have seen by what vile practices they produced in Acadia a state of things intolerable and impossible of continuance. They conjured up the tempest, and when it burst on the heads of the unhappy people, they gave no help. The government of Louis XV began with making the Acadians its tools, and ended with making them its victims. End of section 23. Section 24 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 1, 1755, Dieskau. The next stroke of the campaign was to be the capture of Crown Point, that dangerous neighbour which, for a quarter of a century, had threatened the northern colonies. Shirley, in January, had proposed an attack on it to the ministry, and in February, without waiting their reply, he laid the plan before his assembly. They accepted it and voted money for the pay and maintenance of 1,200 men, provided the adjacent colonies would contribute in due proportion. Massachusetts showed a military activity worthy of the reputation she had won. 4,500 of her men, or 1 in 8 of her adult males, volunteered to fight the French, and enlisted for the various expeditions, some in the pay of the province and some in that of the king. It remained to name a commander for the Crown Point enterprise. Nobody had power to do so, for Braddock was not yet come. But that time might not be lost, Shirley, at the request of his assembly, took the responsibility on himself. If he had named a Massachusetts officer, it would have roused the jealousy of the other New England colonies, and he therefore appointed William Johnson of New York, thus gratifying that important province and pleasing the Five Nations, who at this time looked on Johnson with even more than usual favour. Hereupon, in reply to his request, Connecticut voted 1,200 men, New Hampshire 500, and Rhode Island 400, all at their own charge, while New York, a little later, promised 800 more. When in April Braddock and the council at Alexandria approved the plan and the commander, Shirley gave Johnson the commission of Major General of the levies of Massachusetts, and the governors of the other provinces contributing to the expedition gave him similar commissions for their respective contingents. Never did general take the field with authority so heterogeneous. He had never seen service and knew nothing of war. By birth he was Irish, of good family, being nephew of Admiral Sir Peter Warren, who, owning extensive wild lands on the Mohawk, had placed the young man in charge of them nearly 20 years before. Johnson was born to prosper. He had ambition, energy, an active mind, a tall, strong person, a rough, jovial temper, and a quick adaptation to his surroundings. He would drink flip with Dutch Boers, or Madeira with royal governors. He liked the society of the great, would intrigue and flatter when he had an end to gain, and foil a rival without looking too closely at the means. But compared with the Indian traders who infested the border, he was a model of uprightness. He lived by the Mohawk in a fortified house which was a stronghold against foes and a scene of hospitality to friends, both white and red. Here, for his tastes were not fastidious, presided for many years a Dutch or German wench whom he finally married, and after her death a young Mohawk squaw took her place. Over his neighbors, the Indians of the Five Nations, and all others of their race with whom he had to deal, he acquired a remarkable influence. He liked them, adopted their ways, and treated them kindly or sternly as the case required, but always with a justice and honesty in strong contrast with the rascality of the Commission of Albany traders, who had lately managed their affairs, and whom they so detested that one of their chiefs called them not men, but devils. Hence, when Johnson was made Indian superintendent, there was joy all through the Iroquois Confederacy. When, in addition, he was made a general, he assembled the warriors in council to engage them to aid the expedition. This meeting took place at his own house, known as Fort Johnson, and as more than 1,100 Indians appeared at his call, his larder was sorely taxed to entertain them. The speeches were interminable. Johnson, as master of Indian rhetoric, knew his audience too well not to contest with them the palm of insufferable prolixity. The climax was reached on the 4th day, and he threw down the war belt. An Oneida chief took it up. Stevens, the interpreter, began the war dance, and the assembled warriors howled in chorus. Then a tub of punch was brought in, and they all drank the king's health. They showed less alacrity, however, to fight his battles, and scarcely 300 of them would take the warpath. Too many of their friends and relatives were enlisted for the French. While the British colonists were preparing to attack Crown Point, the French of Canada were preparing to defend it. Duquesne, recalled from his post, had resigned the government to the Marquis de Vaudreuil, who had at his disposal the battalions of regulars that had sailed in the spring from Brest under Baron Dieskau. His first thought was to use them for the capture of Oswego, but the letters of Braddock found on the battlefield warned him of the design against Crown Point, while a reconnoitring party which had gone as far as the Hudson brought back news that Johnson's forces were already in the field. Therefore the plan was changed, and Dieskau was ordered to lead the main body of his troops, not to Lake Ontario, but to Lake Champlain. He passed up the Richelieu and embarked in boats and canoes for Crown Point. The veteran knew that the foes with whom he had to deal were but a mob of countrymen. He doubted not of putting them to rout, and meant never to hold his hand till he had chased them back to Albany. "Make all haste," Vaudreuil wrote to him, "for when you return we shall send you to Oswego to execute our first design." Johnson, on his part, was preparing to advance. In July, about 3,000 provincials were encamped near Albany, some on the flats above the town, and some on the meadows below. Hither, too, came a swarm of Johnson's Mohawks, warriors, squaws, and children. They adorned the general's face with war paint, and he danced the war dance. Then with his sword he cut the first slice from the ox that had been roasted whole for their entertainment. "I shall be glad," wrote the surgeon of a New England regiment, "if they fight as eagerly as they ate their ox and drank their wine." Above all things, the expedition needed promptness, yet everything moved slowly. 5 popular legislatures controlled the troops and the supplies. Connecticut had refused to send her men till Shirley promised that her commanding officer should rank next to Johnson. The whole movement was for some time at a deadlock because the 5 governments could not agree about their contributions of artillery and stores. The New Hampshire regiment had taken a short cut for Crown Point across the wilderness of Vermont, but had been recalled in time to save them from probable destruction. They were now, with the rest of the camp at Albany, in such distress for provisions that a private subscription was proposed for their relief. Johnson's army, crude as it was, had in it good material. Here was Phineas Lyman of Connecticut, second in command, once a tutor at Yale College, and more recently a lawyer, a raw soldier but a vigorous and brave one. Colonel Moses Titcomb of Massachusetts, who had fought with credit at Louisbourg, and Ephraim Williams, also colonel of a Massachusetts regiment, a tall and portly man who had been a captain in the last war, member of the General Court and deputy sheriff. He made his will in the camp at Albany, and left a legacy to found the school, which has since become Williams College. His relative, Stephen Williams, was chaplain of his regiment, and his brother Thomas was its surgeon, Seth Pomeroy, gunsmith at Northampton, who, like Titcomb, had seen service at Louisbourg, was its lieutenant colonel. He had left a wife at home, an excellent matron, to whom he was continually writing affectionate letters, mingling household cares with news of the camp, and charging her to see that their eldest boy Seth, then in college at New Haven, did not run off to the army. Pomeroy had with him his brother Daniel, and this, he thought, was enough. Here, too, was a man whose name is still a household word in New England, the sturdy Israel Putnam, private in a Connecticut regiment, and another as bold as he, John Stark, lieutenant in the New Hampshire levies, and the future victor of Bennington. The soldiers were no soldiers, but farmers and farmers' sons who had volunteered for the summer campaign. One of the corps had a blue uniform faced with red. The rest wore their daily clothing. Blankets had been served out to them by the several provinces, but the greater part brought their own guns, some under the penalty of a fine if they came without them, and some under the inducement of a reward. They had no bayonets, but carried hatchets in their belt as a sort of substitute. At their sides were slung powder horns, on which, in the leisure of the camp, they carved quaint devices with the points of their jackknives. They came chiefly from plain New England homesteads, rustic abodes, unpainted and dingy, with long well sweeps, capacious barns, rough fields of pumpkins and corn, and vast kitchen chimneys, above which in winter hung squashes to keep them from frost and guns to keep them from rust. As to the manners and morals of the army, there is conflict of evidence. In some respects, nothing could be more exemplary. Not a chicken has been stolen, says William Smith of New York, while on the other hand, Colonel Ephraim Williams writes to Colonel Israel Williams, then commanding on the Massachusetts frontier, "We are a wicked, profane army, especially the New York and Rhode Island troops. Nothing to be heard among a great part of them but the language of hell. If Crown Point is taken, it will not be for our sakes, but for those good people left behind." There was edifying regularity in respect to form. Sermons twice a week, daily prayers, and frequent psalm singing alternated with the much-needed military drill. "Prayers among us night and morning," writes Private Jonathan Caswell of Massachusetts to his father, Here we lie, knowing not when we shall march for Crown Point, but I hope not long to tarry. Desiring your prayers to God for me, as I am going to war, I am your ever dutiful son. To Pomeroy and some of his brothers in arms it seemed that they were not engaged in a kind of crusade against the myrmidons of Rome. As you have at heart the Protestant cause, he wrote to his friend Israel Williams, so I ask an interest in your prayers, that the Lord of hosts would go forth with us and give us victory over our unreasonable, encroaching, barbarous, murdering enemies. Both Williams the surgeon and Williams the colonel chafed at the incessant delays. The expedition goes on very much as a snail runs, writes the former to his wife. It seems we may possibly see Crown Point this time 12 months. The colonel was vexed because everything was out of joint in the Department of Transportation. Wagoners mutinous for want of pay, ordnance stores, camp kettles, and provisions left behind. As to rum, he complains, it won't hold out 9 weeks. Things appear most melancholy to me. Even as he was writing, a report came of the defeat of Braddock, and shocked at the blow, his pen traced the words, "The Lord have mercy on poor New England." Jason had sent 4 Mohawk scouts to Canada. They returned on the 21st of August with the report that the French were all astir with preparation, and that 8,000 men were coming to defend Crown Point. On this a council of war was called, and it was resolved to send to the several colonies for reinforcements. Meanwhile, the main body had moved up the river to the spot called the Great Carrying Place, where Lyman had begun a fortified storehouse, which his men called Fort Lyman, but which was afterwards named Fort Edward. 2 Indian trails led from this point to the waters of Lake Champlain, one by way of Lake George, and the other by way of Wood Creek. There was doubt which course the army should take. A road was begun to Wood Creek, then it was countermanded, and a party was sent to explore the path to Lake George. With submission to the general officers, Surgeon Williams again writes, "I think it a very grand mistake that the business of reconnoitring was not done months agone. It was resolved at last to march for Lake George. Gangs of axemen were sent to hew out the way, and on the 26th 2,000 men were ordered to the lake, while Colonel Blanchard of New Hampshire remained with 500 to finish and defend Fort Lyman." The train of Dutch wagons, guarded by the homely soldiery, jolted slowly over the stumps and roots of the newly made road, and the regiments followed at their leisure. The hardships of the way were not without their consolations. The jovial Irishman, who held the chief command, made himself very agreeable to the New England officers. "We went on about 4 or 5 miles, says Pomeroy in his journal, then stopped, ate pieces of broken bread and cheese, and drank some fresh lemon punch and the best of wine with General Johnson and some of the field officers. It was the same on the next day. Stopped about noon and dined with General Johnson by a small brook under a tree. Ate a good dinner of cold, boiled, and roast venison. Drank good, fresh lemon punch and wine. That afternoon they reached their destination 14 miles from Fort Lyman. The most beautiful lake in America lay before them, then more beautiful than now, in the wild charm of untrodden mountains and virgin forests. "I have given it the name of Lake George," wrote Johnson to the Lords of Trade, "not only in honour of His Majesty, but to ascertain his undoubted dominion here." His men made their camp on a piece of rough ground by the edge of the water, pitching their tents among the stumps of the newly felled trees. In their front was a forest of pitch pine, on their right a marsh choked with alders and swamp maples. On their left the low hill where Fort George was afterwards built, and at their rear the lake. Little was done to clear the forest in front, though it would give excellent cover to an enemy. Nor did Johnson take much pains to learn the movement of the French in the direction of Crown Point, though he sent scouts towards South Bay and Wood Creek. Everyday stores and bateaux, or flatboats, came on wagons from Fort Lyman, and preparation moved on with the leisure that had marked it from the first. About 300 Mohawks came to the camp, and were regarded by the New England men as nuisances. On Sunday, the grey-haired Stephen Williams preached to these savage allies a long Calvinistic sermon, which must have sorely perplexed the interpreter whose business it was to turn it into Mohawk. And in the afternoon, young Chaplain Newell of Rhode Island expounded to the New England men the somewhat untimely text, "Love your enemies." On the next Sunday, September the 7th, Williams preached again, this time to the whites from a text in Isaiah. It was a peaceful day, fair and warm, with a few light showers, yet not wholly a day of rest. For 200 wagons came up from Fort Lyman, loaded with bateaux. After the sermon there was an alarm. An Indian scout came in about sunset, and reported that he had found the trail of a body of men moving from South Bay towards Fort Lyman. Johnson called for a volunteer to carry a letter of warning to Colonel Blanchard, the commander. A wagoner named Adams offered himself for the perilous service, mounted, and galloped along the road with the letter. Sentries were posted, and the camp fell asleep. While Johnson lay at Lake George, Dieskau prepared a surprise for him. The German baron had reached Crown Point at the head of 3,573 men, regulars, Canadians, and Indians. He had no thought of waiting there to be attacked. The troops were told to hold themselves ready to move at a moment's notice. Officers, so ran the order, will take nothing with them but one spare shirt, one spare pair of shoes, a blanket, a bearskin, and provisions for 12 days. Indians are not to amuse themselves by taking scalps till the enemy is entirely defeated, since they can kill 10 men in the time required to scalp one. Then Dieskau moved on with nearly all his force to Carillon, or Ticonderoga, a promontory commanding both the routes by which alone Johnson could advance, that of Wood Creek and that of Lake George. The Indians' allies were commanded by Legardeur de Saint-Pierre, the officer who had received Washington on his embassy to Fort Le Boeuf. These unmanageable warriors were a constant annoyance to Dieskau, being a species of humanity quite new to him. They drive us crazy, he says, from morning till night. There is no end to their demands. They have already eaten 5 oxen and as many hogs, without counting the kegs of brandy they have drunk. In short, one needs the patience of an angel to get on with these devils, and yet one must always force himself to seem pleased with them. They would scarcely even go out as scouts. At last, however, on the 4th of September, a reconnoitring party came in with a scalp and an English prisoner caught near Fort Lyman. He was questioned under the threat of being given to the Indians for torture if he did not tell the truth. But nothing daunted, he invented a patriotic falsehood, and thinking to lure his captors into a trap, told them that the English army had fallen back to Albany, leaving 500 men at Fort Lyman, which he represented as indefensible. Dieskau resolved on a rapid movement to seize the place. At noon of the same day, leaving a part of his force at Ticonderoga, he embarked the rest in canoes and advanced along the narrow prolongation of Lake Champlain that stretched southward through the wilderness to where the town of Whitehall now stands. He soon came to a point where the lake dwindled to a mere canal, while two mighty rocks, capped with stunted forests, faced each other from the opposing banks. Here he left an officer named Roquemaure with a detachment of troops, and again advanced along a belt of quiet water traced through the midst of a deep marsh, green at that season with sedge and water weeds, and known to the English as the Drowned Lands. Beyond, on either hand, crags feathered with birch and fir, or hills mantled with woods, looked down on the long procession of canoes. As they neared the site of Whitehall, a passage opened on the right, the entrance to a sheet of lonely water slumbering in the shadow of woody mountains and forming the lake then, as now, called South Bay. They advanced to its head, landed where a small stream enters it, left the canoes under a guard, and began their march through the forest. They counted in all 216 regulars of the battalions of Languedoc and Lorraine, 684 Canadians, and above 600 Indians. Every officer and man carried provisions for 8 days in his knapsack. They encamped at night by a brook, and in the morning, after hearing mass, marched again. The evening of the next day brought them near the road that led to Lake George. Fort Lyman was but 3 miles distant. A man on horseback galloped by. It was Adams, Johnson's unfortunate messenger. The Indians shot him and found the letter in his pocket. Soon after, 10 or 12 wagons appeared in charge of mutinous drivers who had left the English camp without orders. Several of them were shot, 2 were taken, and the rest ran off. The 2 captives declared that, contrary to the assertion of the prisoner at Ticonderoga, a large force lay encamped at the lake. The Indians now held a council, and presently gave out that they would not attack the fort, which they thought well supplied with cannon, but that they were willing to attack the camp at Lake George. Remonstrance was lost upon them. Dieskau was not young, but he was daring to rashness, and inflamed to emulation by the victory over Braddock. The enemy were reported greatly to outnumber him, but his Canadian advisers had assured him that the English colony militia were the worst troops on the face of the earth. "The more there are," he said to the Canadians and Indians, "the more we shall kill." And in the morning the order was given to march for the lake. They moved rapidly on through the waste of pines, and soon entered the rugged valley that led to Johnson's camp. On their right was a gorge where, shadowed in bushes, gurgled a gloomy brook, and beyond rose the cliffs that buttressed the rocky heights of French Mountain, seen by glimpses between the boughs. On their left rose gradually the lower slopes of West Mountain. All was rock, thicket, and forest. There was no open space but the road along which the regulars marched. while the Canadians and Indians pushed their way through the woods in such order as the broken ground would permit. They were 3 miles from the lake when their scouts brought in a prisoner who told them that a column of English troops was approaching. Dieskau's preparations were quickly made. While the regulars halted on the road, the Canadians and Indians moved to the front, where most of them hid in the forest along the slopes of West Mountain, and the rest lay close among the thickets on the other side. Thus, when the English advanced to attack the regulars in front, they would find themselves caught in a double ambush. No sight or sound betrayed the snare, but behind every bush crouched a Canadian or savage, with gun cocked and ears intent, listening for the tramp of the approaching column. End of section 24. Section 25 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 2. The wagoners who escaped the evening before had reached the camp about midnight, and reported that there was a war party on the road near Fort Lyman. Johnson had at this time 2,200 effective men, besides his 300 Indians. He called a council of war in the morning, and a resolution was taken which can only be explained by a complete misconception as to the force of the French. It was determined to send out 2 detachments of 500 men each, one towards Fort Lyman and the other towards South Bay, the object being, according to Johnson, to catch the enemy in their retreat. Hendrick, chief of the Mohawks, a brave and sagacious warrior, expressed his dissent after a fashion of his own. He picked up a stick and broke it, and then he picked up several sticks, and showed that together they could not be broken. The hint was taken, and the 2 detachments were joined in one. Still the old savage shook his head. "If they are to be killed," he said, "they are too many. If they are to fight, they are too few." Nevertheless, he resolved to share their fortunes, and mounting on a gun carriage, he harangued his warriors with a voice so animated and gestures so expressive that the New England officers listened in admiration, though they understood not a word. One difficulty remained. He was too old and fat to go afoot, but Johnson lent him a horse, which he bestrode and trotted to the head of the column, followed by 200 of his warriors, as fast as they could grease, paint, and befeather themselves. Captain Elisha Hawley was in his tent, finishing a letter which he had just written to his brother Joseph, and these were the last words: "I am this minute a-going out in company with 500 men to see if we can intercept them in their retreat, or find their canoes in the drowned lands, and therefore must conclude this letter." He closed and directed it, and in an hour received his death wound. It was soon after 8 o'clock when Ephraim Williams left the camp with his regiment, marched a little distance, and then waited for the rest of the detachment under Lieutenant Colonel Whiting. Thus Dieskau had full time to lay his ambush. When Whiting came up, the whole moved on together, so little conscious of danger that no scouts were thrown out in front or flank, and in full security they entered the fatal snare. Before they were completely involved in it, the sharp eye of old Hendrick detected some sign of an enemy. At that instant, whether by accident or design, a gun was fired from the bushes. It is said that Dieskau's Iroquois, seeing Mohawks, their relatives, in the van, wished to warn them of danger. If so, the warning came too late. The thickets on the left blazed out a deadly fire, and the men fell by scores. In the words of Dieskau, the head of the column was doubled up like a pack of cards. Hendrick's horse was shot down, and the chief was killed with a bayonet as he tried to rise. Williams, seeing a rising ground on his right, made for it, calling on his men to follow. But as he climbed the slope, guns flashed from the bushes, and a shot through the brain laid him dead. The men in the rear pressed forward to support their comrades, when a hot fire was suddenly opened on them from the forest along their right flank. Then there was a panic. Some fled outright, and the whole column recoiled. The van now became the rear, and all the force of the enemy rushed upon it, shouting and screeching. There was a moment of total confusion, but a part of William's regiment rallied under command of Whiting and covered the retreat, fighting behind trees like Indians, and firing and falling back by turns, bravely aided by some of the Mohawks and by a detachment which Johnson sent to their aid. And a very handsome retreat they made, writes Pomeroy, and so continued till they came within about 3/4 of a mile of our camp. This was the last fire our men gave our enemies, which killed great numbers of them. They were seen to drop as pigeons. So ended the fray long known in New England fireside story as the Bloody Morning Scout. Dieskau now ordered a halt, and sounded his trumpets to collect his scattered men. His Indians, however, were sullen and unmanageable, and the Canadians also showed signs of wavering. The veteran who commanded them all, Legardeur de Saint-Pierre, had been killed. At length they were persuaded to move again, the regulars leading the way. About an hour after Williams and his men had begun their march, a distant rattle of musketry was heard at the camp, and as it grew nearer and louder, the listeners knew that their comrades were on the retreat. Then at the 11th hour preparations were begun for defence. A sort of barricade was made along the front of the camp, partly of wagons and partly of inverted bateaux, but chiefly of the trunks of trees hastily hewn down in the neighbouring forest and laid end to end in a single row. The line extended from the southern slopes of the hill on the left across a tract of rough ground to the marshes on the right. The forest, choked with bushes and clumps of rank ferns, was within a few yards of the barricade, and there was scarcely time to hack away the intervening thickets. 3 cannon were planted to sweep the road that descended through the pines, and another was dragged up to the ridge of the hill. The defeated party began to come in. First, scared fugitives, both white and red, then gangs of men bringing the wounded, and at last, an hour and a half after the first fire was heard, the main detachment was seen marching in compact bodies down the road. 500 men were detailed to guard the flanks of the camp. The rest stood behind the wagons or lay flat behind the logs and inverted bateaux. The Massachusetts men on the right and the Connecticut men on the left. Besides Indians, this actual fighting force was between 1,600 and 1,700 rustics, very few of whom had been under fire before that morning. They were hardly at their posts when they saw ranks of white-coated soldiers moving down the road, and bayonets that to them seemed innumerable, glittering between the boughs. At the same time, a terrific burst of war-whoops rose along the front, and in the words of Pomeroy, the Canadians and Indians, helter-skelter, the woods full of them, came running with undaunted courage right down the hill upon us, expecting to make us flee. Some of the men grew uneasy, while the chief officers, sword in hand, threatened instant death to any who should stir from their posts. If Dieskau had made an assault at that instant, there could be little doubt of the result. This he well knew, but he was powerless. He had his small force of regulars well in hand, but the rest, red and white, were beyond control, scattering through the woods and swamps, shouting, yelling, and firing from behind trees. The regulars advanced with intrepidity towards the camp where the trees were thin, deployed and fired by platoons, till Captain Eyre, who commanded the artillery, opened on them with grape, broke their ranks, and compelled them to take cover. The fusillade was now general on both sides, and soon grew furious. Perhaps Seth Pomeroy wrote to his wife 2 days after, "The hailstones from heaven were never much thicker than their bullets came, but blessed be God, that did not in the least daunt or disturb us." Johnson received a flesh wound in the thigh, and spent the rest of the day in his tent. Lyman took command, and it is a marvel that he escaped alive, for he was 4 hours in the heat of the fire, directing and animating the men. "It was the most awful day my eyes ever beheld," wrote Surgeon Williams to his wife. "There seemed to be nothing but thunder and lightning and perpetual pillars of smoke." To him, his colleague Dr. Pynchon, one assistant, and a young student called Billy, fell the charge of the wounded of his regiment. The bullets flew about our ears all the time of dressing them, so we thought best to leave our tent and retire a few rods behind the shelter of a log house. On the adjacent hill stood one Blodgett, who seems to have been a sutler, watching, as well as bushes, trees, and smoke would let him, the progress of the fight, of which he soon after made and published a curious bird's-eye view. As the wounded men were carried to the rear, the wagoners about the camp took their guns and powder horns and joined in the fray. A Mohawk, seeing one of these men still unarmed, leapt over the barricade, tomahawked the nearest Canadian, snatched his gun, and darted back unhurt. The brave savage found no imitators among his tribesmen, most of whom did nothing but utter a few war-whoops, saying that they had come to see their English brothers fight. Some of the French Indians opened a distant flank fire from the high ground beyond the swamp on the right, but were driven off by a few shells dropped among them. Dieskau had directed his first attack against the left and centre of Johnson's position. Making no impression here, he tried to force the right, where lay the regiments of Titcomb, Ruggles, and Williams. The fire was hot for about an hour. Titcomb was shot dead, a rod in front of the barricade, firing from behind a tree like a common soldier. At length Dieskau, exposing himself within short range of the English line, was hit in the leg. His adjutant, Montreuil, himself wounded, came to his aid, and was washing the injured limb with brandy, when the unfortunate commander was again hit in the knee and thigh. He seated himself behind a tree while the adjutant called 2 Canadians to carry him to the rear. One of them was instantly shot down. Montreuil took his place, but Dieskau refused to be moved, bitterly denounced the Canadians and Indians, and ordered the adjutant to leave him and lead the regulars in a last effort against the camp. It was too late. Johnson's men, singly or in small squads, already crossing their row of logs, and in a few moments the whole dashed forward with a shout, falling upon the enemy with hatchets and the butts of their guns. The French and their allies fled. The wounded general still sat helpless by the tree when he saw a soldier aiming at him. He signed to the man not to fire, but he pulled trigger, shot him across the hips, leapt upon him, and ordered him in French to surrender. "I said," writes Dieskau, "you rascal, why did you fire? You see a man lying in his blood on the ground, and you shoot him." He answered, "How did I know that you had not got a pistol? I had rather kill the devil than have the devil kill me." "You are a Frenchman?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "It is more than 10 years since I left Canada." Whereupon several others fell on me and stripped me. I told them to carry me to their general, which they did. On learning who I was, he sent for surgeons, and, though wounded himself, refused all assistance till my wounds were dressed. It was near 5 o'clock when the final rout took place. Some time before, several hundred of the Canadians and Indians had left the field and returned to the scene of the morning fight, to plunder and scalp the dead. They were resting themselves near a pool in the forest, close beside the road, when their repose was interrupted by a volley of bullets. It was fired by a scouting party from Fort Lyman, chiefly backwoodsmen, under Captains Folsom and McGinnis. The assailants were greatly outnumbered, but after a hard fight the Canadians and Indians broke and fled. McGinnis was mortally wounded. He continued to give orders till the firing was over, then fainted and was carried, dying, to the camp. The bodies of the slain, according to tradition, were thrown into the pool, which bears to this day the name of Bloody Pond. The various bands of fugitives rejoined each other towards night, and encamped in the forest, then made their way round the southern shoulder of French Mountain, till, in the next evening, they reached their canoes. Their plight was deplorable, for they had left their knapsacks behind, and were spent with fatigue and famine. Meanwhile their captive general was not yet out of danger. The Mohawks were furious at their losses in the ambush of the morning, and above all at the death of Hendrick. Scarcely were Dieskau's wounds dressed, when several of them came into the tent. There was a long and angry dispute in their own language between them and Johnson, after which they went out very sullenly. Dieskau asked what they wanted. "What do they want?" returned Johnson. "To burn you, by God, eat you, and smoke you in their pipes, in revenge for 3 or 4 of their chiefs that were killed. But never fear, you shall be safe with me, or else they shall kill us both." The Mohawks soon came back, and another talk ensued, excited at first and then more calm, till at length the visitors, seemingly appeased, smiled, gave Dieskau their hands in sign of friendship, and quietly went out again. Johnson warned him that he was not yet safe, and when the prisoner, fearing that his presence might incommode his host, asked to be removed to another tent, a captain and 50 men were ordered to guard him. In the morning an Indian, alone and apparently unarmed, loitered about the entrance, and the stupid sentinel let him pass in. He immediately drew a sword from under a sort of cloak which he wore, and tried to stab Dieskau, but was prevented by the colonel to whom the tent belonged, who seized upon him, took away his sword, and pushed him out. As soon as his wounds would permit, Dieskau was carried on a litter, strongly escorted, to Fort Lyman, whence he was sent to Albany, and afterwards to New York. He is profuse in expressions of gratitude for the kindness shown him by the colonial officers, and especially by Johnson. Of the provincial soldiers he remarked soon after the battle that in the morning they fought like good boys, about noon like men, and in the afternoon like devils. In the spring of 1757 he sailed for England, and was for a time at Falmouth, whence Colonel Matthew Sewell, fearing that he might see and learn too much, wrote to the Earl of Holdernesse, "The Baron has great penetration and quickness of apprehension. His long service under Marshal Saxe renders him a man of real consequence, to be cautiously observed. His circumstances deserve compassion, for indeed they are very melancholy, and I much doubt of his being ever perfectly cured." He was afterwards a long time at Bath for the benefit of the waters. In 1760 the famous Diderot met him at Paris, cheerful and full of anecdote, though wretchedly shattered by his wounds. He died a few years later. On the night after the battle, the yeoman warriors felt the truth of the saying that, next to defeat, the saddest thing is victory. Comrades and friends by scores lay scattered through the forest. As soon as he could snatch a moment's leisure, the overworked surgeon sent the dismal tidings to his wife. "My dear brother Ephraim was killed by a ball through his head. Poor brother Josiah's wound, I fear, will prove mortal. Poor Captain Hawley is yet alive, though I did not think he would live 2 hours after bringing him in. Daniel Pomeroy was shot dead, and his brother Seth wrote the news to his wife Rachel, who was just delivered of a child. Dear sister, this brings heavy tidings, but let not your heart sink at the news, though it be your loss of a dear husband. Monday the 8th instant was a memorable day, and truly you may say, had not the Lord been on our side, we must all have been swallowed up. My brother, being one that went out in the first engagement, received a fatal shot through the middle of the head. Seth Pomeroy found a moment to write also to his own wife, whom he tells that another attack is expected, adding in quaintly pious phrase, "But as God hath begun to show mercy, I hope he will go on to be gracious." Pomeroy was employed during the next few days with 400 men in what he calls the melancholy piece of business of burying the dead. A letter writer of the time does not approve what was done on this occasion. Our people, he says, not only buried the French dead, but buried as many of them as might be without the knowledge of our Indians, to prevent their being scalped. This I call an excess of civility, his reason being that Braddock's dead soldiers had been left to the wolves. The English loss in killed, wounded, and missing was 262, and that of the French, by their own account, 228, a somewhat modest result of 5 hours' fighting. The English loss was chiefly in the ambush of the morning, where the killed greatly outnumbered the wounded, because those who fell and could not be carried away were tomahawked by Dieskau's Indians. In the fight at the camp, both Indians and Canadians kept themselves so well under cover that it was very difficult for the New England men to pick them off, while they, on their part, lay close behind their row of logs. On the French side, the regular officers and troops bore the brunt of the battle and suffered the chief loss, nearly all of the former and nearly half of the latter being killed or wounded. Johnson did not follow up his success. He says that his men were tired. Yet 500 of them had stood still all day, and boats enough for their transportation were lying on the beach. 10 miles down the lake, a path led over a gorge of the mountains to South Bay, where Dieskau had left his canoes and provisions. It needed but a few hours to reach and destroy them, but no such attempt was made. Nor till a week after did Johnson send out scouts to learn the strength of the enemy at Ticonderoga. Lyman strongly urged him to make an effort to seize that important pass. But Johnson thought only of holding his own position. "I think," he wrote, "we may expect very shortly a more formidable attack." He made a solid breastwork to defend his camp, and as reinforcements arrived, set them at building a fort on a rising ground by the lake. It is true that just after the battle he was deficient in stores, and had not bateaux enough to move his whole force. It is true also that he was wounded, and that he was too jealous of Lyman to delegate the command to him. So the days passed till, within a fortnight, his nimble enemy were entrenched at Ticonderoga in force enough to defy him. The Crown Point expedition was a failure disguised under an incidental success. The northern provinces, especially Massachusetts and Connecticut, did what they could to forward it, and after the battle sent a herd of raw recruits to the scene of action. Shirley wrote to Johnson from Oswego, declared that his reasons for not advancing were insufficient, and urged him to push for Ticonderoga at once. Johnson replied that he had not wagons enough, and that his troops were ill-clothed, ill-fed, discontented, insubordinate, and sickly. He complained that discipline was out of the question, because the officers were chosen by popular election, that many of them were no better than the men, unfit for command, and like so many heads of a mob. The reinforcements began to come in, till, in October, there were 3,600 men in the camp, and as most of them wore summer clothing and had but one thin domestic blanket, they were half frozen in the chill autumn nights. Johnson called a council of war, and as he was suffering from inflamed eyes, and was still kept in his tent by his wound, he asked Lyman to preside, not unwilling, perhaps, to shift the responsibility upon him. After several sessions and much debate, the assembled officers decided that it was inexpedient to proceed. Yet the army lay more than a month longer at the lake, while the disgust of the men increased daily under the rains, frosts, and snows of a dreary November. On the 22nd, Chandler, chaplain of one of the Massachusetts regiments, wrote in the interleaved almanac that served him as a diary, "The men just ready to mutiny. Some clubbed their firelocks and marched, but returned back. Very rainy night, miry water standing the tents. Very distressing time among the sick. The men grew more and more unruly, and went off in squads without asking leave. A difficult question arose. Who should stay for the winter to garrison the new forts, and who should command them? It was settled at last that a certain number of soldiers from each province should be assigned to this ungrateful service, and that Massachusetts should have the first officer, Connecticut the second, and New York the third. Then the camp broke up. Thursday the 27th, wrote the chaplain in his almanac, we set out about 10 of the clock, marched in a body about 3,000, the wagons and baggage in the centre, our colonel much insulted by the way. The soldiers dispersed to their villages and farms, where in blustering winter nights, by the blazing logs of New England hearthstones, they told their friends and neighbours the story of the campaign. The profit of it fell to Johnson. If he did not gather the fruits of victory, at least he reaped its laurels. He was a courtier in his rough way. He had changed the name of Lac St. Sacrament to Lake George, in compliment to the king. He now changed that of Fort Lyman to Fort Edward, in compliment to one of the king's grandsons, and in compliment to another called his new fort at the lake William Henry. Of General Lyman he made no mention in his report of the battle, and his partisans wrote letters traducing that brave officer, though Johnson is said to have confessed in private that he owed him the victory. He found himself no lack of eulogists, and, to quote from the words of an able but somewhat caustic and prejudiced opponent, to the panegyrical pen of his secretary, Mr. Wraxall, and the sic volo sic jubeo of Lieutenant Governor Delancey, is to be ascribed that mighty renown which echoed through the colonies, reverberated to Europe, and elevated a raw, inexperienced youth into a kind of second Marlborough. Parliament gave him £5,000, and the king made him a baronet. End of section 25. Section 26 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 1. 1755 to 1756. Shirley, Border War. The capture of Niagara was to finish the work of the summer. This alone would have gained for England the control of the valley of the Ohio, and made Braddock's expedition superfluous. One marvels at the short-sightedness, the dissensions, the apathy which had left this key of the interior so long in the hands of France, without an effort to wrest it from her. To master Niagara would be to cut the communications of Canada with the whole system of French forts and settlements in the west, and leave them to perish like limbs of a girdled tree. Major General Shirley, in the flush of his new martial honours, was to try his prentice hand at the work. The lawyer-soldier could plan a campaign boldly and well. It remained to see how he would do his part towards executing it. In July he arrived at Albany, the starting point of his own expedition as well as that of Johnson. This little Dutch city was an outpost of civilization. The Hudson, descending from the northern wilderness, connected it with the lakes and streams that formed the thoroughfare to Canada, while the Mohawk, flowing from the west, was a liquid pathway to the forest homes of the Five Nations. Before the war was over, a little girl, Anne McVicker, daughter of a Highland officer, was left at Albany by her father, and spent several years there in the house of Mrs. Schuyler, aunt of General Schuyler of the Revolution. Long after, married and middle-aged, she wrote down her recollections of the place, the fort on the hill behind, the great street, grassy and broad, that descended thence to the river, with market, guard-house, town hall, and two churches in the middle, and rows of quaint Dutch-built houses on both sides, each detached from its neighbours, each with its well, garden, and green, and its great overshadowing tree. Before every house was a capacious porch, with seats, where the people gathered in the summer twilight, old men at one door, matrons at another, young men and girls mingling at a third, while the cows with their tinkling bells came from the common at the end of the town, each stopping to be milked at the door of its owner, and children, porringer in hand, sat on the steps watching the process and waiting their evening meal. Such was the quiet picture painted on the memory of Anne McVicar and reproduced by the pens of Mrs. Anne Grant. The patriarchal, semi-rural town had other aspects, not so pleasing. The men were mainly engaged in the fur trade, sometimes legally with the Five Nations, and sometimes illegally with the Indians of Canada, an occupation which by no means tends to soften the character. The Albany Dutch traders were a rude, hard race, loving money and not always scrupulous as to the means of getting it. Coming events, too, were soon to have their effect on this secluded community. Regiments, red and blue, trumpets, drums, banners, artillery trains, and all the din of war transformed its peaceful streets and brought some attaint to domestic morals hitherto commendable, for during the next 5 years Albany was to be the principal base of military operations on the continent. Shirley had left the place, and was now on his way up the Mohawk. His force, much smaller than at first intended, consisted of the New Jersey Regiment, which mustered 500 men, known as the Jersey Blues, and of the 50th and 51st Regiments, called respectively Shirley's and Pepperell's. These, though paid by the King and counted as regulars, were in fact raw provincials, just raised in the colonies and wearing their gay uniforms with an awkward, unaccustomed air. How they gloried in them may be gathered from a letter of Sergeant James Gray of Pepperell's to his brother John. I have 2 Holland shirts found me by the King, and 2 pair of shoes and 2 pair of worsted stockings, a good silver-laced hat, the lace I could sell for $4, and my clothes is as fine scarlet broadcloth as ever you did see. A sergeant here in the King's regiment is counted as good as an ensign with you, and 1 day in every week we must have our hair or wigs powdered. Most of these gorgeous warriors were already on their way to Oswego, their first destination. Shirley followed, embarking at the Dutch village of Schenectady, and ascending the Mohawk with about 200 of the so-called regulars in bateaux. They passed Fort Johnson, the 2 villages of the Mohawks, and the Palatine settlement of German Flats, left behind the last trace of civilized man, rode 60 miles through wilderness, and reached the great carrying place, which divided the waters that flow to the Hudson from those that flow to Lake Ontario. Here now stands the city which the classic zeal of its founders has adorned with the name of Rome. Then all was swamp and forest, traversed by a track that led to Wood Creek, which is not to be confounded with the Wood Creek of Lake Champlain. Thither the bateaux were dragged on sledges and launched on the dark and tortuous stream, which, fed by a decoction of forest leaves that oozed from the marshy shores, crept in shadows through depths of foliage, with only a belt of illumined sky gleaming between the jagged treetops. Tall and lean, with straining towards the light, their rough, gaunt stems trickling with perpetual damps, stood on either hand the silent hosts of the forest. The skeletons of their dead, barkless, blanched, and shattered, strewed the mud banks and shallows. Others lay submerged, like bones of drowned mammoths, thrusting lank white limbs above the sullen water, and great trees, entire as yet, were flung by age or storms athwart the current, a bristling barricade of matted boughs. There was work for the axe as well as for the oar, till at length Lake Oneida opened before them, and they rowed all day over its sunny breast, reached the outlet, and drifted down the shallow eddies of the Onondaga, between walls of verdure, silent as death, yet haunted everywhere with ambushed danger. It was 20 days after leaving Schenectady when they neared the mouth of the river, and Lake Ontario greeted them, stretched like a sea to the pale brink of the northern sky, while on the bare hill at their left stood the miserable little fort of Oswego. Shirley's whole force soon arrived, but not the needful provisions and stores. The machinery of transportation and the commissariat was in the bewildered state inevitable among a peaceful people at the beginning of a war, while the news of Braddock's defeat produced such an effect on the boatmen and the draymen at the carrying places that the greater part deserted. Along with these disheartening tidings, Shirley learned the death of his eldest son, killed at the side of Braddock. He had with him a second son, Captain John Shirley, a vivacious young man whom his father and his father's friends in their familiar correspondence always called Jack. John Shirley's letters give a lively view of the situation. "I have sat down to write to you," thus he addresses Governor Morris of Pennsylvania, who seems to have had a great liking for him, "because there is an opportunity of sending you a few lines, and if you will promise to excuse blots, interlineations, and grease, for this is written in the open air upon the head of a pork barrel, and 20 people about me, I will begin another half sheet. We are not more than 1,500 men fit for duty, but that I am pretty sure if we can go in time in our sloop, row galleys, and whaleboats, will be sufficient to take Frontenac, after which we may venture to go upon the attack of Niagara, but not before. I have not the least doubt with myself of knocking down both these places yet this fall, if we can get away in a week. If we can take or destroy their 2 vessels at Frontenac, and ruin their harbor there, and destroy the 2 forts of that and Niagara, I shall think we have done great things. Nobody holds it out better than my father and myself. We shall all of us relish a good house over our heads, being all encamped except the general and some few field officers, who have what are called at Oswego houses, but they would in other countries be called only sheds, except the fort where my father is. Adieu, dear sir. I hope my next will be directed from Frontenac. Yours most affectionately, John Shirley. Fort Frontenac lay to the northward, 50 miles or more across the lake. Niagara lay to the westward, at the distance of 4 or 5 days by boat or canoe along the south shore. At Frontenac there was a French force of 1,400 regulars and Canadians. They had vessels and canoes to cross the lake and fall upon Oswego as soon as Shirley should leave it to attack Niagara, for Braddock's captured papers had revealed to them the English plan. If they should take it, Shirley would be cut off from his supplies and placed in desperate jeopardy with the enemy in his rear. Hence it is that John Shirley insists on taking Frontenac before attempting Niagara. But the task was not easy, for the French force at the former place was about equal in effective strength to that of the English at Oswego. At Niagara, too, the French had, at the end of August, nearly 1,200 Canadians and Indians from Fort Duquesne and the Upper Lakes. Shirley was but imperfectly informed by his scouts of the unexpected strength of the opposition that awaited him, but he knew enough to see that his position was a difficult one. His movement on Niagara was stopped first by want of provisions, and secondly because he was checkmated by the troops at Frontenac. He did not despair. Want of courage was not among his failings, and he was but too ready to take risks. He called a council of officers, told them that the total number of men fit for duty was 1,376, and that as soon as provisions enough should arrive, he would embark for Niagara with 600 soldiers and as many Indians as possible, leaving the rest to defend Oswego against the expected attack from Fort Frontenac. "All I am uneasy about is our provisions," writes John Shirley to his friend Morris. "Our men have been upon half allowance of bread these 3 weeks past, and no rum given to 'em. My father yesterday called all the Indians together and made 'em a speech on the subject of General Johnson's engagement, which he calculated to inspire them with a spirit of revenge. After the speech, he gave them a bullock for a feast, which they roasted and ate, pretending that they were eating the Governor of Canada. Some provisions arriving, orders were given to embark on the next day, but the officers murmured their dissent. The weather was persistently bad, their vessels would not hold half the party, and the bateau, made only for river navigation, would infallibly founder on the treacherous and stormy lake. All the field officers, says John Shirley, think it too rash an attempt, and I have heard so much of it that I think it my duty to let my father know what I hear." Another council was called, and the general, reluctantly convinced of the danger, put the question whether to go or not. The situation admitted but one reply. The council was of opinion that for the present the enterprise was impracticable, that Oswego should be strengthened, more vessels built, and preparation made to renew the attempt as soon as spring opened. All thoughts of active operations were now suspended, and during what was left of the season the troops exchanged the musket for the spade, saw, and axe. At the end of October, leaving 700 men at Oswego, Shirley returned to Albany and narrowly escaped drowning on the way while passing a rapid in a whaleboat to try the fitness of that species of craft for river navigation. Unfortunately for him, he had fallen out with Johnson, whom he had made what he was, but who now turned against him, a seeming ingratitude not wholly unprovoked. Shirley had diverted the New Jersey regiment, destined originally for Crown Point, to his own expedition against Niagara. Naturally inclined to keep all the reins in his own hands, he had encroached on Johnson's new office of Indian Superintendent, held conferences with the Five Nations, and employed agents of his own to deal with them. These agents were persons obnoxious to Johnson, being allied with the clique of Dutch traders at Albany, who hated him because he had supplanted them in the direction of Indian affairs. and in a violent letter to the Lords of Trade he inveighs against their licentious and abandoned proceedings, villainous conduct, scurrilous falsehoods, and base and insolent behaviour. I am considerable enough, he says, to have enemies and to be envied, and he declares he has proof that Shirley told the Mohawks that he, Johnson, was an upstart of his creating, whom he had set up and could pull down. Again, he charges Shirley's agents with trying to debauch the Indians from joining him, while Shirley, on his sides, retorts the same complaint against his accuser. When, by the death of Braddock, Shirley became commander-in-chief, Johnson grew so restive at being subject to his instructions that he declined to hold the management of Indian affairs unless it was made independent of his rival. The dispute became mingled with the teapot tempest of New York provincial politics. The Lieutenant Governor Delancey, a politician of restless ambition and consummate dexterity, had taken umbrage at Shirley, whose rising honours, not borne with remarkable humility, he appears to have been jealous. Delancey had hitherto favoured the Dutch faction in the Assembly, hostile to Johnson, but he now changed attitude and joined hands with him against the object of their common dislike. The one was strong in the prestige of a loudly trumpeted victory, and the other had means of influence over the ministry. Their coalition boded ill to Shirley, and he soon felt its effects. The campaign was now closed, a sufficiently active one, seeing that the two nations were nominally at peace. A disastrous rout on the Monongahela, failure at Niagara, a barren victory at Lake George, and 3 forts captured in Acadia were the disappointing results on the part of England. Nor had her enemies cause to boast. The Indians, it is true, had won a battle for them, but they had suffered mortifying defeat from a raw militia. Their general was a prisoner, and they had lost Acadia past hope. The campaign was over, but not its effects. It remains to see what befell from the rout of Braddock and the unpardonable retreat of Dunbar from the frontier, which it was his duty to defend. Dumas had replaced Contrecoeur in the command of Fort Duquesne, and his first care was to set on the western tribes to attack the border settlements. His success was triumphant. The Delawares and Shawanoes, old friends of the English, but for years past tending to alienation through neglect and ill usage, now took the lead against them. Many of the Mingos, or Five Nation Indians on the Ohio, also took up the hatchet, as did various remoter tribes. The West rose like a nest of hornets, and swarmed in fury against the English frontier. Such was the consequence of the defeat of Braddock, aided by the skilful devices of the French commander. It is by means such as I have mentioned, says Dumas, varied in every form to suit the occasion, that I have succeeded in ruining the 3 adjacent provinces, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia, driving off the inhabitants and totally destroying the settlements over a tract of country 30 leagues wide, reckoning from the line of Fort Cumberland. Monsieur de Contrecoeur had not been gone a week before I had 6 or 7 different war parties in the field at once, always accompanied by a Frenchman. Thus far we have lost only 2 officers and a few soldiers, but the Indian villages are full of prisoners of every age and sex. The enemy has lost far more since the battle than on the day of his defeat. Dumas, required by the orders of his superiors to wage a detestable warfare against helpless settlers and their families, did what he could to temper its horrors, and enjoined the officers who went with the Indians to spare no effort to prevent them from torturing prisoners. The attempt should be set down to his honor, but it did not avail much. In the record of cruelties committed this year on the borders, we find repeated instances of children scalped alive. They kill all they meet, writes a French priest, and after having abused the women and maidens, they slaughter or burn them. Washington was now in command of the Virginia regiment, consisting of 1,000 men, raised afterwards to 1,500. With these he was to protect a frontier of 350 miles against more numerous enemies, who could choose their time and place of attack. His headquarters were at Winchester. His men were an ungovernable crew enlisted chiefly on the turbulent border, and resenting every kind of discipline as levelling them with negroes, while the sympathizing House of Burgesses hesitated for months to pass any law for enforcing obedience, lest it should trench on the liberties of free white men. The service was to the last degree unpopular. "If we talk of obliging men to serve their country," wrote London Carter, "we are sure to hear a fellow mumble over the words liberty and property 1,000 times." The people, too, were in mortal fear of a slave insurrection, and therefore dared not go far from home. Meanwhile, a panic reigned along the border. Captain Wagoner, passing a gap in the Blue Ridge, could hardly make his way for the crowd of fugitives. "Every day," writes Washington, "we have accounts of such cruelties and barbarities as are shocking to human nature. It is not possible to conceive the situation and danger of this miserable country. Such numbers of French and Indians are all around that no road is safe." These frontiers had always been at peace. No forts of refuge had thus far been built, and the scattered settlers had no choice but to flight. Their first impulse was to put wife and children beyond reach of the tomahawk. As autumn advanced, the invading bands grew more and more audacious. Braddock had opened a road for them by which they could cross the mountains at their ease, and scouts from Fort Cumberland reported that this road was beaten by as many feet as when the English army passed last summer. Washington was beset with difficulties. Men and officers alike were unruly and mutinous. He was at once blamed for their disorders and refused the means of repressing them. Envious detractors published slanders against him. A petty Maryland captain, who once had a commission from the king, refused to obey his orders and stirred up factions among his officers. Dinwiddie gave him cold support. The temper of the old Scotchman, crabbed at the best, had been soured by disappointment, vexation, weariness, and ill health. He had, besides, a friend and countryman, Colonel Innes, whom, had he dared, he would gladly have put in Washington's place. He was full of zeal in the common cause, and wanted to direct the defense of the borders from his house at Williamsburg, 200 miles distant. Washington never hesitated to obey, but he accompanied his obedience by a statement of his own convictions and his reasons for them, which, though couched in terms the most respectful, galled his irascible chief. The governor acknowledged his merit, but bore him no love, and sometimes wrote to him in terms which must have tried his high temper to the utmost. Sometimes, though rarely, he gave words to his emotion. "Your Honour," he wrote in April, "may see to what unhappy straits the distressed inhabitants and myself are reduced. I see inevitable destruction in so clear a light that unless vigorous measures are taken by the Assembly and speedy assistance sent from below, the poor inhabitants that are now in forts must unavoidably fall, while the remainder are flying before the barbarous foe. In fine, the melancholy situation of the people, the little prospect of assistance, the gross and scandalous abuse cast upon the officers in general, which is reflecting on me in particular for suffering misconduct of such extraordinary kinds, and the distant prospect, if any, of gaining honour and reputation in the service, cause me to lament the hour that gave me a commission, and would induce me, at any other time than this, of imminent danger to resign, without one hesitating moment, a command from which I never expected to reap either honour or benefit, but on the contrary have almost an absolute certainty of incurring displeasure below, while the murder of helpless families may be laid to my account here. The supplicating tears of the women and moving petitions of the men melt me into such deadly sorrow that I solemnly declare, if I know my own mind, I could offer myself a willing sacrifice to the butchering enemy, provided that would contribute to the people's ease." In the turmoil around them, patriotism and public duty seemed all to be centered in the breast of one heroic youth. He was respected and generally beloved, but he did not kindle enthusiasm. His were the qualities of an unflagging courage, an all-enduring fortitude, and a deep trust. He showed an astonishing maturing of character, and the kind of mastery over others which begins with mastery over self. At 24, he was the most foremost man, and acknowledged as such, along the whole long line of the western border. End of section 26. Section 27 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 2. To feel the situation, the nature of these frontiers must be kept in mind. Along the skirts of the southern and middle colonies ran for 600 or 700 miles a loose, thin, dishevelled fringe of population, the half-barbarous pioneers of advancing civilization. Their rude dwellings were often miles apart. Buried in woods, the settler lived in an appalling loneliness. A low-browed cabin of logs, with moss stuffed in the chinks to keep out the wind, roof covered with sheets of bark, chimney of sticks and clay, and square holes closed by a shutter in place of windows. An unkempt matron, lean with hard work, and a brood of children with bare heads and tattered garments eked out by deerskin. Such was the home of the pioneer in the remoter and wilder districts. The scene around bore witness to his labours. It was the repulsive transition from savagery to civilization, from the forest to the farm. The victims of his axe lay strewn about the dismal clearing in a chaos of prostrate trunks, tangled boughs, and withered leaves, waiting for the fire that was to be the next agent in the process of improvement, while around, voiceless and grim, stood the living forest, gazing on the desolation and bidding its own day of doom. The owner of the cabin was miles away, hunting in the woods for the wild turkey and venison, which were the chief food of himself and his family, till the soil could be tamed into the bearing of crops. Towards night he returned, and as he issued from the forest shadows, he saw a column of blue smoke rising quietly in the still evening air. He ran to the spot, and there, among the smouldering logs of his cabin, lay scalped and mangled the dead bodies of his wife and children. A war party had passed that way. Breathless, palpitating, his brain on fire, he rushed through the thickening night to carry the alarm to his nearest neighbour, 3 miles distant. Such was the character and fate of many incipient settlements of the utmost border. Farther east they had a different aspect. Here small farms with well-built log houses, cattle, crops of wheat and Indian corn, were strung at intervals along some woody valley of the lower Alleghanies. Yesterday a scene of hardy toil, today swept with destruction from end to end. There was no warning, no time for concert, perhaps none for flight. Sudden as the leaping panther, a pack of human wolves burst out of the forest, did their work, and vanished. If the country had been an open one, like the plains beyond the Mississippi, the situation would have been less frightful. But the forest was everywhere, rolled over hill and valley in billows of interminable green. A leafy maze, a mystery of shade, a universal hiding place where murder might lurk unseen at its victim's side. And nature seemed formed to nurse the mind with wild and dark imaginings. The detail of blood is set down in the untutored words of those who saw and felt it. But there was a suffering that had no record. The mortal fear of women and children in the solitude of their wilderness homes, haunted, waking and sleeping, with nightmares of horror that were but the forecast of an imminent reality. The country had in past years been so peaceful, and the Indians so friendly, that many of the settlers, especially on the Pennsylvanian border, had no arms, and were doubly in need of help from the government. In Virginia they had it, such as it was. In Pennsylvania they had for months none whatever, and the Assembly turned a deaf ear to their cries. Far to the east, sheltered from danger, lay staid and prosperous Philadelphia, the home of order and thrift. It took its stamp from the Quakers, its original and dominant population, set apart from the other colonists, not only in character and creed, but in the outward symbols of a peculiar dress and a daily sacrifice of grammar on the altar of religion. The even tenor of their lives counteracted the effects of climate, and they are said to have been perceptibly more rotund in feature and person than their neighbors. Yet, broad and humanizing as was their faith, they were capable of extreme bitterness towards opponents, clung tenaciously to power, and were jealous for the ascendancy of their sect, which had begun to show signs of wavering. On other sects they looked askance, and regarded the Presbyterians in particular with a dislike which in moments of crisis rose to detestation. They held it sin to fight, and above all to fight against Indians. Here was one cause of military paralysis. It was reinforced by another. The old standing quarrel between governor and assembly had grown more violent than ever, and this as a direct consequence of the public distress, which above all things demanded harmony. The dispute turned this time on a single issue, that of the taxation of the proprietary estates. The estates in question consisted of vast tracts of wild land, yielding no income, and at present to a great extent worthless, being overrun by the enemy. The Quaker Assembly had refused to protect them, and on one occasion had rejected an offer of the proprietaries to join them in paying the cost of their defence. But though they would not defend the land, they insisted on taxing it, and farther insisted that the taxes upon it should be laid by the provisional assessors. By a law of the province, these assessors were chosen by popular vote, and in consenting to this law, the proprietaries had expressly provided that their estates should be exempted from all taxes to be laid by officials in whose appointment they had no voice. Thomas and Richard Penn, the present proprietaries, had debarred their deputy, the governor, both by the terms of his commission and by special instruction, from consenting to such taxation, and had laid him under heavy bonds to secure his obedience. Thus there was another side of the question than that of the Assembly, though our American writers have been slow to acknowledge it. Benjamin Franklin was leader in the Assembly and shared its views. The feudal proprietorship of the Penn family was odious to his democratic nature. It was, in truth, a pestilent anomaly, repugnant to the genius of the people, and the disposition and character of the present proprietaries did not tend to render it less vexatious. Yet there were considerations which might have tempted the impatient hatred with which the colonists regarded it. The first proprietary, William Penn, had used his feudal rights in the interest of a broad liberalism, and through them had established the popular institutions and institutional tolerance which made Pennsylvania the most democratic province in America, and nursed the spirit of liberty which now revolted against his heirs. The one absorbing passion of Pennsylvania was resistance of their deputy, the governor. The badge of feudalism, though light, was insufferably irritating, and that the sons of William Penn were moreover detested by the Quakers as renegades from the faith of their father. Thus the immediate political conflict engrossed heart and mind, and in the rancour of their quarrel with the proprietaries, the assemblies forgot the French and the Indians. In Philadelphia and the eastern districts, the Quakers could ply their trades, tend their shops, till their farms, and discourse at their ease on the wickedness of war. The Midland counties, too, were for the most part tolerably safe. They were accompanied mainly by crude German peasants, who nearly equaled in number all the rest of the population, and who, gathered at the centre of the province, formed a mass politically indigestible. Translated from servitude to the most ample liberty, they hated the thought of military service, which reminded them of former oppression, cared little whether they lived under France or England, and thinking themselves out of danger, had no mind to be taxed for the defence of others. But while the great body of the Germans were sheltered from harm, those of them who lived farther westward were not so fortunate. Here, mixed with Scotch Irish Presbyterians and Celtic Irish Catholics, they formed a rough border population, the discordant elements of which could rarely unite for common action. Yet, though confused and disjointed, they were a living rampart to the rest of the colony. Against them raged the furies of Indian war, and, maddened with distress and terror, they cried aloud for help. Petition after petition came from the borders for arms and ammunition, and for a militia law to enable the people to organize and defend themselves. The Quakers resisted. "They have taken uncommon pains," writes Governor Morris to Shirley, "to prevent the people from taking up arms." Braddock's defeat, they declared, was a just judgment on him and his soldiers for molesting the French in their settlements on the Ohio. A bill was passed by the Assembly for raising £50,000 for the King's use by a tax which included the proprietary lands. The governor, constrained by his instructions and his bonds, rejected it. "I can only say," he told them, "that I will readily pass a bill for striking any sum in paper money the present exigency may require, provided funds are established for sinking the same in 5 years." Messages long and acrimonious were exchanged between the parties. The Assembly, had they chosen, could easily have raised enough money by methods not involving the point in dispute. But they thought they saw in the crisis a means of forcing the governor to yield. The Quakers had an alternative motive. If the governor gave way, it was a political victory. If he stood fast, their non-resistance principles would triumph, and in this triumph their ascendancy as a sect would be confirmed. The debate grew every day more bitter and unmannerly. The governor could not yield, the Assembly would not. There was a complete deadlock. The Assembly requested the governor not to make himself the hateful instrument of reducing a free people to the abject state of vassalage. As the raising of money and the control of its expenditure was in their hands, as he could not prorogue or dissolve them, and as they could adjourn on their own motion to such time as pleased them, as they paid his support and could withhold it if he offended them, which they did in the present case, it seemed no easy task for him to reduce them to vassalage. "What must we do," pursued the Assembly, "to please this kind governor, who takes such pains to render us obnoxious to our sovereign and odious to our fellow subjects? If we only tell him that the difficulties he meets with are not owing to the causes he names, which indeed have no existence, but to his own want of skill and abilities for his station, he takes it extremely amiss, and say, we forget all decency to those in authority. We are apt to think there is likewise some decency due to the Assembly as part of the government, and though we have not, like the governor, had a courtly education, but are plain men, and must be very imperfect in our politeness, yet we think we have no chance of improving by his example." Again, in another message, the Assembly, with a thrust at Morris himself, tell him that colonial governors have often been transient persons, of broken fortunes, greedy of money, destitute of all concern for those they govern, often their enemies, and endeavouring not only to oppress, but to defame them. In such unseemly fashion was the battle waged. Morris, who was himself a provincial, showed more temper and dignity, though there was not much on either side. The assembly, he wrote to Shirley, seemed determined to take advantage of the country's distress, to get the whole power of government into their hands, and the assembly proclaimed on their part that the governor was taking advantage of the country's distress to reduce the province to Egyptian bondage. Petitions poured in from the miserable frontiersmen. How long will those in power by their quarrels suffer us to be massacred? Demanded William Trent, the Indian trader. 42 bodies have been buried on Patterson's Creek, and since they have killed more and keep on killing. Early in October, news came that 100 persons had been murdered near Fort Cumberland. Repeated tidings followed of murders on the Susquehanna. Then it was announced that the war parties had crossed that stream and were at their work on the eastern side. Letter after letter came from the sufferers, bringing such complaints as this: "We are in as bad circumstances as ever any poor Christians were ever in. For the cries of widowers, widows, fatherless and motherless children are enough to pierce the hardest of hearts. Likewise, it's a very sorrowful spectacle to see those that escaped with their lives, with not a mouthful to eat, or bed to lie on, or clothes to cover their nakedness or keep them warm, but all they had consumed into ashes. These deplorable circumstances cry aloud for your honour's most wise consideration, for it is really very shocking for the husband to see the wife of his bosom, her head cut off, and the children's blood drunk like water by these bloody and cruel savages." Morris was greatly troubled. "The conduct of the assembly," he wrote to Shirley, "is to me shocking beyond parallel. The inhabitants are abandoning their plantations, and we are in a dreadful situation," wrote John Harris from the east bank of the Susquehanna. On the next day he wrote again, "The Indians are cutting us off every day, and I had a certain account of about 1,500 Indians, besides French, being on their march against us and Virginia, and now close on our borders, their scouts scalping our families on our frontiers daily." The report was soon confirmed, and accounts came that the settlements in the valley called the Great Cove had been completely destroyed. All this was laid before the assembly. They declared the accounts exaggerated, but confessed that outrages had been committed, hinted that the fault was with the proprietaries, and asked the governor to explain why the Delawares and Shawanoes had become unfriendly. "If they have suffered wrongs," said the Quakers, "we are resolved to do all in our power to redress them, rather than entail upon ourselves and our posterity the calamities of a cruel Indian war." The Indian records were searched, and several days spent in unsuccessful efforts to prove fraud in a late land purchase. Post after post still brought news of slaughter. The upper part of Cumberland County was laid waste. Edward Biddle wrote from Reading, "The drum is beating and bells ringing, and all the people under arms. This night we expect an attack. The people exclaim against the Quakers. We seem to be given up into the hands of a merciless enemy, wrote John Elder from Paxton, and he declares that more than 40 persons have been killed in that neighbourhood, besides numbers carried off. Meanwhile, the governor and assembly went on fencing with words and exchanging legal subtleties, while with every cry of distress that rose from the west, each hoped that the other would yield. On the 8th of November, the Assembly laid before Morris for his concurrence a bill for emitting bills of credit to the amount of £60,000, to be sunk in 4 years by a tax including the proprietary estates. I shall not, he replied, enter into a dispute whether the proprietaries ought to be taxed or not. It is sufficient for me that they have given me no power in that case, and I cannot think it consistent either with my duty or safety to exceed the powers of my commission, much less to do what that commission expressly prohibits. He stretched his authority, however, so far as to propose a sort of compromise by which the question should be referred to the king. But they refused it, and the quarrel and the murders went on as before. We have taken, said the Assembly, every step in our power consistent with the just rights of the free men of Pennsylvania for the relief of the poor distressed inhabitants, and we have reason to believe that they themselves would not wish us to go farther. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Then the borderers deserved neither, for rather than be butchered, they would have let the proprietary lands lie untaxed for another year. You have in all, said the governor, proposed to me 5 money bills, 3 of them rejected because contrary to royal instructions, the other 2 on account of the unjust method proposed for taxing the proprietary estate. If you are disposed to relieve your country, you have many other ways of granting money to which I shall have no objection. I shall put one proof more both of your sincerity and mine in our professions of regard for the public, by offering to agree to any bill in the present exigency which it is consistent with my duty to pass, lest before our present disputes can be brought to an issue, we should neither have a privilege to dispute about, nor a country to dispute in. They stood fast, and with an obstinacy for which the Quakers were chiefly answerable, insisted that they would give nothing except by a bill taxing real estate and including that of the proprietaries. But now the Assembly began to feel the ground shaking under their feet. A paper called Representation, signed by some of the chief citizens, was sent to the House, calling for measures of defence. You will forgive us, gentlemen, such was its language, if we assume characters somewhat higher than that of humble suitors praying for the defence of our lives and properties as a matter of grace or favour on your side. You will permit us to make a positive and immediate demand of it. This drove the Quakers mad. Preachers, male and female, harangued in the streets, denouncing the iniquity of war. 3 of the sect from England, 2 women and a man, invited their brethren of the Assembly to a private house and fervently exhorted them to stand firm. Some of the principal Quakers joined in an address to the House, in which they declared that any action on its part inconsistent with the peaceable testimony we profess and have borne to the world, appears to us in its consequences to be destructive of our religious liberties, and they protested that they would rather suffer than pay taxes for such ends. Consistency, even in folly, has in it something respectable, but the Quakers were not consistent. A few years after, when heated with party passion and excited by reports of an eruption of incensed Presbyterian borderers, some of the Pacific sectaries armed for battle, and the streets of Philadelphia beheld the curious conjunction of musket and broad-brimmed hat. The mayor, aldermen, and common council next addressed the assembly, adjuring them, in the most solemn manner, before God and in the name of all our fellow citizens, to provide for defending the lives and property of the people. A deputation from a band of Indians on the Susquehanna, still friendly to the province, came to ask whether the English meant to fight or not. "For," said their speaker, "if they will not stand by us, we will join the French." News came that the settlement of Tulpehocan, only 60 miles distant, had been destroyed, and then that the Moravian settlement of Gnadenhutten was burned, and nearly all its inmates massacred. Colonel William Moore wrote to the governor that 2,000 men were coming from Chester County to compel him and the assembly to defend the province, and Conrad Weiser wrote that more were coming from Berks on the same errand. Old friends of the assembly began to cry out against them. Even the Germans, hitherto their fast allies, were roused from their attitude of passivity, and 400 of them came in procession to demand measures of war. A band of frontiersmen presently arrived, bringing in a wagon the bodies of friends and relatives lately murdered, displaying them at the doors of the assembly, cursing the Quakers and threatening vengeance. Finding some concession necessary, the House at length passed a militia law, probably the most futile ever enacted. It specially exempted the Quakers and constrained nobody, but declared it lawful for such as chose to form themselves into companies and elect officers by ballot. The company officers thus elected might, if they saw fit, elect also by ballot colonels, lieutenant colonels, and majors. These last might then, in conjunction with the governor, frame articles of war, to which, however, no officer or man was to be subjected unless, after 3 days' consideration, he subscribed them in presence of a justice of the peace, and declared his willingness to be bound by them. This mockery could not appease the people. The assembly must raise money for men, arms, forts, and all the detested appliances of war. Defeat, absolute and ignominious, seemed hanging over the house, when an incident occurred which gave them a decent pretext for retreat. The governor informed them that he had just received a letter from the proprietaries giving to the province £5,000 sterling to aid in its defence, on condition that the money should be accepted as a free gift and not as their proportion of any tax that was or might be laid by the assembly. They had not learned the deplorable state of the country, and had sent the money in view of the defeat of Braddock and its probable consequences. The assembly hereupon yielded, struck out from the bill before them the clause taxing the proprietary estates, and thus amended presented it to the governor, who by his signature made it a law. The House had failed to carry its point. The result disappointed Franklin, and doubly disappointed the Quakers. His maxim was, beat the governor first, then beat the enemy. Theirs, beat the governor, and let the enemy alone. The measures that followed, directed in part by Franklin himself, held the Indians in check and mitigated the distress of the western counties. Yet there was no safety for them throughout the 2 or 3 years when France was cheering on her hellhounds against this tormented frontier. As in Pennsylvania, so in most of the other colonies there was conflict between assemblies and governors, to the unspeakable detriment of the public service. In New York, though here no obnoxious proprietary stood between the people and the crown, the strife was long and severe. The point at issue was an important one, whether the Assembly should continue their practice of granting yearly supplies to the governor, or should establish a permanent fund for the ordinary expenses of government, thus placing him beyond their control. The result was a victory for the Assembly. Month after month, the great continent lay wrapped in snow. Far along the edge of the western wilderness, men kept watch and ward in lonely blockhouses, or scoured the forest on the track of prowling war parties. The provincials in garrison at Forts Edward, William Henry, and Oswego dragged out the weary winter, while bands of New England Rangers, muffled against the piercing cold, caps of fur on their heads, hatchets in their belts, and guns in their mittened hands, glided on skates along the gleaming ice floor of Lake George to spy out the secrets of Ticonderoga, or seize some careless century to tell him tidings of the foe. Thus the petty war went on, but the big war was frozen into torpor, ready like a hibernating bear to wake again with the birds, the bees, and the flowers. End of section 27.